dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time. I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain ni Gatot Kacau! Ih, to bebasa! Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Bukan kamunya yang keren, itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Grab Unlimited. Grab Unlimited. Grab Unlimited. Grab Unlimited. Grab Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time. I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau! Ih, tombe basah!
Bro, move move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal,
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global nih.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time. I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tumbe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal,
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. 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 Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau! Ih, kok bebas ah?
Bro, move on ke ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Savage. Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The Sky Kings and the Geeks will collide in match number 1 here at MPL ID Season 12, week number 5, day number 3. On the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, and we have Kolius again. How are you?
Yeah,
Welcome
I'm
back.
good. It's finally we'll be on this timetable again.
Finally.
Yeah, finally. After the last tournament, and now we're gonna watch a lot of 3 different match, 3 hot match today.
That's why I love Saturdays, right? You don't only get 1 match, you get 2, not only 2 matches, you get 3 matches in a row. And before we get into the details of match number 1, we are going to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports. We have Blibli, Dunya Game, Grab, Obo, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast is Maxstream, Teferi Sports, as well as video. Suppliers Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, back at it again, the Sky Kings in Onyx going against the Geeks in Geek Fam. After their performances that we've seen so far, it's all going to... Wait a second, what do you...
Wow. Why the poster is Albert?
I don't know if he's actually going to be playing, but, you know, we have seen him as a multi-role player. He's played the mid lane on the Kadita, 100% win rate on that Kadita. Claude, maybe not as much success, but still, he has been able to, I would say, adjust pretty well into the gold lane, though I still think he is inferior to CW. I think for Albert, unfortunately, his main role is still jungle. That's the role that we've seen him from Season 6 all the way to Season 11.
Yeah, but if Albert's gonna play, who's not gonna play? Is it CW or
Suns?
Is it gonna be Suns or is it gonna be Kyrie?
No way.
No way.
No way.
Who knows? Because we know Albert as a jungler before.
That's true, but the last time we saw him play, where he found so much success was replacing Suns, right? He had an amazing debut into Onyx on the Kadita. He picked it up twice and still at 100% win rate. So if ever he does come back, it's definitely going to be in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gani's mentioned this as well before. Kolios is... No! Mr. Kyrie! From the kingdom, he has risen to the skies! Stepping foot as a replacement to Kyrie for the first time in Season 12. Albert is back. Welcome, Onyx!
The Yellow Porcupines bringing out yet another lineup. here at MPL ID Season 12. And this means with Albert stepping in the jungle, no Kyrie, this is their 6th lineup here, Colius.
Wow.
Another one.
Yeah, it's the debut from Albert as the jungler, and no more Kyrie Esports for this match.
Well, for Geek Fam though, now with Albert on the enemy team, it does give Geek Fam a bit of a curveball, but the Geeks, they've shown that they can adjust, they can adapt fast with the man you see on your screen, J. Robert Baloyski. Welcome, Geek Fam!
Sly, intelligent, and confident. The Geeks walk up on stage, and I'm wondering what on earth do they have in store for us today after everything that they've already brought so far here at MPL ID Season 12.
Yesterday, they got a good result, but today, they gonna face the Sky King. It will be a challenge for them to win this match.
It definitely will, but we need to... Oh, that's super cute. Okay, we have Coach Yeb here from the side of Onyx, bringing out a mask of Coach Adi, as well as on the other side from a Geek Fam, once again, still a Coach Erpang. It's a 1v1 battle this time around.
It's like they have both shadow analysts, right? I can't name both of them for some reason. Seems like they have wiped my memory, especially for Geek Fam's shadow analyst. I'm trying to think. Oh man,
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, with that shadow analyst, I think they already collecting a lot of information from both of the team, Miracle. So for today, what kind of draft that they gonna play? Because if we see on the keys to victory for Onyx by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, that denying or countering initiation from Geek's pick-off strategy, keeping an eye on Bloisky before setting up objective. Yeah, we know. A lot of setups from Geek Fam are start from Bloisky movement. So all eyes will be on Bloisky on this match.
Yeah, he's definitely the anchor towards a Geek Fam. There were so many moments where when he's not on the table, if you can't see him visible on the table, don't go for crazy plays. We saw Alter Ego make the same mistake. I know it wasn't against Geek Fam, but yeah, I know. This is so distracting. How are we supposed to analyze this?
Oniker, you know, it's always funny when Oniker on screen. They have such a bond in that gaming house, and you can definitely see it on stage, even in the backstage, and even in their videos of the Independence Day fun that they had in their gaming house. But yeah, for Onyx, there's a question I want to ask to our analyst today, Colius. With Albert stepping in, does the team change to try to facilitate Albert, or does Albert try to adjust to Kyrie's position?
That's a good question, Mirko, because it's been a while since we see Albert as the jungler. If I'm not wrong, Albert jungler playing with Suns and Keyboy last time are on the SEA Games. And now they're gonna use it again, but keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G4. Geek Fam is winning matchup for Kadera. Cloudera could be an option, and focusing on playing aggressively with Nile snowballing hero. But we see yesterday that Nile using Baxia. But for today, are he gonna use the assassin or another utility jungler? That's the question.
For entertainment value, for entertainment's sake, I'd really love to see Albert back on his assassins, going 1v1 against Nile on one of his assassins as well. We know that Nile's Lancelot and Fanny are spectacular at kills, at just game threat in general, and I'm curious to see if Albert, without being in the jungle position for so long, is he still the Albert that we once knew and loved?
I think not just the movement, but the contest on the objective, like the turtle, the lore. It's very important because, as we know, Nile with Retribution are very strong. But Albert, it's been a while since Albert playing on jungler side. So the accuracy is the question.
There's going to be a bit of rust, definitely, I think, for Albert, right? He's going to shake that off here. Up against Geek Fam, a team who you would think early on with their new jungler, they're very shaky. They look very shaky, especially in the Retribution and objective-taking department, but Nile has grown so fast in just a matter of 2 weeks. He's been able to show us levels on his Retri game, on his objective game, and I think now it's time to take a look at the first team half season for MPL Indonesia Season 12, and it's Kyrie, 3 Onyx, 2 RQ.
It's still Kyrie in that jungle position. The fact that they've traded it out, it actually poses some questions. Why?
Because I think for the Lord contest and the Turtle contest, Kyrie is very objective-minded jungler. That's why we see that Kyrie always stand by when the enemies want to start or even initiate the Lord or the jungle itself. But if you look at another data, that Skylar, we need to mention about like the damage per goal is 4.36 and the goal per minute are 769. It's a lot.
700 for gold laner is...
For this meta, for this new strategy is a lot.
Yeah. If this was season 11, I think it's
pretty average. But looking at this once again, first team half season, it's a comparison between season 12 and season 11, and honestly, not much has changed except for, of course, RRQ just stepping up in the gold lane as well as that roaming position. I think last season, arguably, okay, maybe 2 seasons ago, Beloyski, right, in that roaming position. And the question is, why is he no longer there?
I think in season 10, a lot of teams were very blind on Beloyski. They didn't really know what Beloyski plays on, what his comfort heroes was, and how his playstyle is, right? So with season 10, that was the proper testing field for a lot of the teams to finally get that data. And in season 11, I think Beloyski just got completely read out, and I think it's happening here as well in season 12.
And don't forget that Geek Fam have a not very good start on this MPL season 12. That's why Naomi is there.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, Naomi stepping into RQ, definitely a huge impact towards the team. But what about Onyx here? Keyboy. A lot of people have argued that his performance this season has been quite shaky, very up and down. Not the Keyboy that we saw at SBS, not the Keyboy that we saw at MSC as well.
I would say for Keyboy, particularly Keyboy, he's always been an emotional player. This guy is very moody. When he's in the mood, when he gets that motivation, last time it was because of SEA Games. He didn't get to play there and he had so much hunger. But since winning SBS and MSC, it seems like he might have been a bit too satisfied.
All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game number 1 of the drafting phase. Now with Albert, with Keyboy, with Beloyski, these anchors in both of the teams and their respective roles. I'm wondering how the coaches are going to draft for them. We see that Geek is on the blue side, Onyx with the red.
Because we know that Albert can use assassins as the jungler or even a utility jungler, maybe like Boxia, Fredrin, and the other heroes that might be making the Geek Fam is confused because what kind of playstyle that Onyx wants to play on this match. They didn't have the data when Albert is playing as the jungler.
I think with Albert in the jungle, again, the big question is whether he's going to be playing utility or assassin. Because, sure, I think for assassins, we can all agree that Kyrie is #1 in the world. But I would actually say on utility, Albert has had a better performance on the Fredrin and even on the Boxias back when he was in RQ in season 11. We haven't seen him in season 12, so we'll have to see it for ourselves here. But it's still the Paquito, the Valentina. I'm guessing for Geek Fam, they want to force Onyx to be the ones to ban out that Fanny, and it will work.
Yeah, it works for this game number 1 because no Fanny on this first game. But they still have another assassins like maybe Link, maybe Lancelot, or even like they can combo it with the healer meta, like Angela or even Florian.
I agree. Those are definitely options that they can take here. And it's surprising to see that with Albert coming into the jungle as well, we don't really see too many respect picks for the assassins by Geek. When it's Kyrie, it's usually Ling, Lancelot, Joy, Fanny, all these heroes are taken away from Onyx. But you can already see Geek, they're taking their sweet dear time for ban number 3, and that shows you that this particular change in the roster for Onyx is already a curveball towards them. And they will respond very differently here in this particular match with a Edith banned away.
Yeah, it's a versatile hero because it can play it on the XP lane or even the roamer, and the initiation from Edith, you can mention it. Like the flicker combo with the onward or even the earth shatter, or when your team need the DPS, the magical DPS, Edith can use the primal red.
How effective is the Edith, right? Because in my head, in my perspective, Edith feels like a jack of all trades but not too much of a master of none.
But mostly, if the team is using Edith, maybe they will play like the counter setup things. Because when the initiation, if you want to initiate using the Edith, you need the battle spell, you need the flicker to dive into the enemy's formation.
All right, that makes sense here. As we take a look at the first pick from the side of Geek Fam, Kadita.
It's always the Kadita pick, whether it be for Onyx or almost every other team now. Kadita has risen so much in popularity. And you know what? Let's talk about the man of the hour right now, the versatile player. Albert's the only player in MPL Indonesia's history to compete in 3 distinct and different roles within a single season. Mid lane, gold lane, and now tackling the jungle role. This man can do it all.
We are not talking about one single season. We have Lemon, who play on the mid lane, gold lane. It was off lane before. Before it changed to the XP lane. But now Albert on single season, he plays 3 different roles. What a player!
So flexible. So flexible. We love him. But Onyx here, they're gonna respond with a Faramis and a Fredrin. Good flex in both of the roles. Honestly, here, Geek, how are they gonna respond to this?
Well, with Faramis on Onyx side, I think they want to play a team fight orientation play style. That's why they need to be careful about it. And look at that Terizla and Cloud. Terizla with that penalty zone, especially when the enemy is picking Faramis, the movement from them are like mostly on 5 mans together. And it's really important Terizla to use the penalty zone on time. But look at that, 1-1 is coming.
Great pick, very, very good pick. The 1-1 is what I always expect when you go up against a Terizla, a Kadira, and against the Claude, it isn't a horrible matchup. This is something that I actually expected from Bigatron yesterday against GeekFam. So GeekFam went for the same comp. Onyx says, this is how you do it. You don't pick a Beatrix into a Claude Kadira. You pick a 1-1.
It's very harder. It's so much harder to capture. Kadita is gonna have some trouble. Terizla as well. With her Purify inbuilt into 1-1, I do think that that is the most obvious choice. But we do have a comment here from a boy. Facing King Sans, let's go. We're all humans after all.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, a boy is showing some confidence and level-headedness, and I guess that's the way that you need to take when you're going against Onyx. I think there are a lot of teams, a lot of players that would actually be fearful of the titles that Onyx have successfully taken so far.
Like?
I won't mention it.
Okay.
Okay.
But usually when 1-1 is picked, I think they need a stopper. Like Kaja, Franco, Kufra, to make 1-1 easier to open the weakness.
GeekFam say no. We're not going to give you the
They
Kaja.
ban all the stopper.
We need, either some utility for the slows or some lockdown like the Kaja, the Franco to enable the 1-1. Now for GeekFam, I don't think they're going to go for a Franco ban, right? Onto Onyx.
It's better Minotaur.
Minotaur.
Yeah.
I think Minotaur would be a good option for GeekFam, wouldn't it? Up against a Faramis, it would be a solid answer to that AoE called Alter.
With that Minotaur, it can counter the Cloud or even the penalty zone or even the Kadita. When the Breath of the Ocean is coming, you can use the Mino and Fury.
Yep.
To immune from the crowd control. That's why Minotaur is a good option for Onyx. It's going to get banned from the GeekFam.
Oh, but Onyx here, they have actually decided to opt for a Ruby ban. Yesterday when I was watching that the compositions coming in, I was like, no, I don't like this Ruby. And then Beloyski made it work. He was so good at finding the proper moments, the proper setup, the initiation was there. So I do think that is an outlier pick for Beloyski in particular, and Geek take away Keyboy's Cho.
Yeah, it's really important that I think if we look at all of the M series, most of the winner are Cho user.
Yeah.
We agree, right?
There's always one good Cho in all of the M World Champions team, or even MSC, I believe. So, Cho, just a signature pick at MLBB. But here, I think GeekFam, the reason they're banning out a lot of these roamers is because they already have a roamer. I have a feeling that this Kadita will go into the roam position and they'll pick up something like a Yves. And now with a Grok pick from Onyx, it only pushes that agenda even further. GeekFam need something that can stay put in the mid lane. And maybe the Kadita is a bit too volatile for it to go just to be the mid lane. Unless GeekFam want to say, no, you know what? Saber roam.
Saber roam?
No, I don't like it, but
hey. And against
1-1?
It's really dangerous because 1-1 have the Needles of Flower. He can easily dodge the triple sweep from Saber.
Yeah, it's way, way, way too risky.
But the damage
in this
still
regard.
comes through, by the way. Like, you can get out, but the damage will still come through. A single target. It's very risky.
Burst?
It still bursts. So you get out of the CC, but you don't get out of the damage.
But it's a one-way ticket. After you triple sweep 1-1, you will be in the middle of the Onyx formation, but Yves, like Mirko prediction before, and Baxia. We gotta see another utility jungler for GeekFam today.
I wonder if Onyx want to swap things out now. Do they want to flex? There's so
Fredrin?
much flex, right? Fredrin,
Grok.
what would I do? Would you go Fredrin against Baxia in the jungle?
It's a tough matchup. I would say no. I would say go for something like a Lancelot, maybe even an Assassin. Like, well, it's very risky, but if you want to pull it off here, the Ling, I would say the Ling is not bad here. Up against a Geek Fam, against the Yeeve and the Claude, that's solid. But yeah, the Claude can actually escape from the Ling quite easily. It's gonna
There
be
you
Lancelot. Solid choice. Lancelot, safest choice.
Solid choice, but within this draft, I think Onyx gonna try to play very aggressive on the early game since they bringing the Lancelot. And for the Geek Fam, they gonna dive into Onyx jungler if they play too passive on the early game. That's why we gonna see on this first game.
I don't necessarily enjoy boots on the Fredrin because I do think that it's not as suitable towards his playstyle in a sense. But I like this flex better. I like Lancelot in the jungle. I think they have a better chance in the neutral objective takes. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, both compositions have been set in stone. I'm actually curious to see the talents and the battle spells before we get into the game.
Let's take a look at the battle spells here. It's just pretty normal for everyone. Not really anything too interesting here. Purify as well on Chidera to kind of respect that 1-1.
But yeah, the Kadita from Baloyski is using to pull yourself together. They need to be careful about the Petrify cooldown that has been reduced.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of dawn, the Sky Kings versus the Geeks in game number 1 of this best of 3 match. Remember, Albert stepping back in to Onyx as their jungler. We're wondering how this is going to go for the Sky Kings.
The question is it gonna be a nice debut for Albert as jungler, or Onyx will lose on this match? That's the question that we gonna see later.
Yeah, we're excited. We're a little nervous for him as well because, you know, if he loses this, it's not going to be a good look for him, being one of the most legendary junglers here at MPL ID Season 12. But up front, let's take a look at the talents and the emblems. Does anything stand out?
I think 1-1 still using the tenacity. Even tenacity has already been nerfed, but the orange buff has been stolen.
Beautiful by Nile there. This is the information that Beloy always gets in the early game, whether the enemy jungle uses the retry on the purple buff. For the first buff, Petrifying the Breath of the Ocean. Albert might fall here. Thorn rolls defensively with a puncture. Nile, Tortoise's Poissons running Keyboy down as a wall. Keyboy flickering out. One more shield, but Keyboy is able to dodge. A few more damage ticks from that second skill. And Geek Fam are dominating the early game.
Wow. That's already just really, really good rotations coming in from Geek Fam, being able to pressure Onyx earlier on, pressure Albert in particular on an assassin that is quote-unquote a lot more vulnerable than the Baxia. That's definitely something that they can take advantage of in the first few minutes of the game.
Even Albert is still level 2, but that's the advantage from Geek Fam if they play with 2 mid laner that using magical damage, and even the Baxia who can dive into the enemy's jungler easily on these early game.
He rotates too fast. He rotates too fast. Onyx, at the moment here in the early game, it doesn't seem like they can compete with the quickness, the rapidness of Geek Fam right now, and you can already see that they're setting up for the first neutral objective. Remember, this is the first Lord of the game.
Gonna be resetted. Good wall. Good barrier from Keyboy, keeping it at bay. As Geek Fam tries to go for more, Albert's still level 3. Despite picking up that purple buff, now goes in, and it's still Nile who takes it away. Albert, there's no way they can test for this turtle. Onyx, though, seems like they still want to go for the poke. Sans giving vision for the team, but it's obviously going to be free for Nile. Goes in for Retribution, real world manipulation, locking them down with the call. Also saves them for now. Sans running, but it gets taunted down. Keyboy getting out, but the first blood will be picked up by Luke. And now that's another for a boy. Albert still 2 levels down, jumps in with a puncture. Once again, another puncture to go and reset, but Beloy's waiting in the bush. Down Breath of the Ocean, knocks him up, but Albert was able to escape. Nile still looking for that shield unity under the tier 2, but they finally pull back.
The jitters for Albert, man. It's tough, right? Because when you think about it, Albert is a jungler that hasn't played for so long, stepping into Kyrie's shoes, one of the best jungler in the world, as you like to call it, Mirko. It's not a position that is easy to take. There's definitely pressure there. And of course, there's so many expectations onto him to keep the legacy running. And with him being level 4 now, behind Niall, who is quote-unquote a rookie here coming into Geek Fam, that surely is not an easy thing to do, nor is it a good look for him as well.
Yeah, Niall as the rookie have the fire on him. That's why he will prove that he will gonna try to be the best jungler on this season, but look at that.
Rough waves, onto Sans, a real world manipulation to take him down before the Cult Ultra even comes down. And Onyx are losing the early game hard to the Geeks.
Yeah, Onyx is getting pressured by Geek Fam movement, but nothing that they can do right now.
Let's see, CW, the crossbow attack, dodging away from the shield unity. Keyboy gets the kill. CW now going to be chained down with a blazing duet onto the back. Shadera finds a kill back. Keyboy forced to flicker defensively. And it's another win as a boy chunks Keyboy even lower, forcing him completely back. Boots trying to cancel the recalls, will be able to do so, but he's going to get chunked. He loses half of his HP, now down to a quarter. And Shadera will not give Boots the proper respect. He doesn't need to. They can just continue the siege as Boots walks up and takes even more punishment.
All right, let's take a little bit of a moment here, right? Because almost everyone voted for Onyx composition. So why is it in the first 5 minutes of game, Geek Fam has been able to lead 3,000 in economy?
Yeah, because they have 2 magical damage heroes on the mid lane, and using Baxia, even they already secured 2 turtles on this game. That's why Onyx needs to like guarding all the objective that they have. So if Geek Fam got the pick off from the Onyx heroes, but they cannot get all the objective like the turret. The outer turret is really important for Onyx because if it destroyed, it make Geek Fam more easily to dive in.
See, that's the complicated answer. The easy answer, Mirror Curse.
Yeah, we don't like you.
Game. I'm sorry.
So you just said that it's still early game, right? What are we waiting on from Onyx? Wait a second, wait, Beloyski.
Rough Waves gets out. Keyboy, wild charge, perfectly timed to the Rough Waves, and now it should be Beloy taken down. CW picks up the kill with that glorious killing notification. As Shadera tries his best to siege up top. He knows there's no crossbow attack, so there's no real risk of dying here, and he just walks back.
Dude, I think Geek Fam, they might want to go dive this, do they not? It's a 4v3. I think it's a little too risky.
Yeah, and that's the answer actually from your question, Eterna. Because they bring Paramis and bring Wan. They need to play together. They need to stick together to make it work during the team fights happens. But it cannot work on the early game because they need to defending their own lane.
All right, so because Onyx have a team fight composition, they need to stick with that. And so far, Geek Fam have been able to exploit it, being able to get pickoffs on the board, and that's definitely not the way that Onyx want to go about this. But after this laning phase, we should see a difference, ladies and gentlemen. But look at this pressure on the top side. Chidera just forcing that turret take from Onyx.
It's due to the facilitation of the team. Geek Fam were able to just zone the Porcupines away. Chidera, whoa! Blazing Nuet to the back. CW might get solo kill. The Cult Ultra defensively. That's Keyboy with a wild charge, but Chidera gets out with a Purify. He gets caught in the barrier right now with the Rough Waves and the Breath of the Ocean with the Petrify. Locks him down. Keyboy still able to flicker out.
No way.
The real world manipulation from a boy with a flicker. Slays Keyboy. That's the execute and the cleanup that Geek Fam were looking for.
What a nice backup from the Geek Fam team, because like from the movement with Aboy using the real manipulation or even the other skills that make the Keyboy cannot stand up, but it's a perfect turtle for Geek Fam.
Yeah, so far still a 3-0-2 here for the stats of Geek Fam. Looks like Onyx, they're trying to defend this mid-tower turret. But with so much high ground, with so much damage, with so much clear coming in from Geek Fam, it looks like it is a little bit difficult here for Onyx, and it's keeping them on their toes. 5,000 gold lead. Again, Colius, I have to ask, is there a particular maybe power spike that Onyx are waiting for before they go in for a full 5v5 team fight?
CW is the key, Eterna. They need to wait until CW get maybe 4 or 5 items to join in the team fights. They have a lot of bodyguard for CW. They called Arthur from Paramis, or even Kibo using the wild charge if Klaus getting inside. And look at the goal difference there. That it's not too far. The goal difference from Kadira and CW here is only 1,400 gold. That can be easily chased by the CW if the team fights happening.
Oh, but that's kind of one item, right?
Almost one item
ahead. CW, he needs to catch up. Earlier on, we see Beloyski trying to look for an engage, but Albert here
Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution. That's a shutdown for Sans. Albert getting him low enough for that shutdown to be taken away. But for now, it's still Onyx playing it a bit safe. Luke getting brought back to the team. He actually mistimed his second skill. Now gets chunked to half. Taunted up by Boots, knocked up again. Albert with another engage in with a puncture. 3 punctures and a Thorn Rose. Not connecting. Niall in that bush, finally getting red out. That's a barrier to stop him. But Geek Fam do not want to continue. That's a brilliant taunt onto Chidera, forcing a BMI and chunking Chidera to half HP.
After looking at that engage, we gotta ask, is Albert building tank?
He is.
I
Utility.
think so.
He went in for a very aggressive emblem and talent choice, but he's building into tank?
But if he's building like all out damage, it's gotta be dangerous when the contest is happening. Because Albert can get easily picked off because Geekvam having a lot of burst damage heroes like maybe the Baloyski using the Rough Wave to aim for Albert later. That's why he gonna need all of the defensive items.
Do you think that... Oh, wait a minute.
Wait, no way! Oh, he almost got it. That final weakness point was popped up, but Chidera, welcome to the Chad era, ladies and gentlemen. Petrify on the back with only a Rough Waves. Not enough damage to shut him down. That's a Breath of the Ocean. Albert with a puncture out of the Breath of the Ocean. Penalty zone dodged away from Albert. Using that Thorn Rose. Now Luke getting taunted up. Keyboy dealing some damage. There's no gold laner here for Onyx. Voloisky with the conceal. Now the Breath of the Ocean. Knocking Boots up. No Rough Waves to play with. Phantom Execution in the back and a flicker with the Appraiser's Wrap, but the boy reacts to it perfectly. Now Boots with some damage. Boots very low. 1 HP. Beloy splashes him with water as he takes him down. That's a wild charge defensively. Albert, puncture. 1-2. One more hit from Chidera. Albert is running for the hills. He falls to a boy despite a Phantom Execution. And it's all Geek Fam.
What a nice kiting game.
Beautiful, beautiful, but at the end of the day, Geek Fam just steamrolling over the Sky Kings. This was your MSC champions. Does the change on Kyrie into Albert affect Onyx gameplay this much?
Oh!
The steal! What? Did he steal it?
Yeah. Keyboy! Always with the play. He stole that with a barrier. And now he gets slain, he gets punished, but whenever you count them out, that's when the magic happens. CW with the Inspire, still running away. Rose Gold Meteor popped in by Chidera. CW gets a bit more HP right now. Chidera running him down. Weakness points not ready. CW and Chidera, it's a stalemate. Both of them disengage. Niall's looking for the kill though. Now as Albert jumps in with the puncture, gets out, distracts Geek. But Keyboy, my God!
That's a really, really beautiful movement from Keyboy itself. If Geekfam got the Lord, I think Onyx gonna be facing a hard time to defending all of the inner turrets, but they got the Lord right now. They can make all the tempo, all the map control back to Team Onyx. And look at the items from the CW. He already secured a lot of potential items that can destroy Geekfam defensive, like the Corrosion Side, DHS, the Malefic Roar, all the penetration and all the damage for the tankiness heroes from Geekfam.
Is it enough, Colius?
Not yet.
Are those 3 items enough for Onyx to look for a comeback here?
Not yet, I think, Eterna.
What is he waiting for?
Needs, like, maybe the Haskell, because it have the Frenzy, it have the Life Steal, so it's gonna be really important for CW, but he needs to wait it. Or the Wind of Nature, because the Blazing Duet from Cloud, it's gonna be dangerous if he just dive in using the BMI and targeting the CW. That's why the Wind of Nature is there.
Okay, so finally Onyx find a CW in a comfortable position to go in for these team fights, but wait a minute.
Oh, 2 man immobilized from CW's first skill. Now there's only one wild charge from Keyboy! And now the call Alter as CW finds a kill onto Beloy. The real world manipulation stops them in the back. CW looking for the crossbow attack and he finds it on the boy! CW with a double kill. Chidera in the back now looking for, but CW has that with a nature. That was a taunt up and a knock up. Chidera taking low. Albert with the execute in the back. And he finds it out with 1 HP. The young lord getting out to safety. The winner truncheon used up by Niall as Keyboy and Boots continue the fight. Boots able to sustain back up as CW is back to full HP. All the weakness points and now one more first kill to seal the deal. Onyx are back.
4-0, ladies and gentlemen, in that exchange. Onyx completely turning it around on the back of the play from a Keyboy. That beautiful wild charge was able to immobilize a lot of members on the side of Geek Fam. And then the follow-up from both Albert as well as CW. What a comeback.
This is the moment that they waiting for. They need to Geek Fam being baited to like having the team fights when Onyx is 5 mans there. because the cold altar, the defensive like from the wild charge is really important. That Onyx may be playing a kiting game. That's why Gigvam need to be careful, waiting for the cold altar has been popped out and then doing the kiting game.
Wonderfully executed here. Geekfam initially with almost a 6,000 gold lead. It's shrunken to 1,000. Up until this point with Onyx having a really good team fight composition. What do Geekfam do? Do they look for a pick-off before they go for this Lord?
I think they need to look for a fight, just a straight up fight. What do you think, Kolius?
Gigvam need to pick up someone first. If they play like contesting the Lord with all the 5-man, like 10-men on the Lord's pit, it's gonna be dangerous for Gigvam because Onyx have the Cold Altar. Onyx have the Albert using the Tone Rose and the Retribution more accurate during the contest because of the damage.
Okay, who jumps in? Good Thorn Rose! That's a Petrify used up, now the Cold Altar comes down, Retry battle! It's Albert who wins it against Niall! Taken very low though, Albert will be slain. He gets punished for that steal. Meanwhile, CW in the top lane finds a very good base turret take for free. And again, it's an Onyx W.
Uh-oh.
Two huge objectives. The Lord and the base top turret have been destroyed by Onyx. I think it's the comeback moment for Onyx and they really need to like managing the minions wave until the Albert is arrive again on the land of down and they're gonna do the team fight again.
It looks like that's what Keyboy's doing, exactly right. CW picking yet another item here in that Sea Halberd. What does this mean for their team fights?
Well, for now it means that for both, wait, CW goes in very aggressively. Luke, penalty zone with a nature popped in by CW, getting out 1 HP! The co-alter saves CW, but Luke flickers forward to find a shutdown with a big hammer. And the Blazers back connecting to the back, but Niall survives with a damage reduction from the Tortoise of Poissons as Boots goes in for a taunt onto 2. A boy still able to chunk him low, to slow him down, and ultimately to take him out. Geekfam back again, 2-0.
That might have been a mistake from CW. With him taken down, 2 members traded back. Onyx, they've only been able to get that tower in the top side. Nothing more with that. And Geekfam going in for the counter push.
Wow. They're gonna play on the mid lane now. They're gonna destroying all the like the inner middle turret or even the base middle turret. It's really dangerous for Onyx.
Dodging away from the penalty zone. Keyboy with the wild charge defensively used up. That's a Cold Altar to try to save Keyboy. And now it's gonna be the Thorn Rose onto the back. Albert doing work. 1 HP on Beloy. No Phantom Execution to be used by Albert. Still on cooldown. And for both teams, it's a sigh of relief.
It's a wise decision, I think, from Geekfam. They just destroying the inner middle turret and then they just go back without any heroes that been taken down from Onyx. And with this counter setups things that Geekfam needs to manage all the minions so they got the map control again. Because if Onyx got the map control, it's gonna be dangerous. It's gonna be hard for Geekfam to open the map using all the heroes that Geekfam have right now.
It's definitely difficult, right? Beloyski needs to find a good flank, but look at Jadare in the backside. Look at the damage. What? He's bursting down Grok. Keyboy with full defense items. They need to figure out how to be able to take Chidera down. And if we take a look at the composition, there's not really anyone who can do that. Keyboy perhaps looking for a flank, a 3-man charge. Even that is going to be difficult to take Chidera down if he has that BMI. What's the option? What's the solution here for Onyx?
Yeah, I know. Because on the late game, that Chidera damage is really, really painful. They're aiming for the Keyboy.
Oh, that was a very wild charge onto the back right now. Stunning the back. Beloy is going to be taken very low as the Cold Altar saves CW. Rose gold built up for CW. Albert now with the Phantom Execution, but Niall is walking him down. Thorn Rose used up with a puncture. Oh, he missed the puncture. That might be a blunder. Luke is trying to punish him right now. Back up for Onyx. Keyboy is rotating, but Albert gets the dash. And he gets out.
The Lord is there. I think Geekfam want to like make this really, really meaningful because they need to set up the Lord. They need to bait for the Lord on their side and waiting for the team fights. But Geekfam needs to be careful that they need to pick off someone first because before focusing on the Lord, it's gonna be dangerous because Albert can easily contest it again like before using the Tone Rose and the Retribution.
I agree, and I'm also worried about housekeeping here, right? With the Lord on the top side, it is going to favor Geek a little bit, but just because of the fact that they can, you know, like continue to maintain that top wave a little bit better here. But I'm scared. I'm worried. Geek Fam, they have Chadera, Claude, who can easily go for a plan and beat Execution down in the bottom side. But look at this.
CW gets out. That Rose Gold saved him. He sells it for the win in nature now. But CW is a bit too low. I think Onyx might have to concede this Lord for free. But no, they're still staying. Boots, taunt. 2 members. Boots going to be taken down by Claudera. That's a kill that marks the end of this contest. Albert now running back with Onyx for the hills as Luke just gets another smash in the hammer onto Albert with a free Lord to the Geeks.
I thought they're gonna go back because we already see that CW is having a very low HP, but Boots is there trying to dive in, facing against Geek Fam, but it's too low. Now Onyx is like having another kill points. Geek Fam got the kill points from the Boots itself, and they need to defensively without Boots, waiting for the Boots to be arrived.
I guess there's a possibility that maybe Onyx needed to contest that because of their lack in range, right? When it comes to Siege, when it comes to base defense, with Geek Fam having a boy, that's a lot of high ground as well as Beloyski to try and go for that backline, and here is the process.
The Roman plays into the back right now. Wild charge on the floor! That's a purified for Jadera, but it's too low. The call altar grants the team a second life, but now it's all gonna be melted down as the Winter Truncheon was used up by 9 with the crossbow tag from CW. Connects onto the back. A win in nature by Jadera to survive, and it's a penalty zone from Luke. Albert buys the immortality, but it's a bit too late. Now CW handling the Lord. Gets all the weakness points onto Luke. A boy still chunking Sans low. But Geek Fam will finally choose to back away. Now looking at the mid lane, Keyboy with a good smack in the face, but Chadera had that BMI planted in the back.
Never underestimate Onyx during the defensive moment. I think that's the power from Onyx itself. In every defensive movement that they have, it's really, really important move that we see. On the last moment is wild charge from Keyboy. He's saving the day.
Sure, I think that they were able to defend it, but Geek Fam were still able to get that inhibitor turret in the bottom side. And in the grand scheme of things, I do believe that that is worth it. Onyx have less structures on the board as compared to a Geek. And looking at this, that was really beautiful by Luke. That re-engage with the penalty zone. Luckily, CW was still able to get out of that with her inbuilt Purify. And now we're back to square one.
Yeah, Onyx is like having a really good high ground defensive to clear out the wave minions who comes to the base, but don't forget they have Albert who is using lane slot or even Sans. Faramis and Lancelot is very good heroes to defense, like destroying all the minions wave who coming on their base. That's why it's the winning condition from Geek Fam. They need to take down Albert and Sans first before they can end this game easily.
And now for Onyx. What does it take for them to come back? Because it seems like whenever they go for these skirmishes, Geek Fam have more range to play with. And I think for the most part, that's what has been granting Geek Fam these better team fights. The Yeeve, that RWM is a problem for CW. And CW, at this point, is the sole carry for Onyx.
With all of the heroes from Onyx, I think they need to play front to back strategy. Because like it's gonna be hard for them to dive into the back line and to aiming for a boy who always got free position. That's the problems that Onyx needs to face. But now Lord is coming.
Boy, petrified that. So no petrifying. I think Onyx has that info. And now it's the battle of the Lord Dance. Aggro control. Niall winning it. Taking the Lord to his side, but it's a good barrier to cancel it.
All right, so the Lord once again reset it here, ladies and gentlemen. And if you guys missed it, 22 minutes has already elapsed. We are now entering the late game. The death timers gonna take a toll onto these team players, especially one little mistake can turn the entire game around. Look at this, there's initiation coming in from Sans as well as Boots.
Thorn Rose, wild charge onto 3, locking him down 4 now, and that's going to be a lot of damage placed onto Beloy. But he gets out with the rough waves, and gets out of the puncture. Now the RWM placed down, but CW will be able to zone him away. A boy respecting that, backing out. Albert with a good shot on the Thorn Rose, he gets it with the burn from that Thorn Rose, from the kit that he has. Chadera in the mid lane, CW's chasing him, but Chadera gets out. Whoa, very, very close with that purifying the BMI.
But they got the Chadera immortality. No more immortal shield for Chadera right now. I think it's time for Onyx if they want to contest this Lord, because it's really important Lord. If they got the Lord, they can destroy all the tower that Geek Fam have left.
I don't know here. Onyx, they're lacking 2 major resources. The real world manipulation should be back in just a few moments, and there it is. Geek Fam, they're ready for a fight if they find that proper engage. It's so scary.
Yeah, Cloud Altar is the key, Eterna. I think they need to pop it on the right moment, on the perfect moment when Geek Fam try to go all out to aiming maybe for the CW or even the other's hero. That's why they need to play the kiting game, they need to play the patient game, the waiting game.
Beloy used the Petri. That was a desperate attempt from Geek Fam. And now to Wild Charge. Knocking Beloy up. That's a Thorn Rose. Beloy gets out with the oddity, but Keyboy's taken very low. Immortality pop in the real world manipulation still, and it forces the Cold Altar. Was that a penalty zone by Luke? It was. Phantom Execution now onto Jadera. Good shots with the true damage on that Endless Battle and the passive.
Geek Fam have no resources left though. They only have the Blazing Duet coming in from a Chidera, and his Purify is coming out really soon. Despite that though, it doesn't look like Onyx want to go for this. Keyboy looking for the proper engage. Can he find that miracle play once again?
Chidera's damage now, BMI back. CW still at full, Chidera at half, Beloy. Also chunked Athena's shield. They're popped in by a boy. Albert taken very low. Phantom Execution defensively, and a boy might pull the trigger with that RWM. Look at how low Albert is. Keyboy with a wild charge onto the back. A boy buys the Immortality. Inflictor's out to safety. But CW with a crossbow tag onto the back finds him. The Immortality going to be sold for the winner truncheon, and the boy buys a lot of time. Meanwhile, on the back, it's still Onyx running for the hills. CW versus a boy on Chadera with a split push. And Geek Fam have taken game 1.
Wow. The Chadera sees the moment. He sees the moment that can go into the mid lane and destroy the base from Onyx. What a split push.
I told you! In those previous few First Lord dances, I mentioned that housekeeping for Onyx needs to be looked at a little bit closer. Chidera being able to pull that under the nose of Onyx, that is not something that we see every day, ladies and gentlemen, and this is why Fredrin for Boots, I don't think it's the perfect fit. There's so little rotational speed. There's so little control over those side lanes when these Lord takes happen that Onyx completely, and I mean completely tunnel visioned on that.
I think the communication is the key because they already know that in a moment that Boots will have the flicker, he will using the flicker and the wild charge to aim for them. They are waiting for the team fights happens when no one will seize on the lane, and Chadera see the minion wave from the mid lane is getting into the base from Onyx, and yeah, the split push is happening.
Welcome to the Chad era of Geek Fam. They're no longer just geeks. They're Chads.
Chad era.
Chad era.
You really like to say that, don't you?
I love it, man. Chad era in the chat.
I mean, it was so crazy because if we took a look at the keys to victory, it was even mentioned, right? Chadera's Claude. What was it? Claudera?
Claudera.
Claudera.
Or actually, Chalaudera.
Okay, Chalaudera. And there it was, ladies and gentlemen. Chalaudera being that key factor on how that they were able to take a game over Onyx, leading the series. It's insane. I would never picture a world where Onyx is -1 map or -1 map. Like, has that ever happened before? I don't think so.
Well, it's been a while.
I mean, to
has it
Onyx
ever
in
happened?
particular, right? Okay, we've seen it EVOs, we've seen it from other teams, but for Onyx in particular, I mean, this man on your screen, Chidera, player of the game here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Yeah.
Impact.
Because we know that Cloud have the potential, the ability to do the split push. If they gotta play with Varamis, who will be like more team fights oriented, they need to be careful about the heroes that can do the split push. But they picking the Cloud, they not respect banning the Cloud during the first banning phase, and this is what they got.
What they got is a player out of nowhere. We gotta take a step back and talk about this man's history. Because usually you would see players getting promoted from the MDL, getting promoted from amateur teams. This guy came from out of nowhere. Literally, he was a public player. He stepped in, first match against RRQ in Season 10, and showed to the world that he can play 1-1 against the best team at the time in MPL Indonesia. And his growth, his improvement has been slow, but very steady. And now, this is where he is.
So he's a diamond in the rough.
Definitely. And it's so crazy because when I think about Irithel, it still reminds me of this player. He was the one to be able to use it even before it was a meta, like back in the day. As we take a look at the highlights here, but the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G Chidera.
Because a lot of movement from the Chidera itself, it's like using the perfect moment to use the BMI to get inside the Ionic formation, using the Blasting Duet is really important. Because the Chidera itself is the source of the damage per second from the Gigfam. And you always know when to come out or when to come in or when to come out.
How did he find that moment in the end? I'm wondering whose shot call was that. But overall, I feel like Onyx did a good fight as well.
Yeah.
What do you think went wrong for Onyx?
When they focusing on the team fights, when the Keyboy is using the initiation, using the flicker and the wild charge, that's the trouble happens. I think because Chidera sees the moment that on the mid lane, the wave minion is getting into the Onyx base. That's why he's using doing the split push.
Mainly, I think it's because of the lack of mobility, right? For Onyx, it just feels like, sure, they're very mobile in these skirmishes, but who actually needs to clear out the waves on the side? From this game, we have seen that it's always Sans who gets placed down there to clear in that bottom lane. And again, it's just not reliable. Usually you have an XP laner to do that, but on a Fredrin, yeah, very immobile. You can't be the one to rotate across the map to be dealing with the side lanes.
But Fredrin alone is not enough. See this, because CW is already in front of there or aiming for Aboy, but the base is destroyed.
Oh, that was... I honestly, I didn't see it.
I didn't see it until the camera showed it.
Yeah, I didn't see it before that, but here it is, ladies and gentlemen, that 25-minute game that ended in that split push coming in from Chidera. And, you know, what exactly was the main differences and maybe items that we should be looking at?
CW is trying to respecting the movement from Baloyski. That's why he's building the Rose Gold Meteor and the Athena Shield. That's why it's really important to like holding all the damage from the Rough Wave itself. But Chidera, with all out damage, even only Wind of Nature is the one defensive item. He wants to like destroying all the defensive from Onyx very quickly. Even Sans, he didn't. He already built the Immortal Shield. If I'm not, but Immortal Shield is destroyed.
The main problem for Onyx in these team fights as well, I feel like when it comes down to going back and forth, Geekfam have more to play with. They can actually win out in these prolonged team fights with Chidera. For the 1-1, once you use that crossbow attack, you lose a significant amount of power in these team fights. Meanwhile, for Claude, it's actually the opposite. Back in the day, yes, no Blazing Duet, no fight. But now, no Blazing Duet, it's completely fine. I can poke these guys down with full stacks on my passive and this attack speed build.
Especially on the late game.
Yeah.
As we know, with full items, Slot is very dangerous heroes against all the utility heroes. Like for the Fredrin, the Grok that Aetherna mentioned before. That's why Keyboy's Grok is really hard to face against Chidera, even if it's just being poked.
Yeah, even like the extra Wind Talker item coming in from the Claude, just... It's kind of disgusting, right? That damage, that attack speed coming through on even the most versatile of heroes from the side of Onyx. And the fact that Lancelot here, Albert built in tank, you can see that Sans on the Faramis was kind of built into more of a damage particular build. And I'm wondering if that affects it, because they're lacking once again, the range that is required in these particular team fights. And if Sans maybe built in a little bit more defense, maybe they could just sustain better through these team fights.
Even Albert Aetherna is using Killing Spree, but from the early game, Albert is facing a hard time getting pressured by Gigvam, so the emblem doesn't have a big impact on him.
That's why. So I'm wondering, like, did Albert come into this game going, all right, I'm going to build damage? Or did he come in wanting to build damage, and then because of whatever happened in that early game, he had to be forced into building defense?
I'm guessing that's the answer.
The second one.
Yeah, the second one. He just thinking that, oh, I cannot build the all-out damage on this game because of the Baxia, because of the two mid laner. So it's a bad decision when Albert is choosing this emblem before the games started.
It's very adaptive with the Lancelot now, and I think that's what makes him super prio and super good in the meta. And For the Killing Spree emblem, I will have to say this is the most common one. When you're going damage, when you're going utility, Killing Spree is usually what you go for. But if you want to go damage from the start, Lethal Ignition, that's the thing to go. I think we've seen this multiple times in Snapdragon Pro Series. I think it was Irad and Sutsujit, actually, who loves the Lethal Ignition and going full damage on the Lancelot. But we have seen some changes here. And I think going full damage against this comp wouldn't have worked too well.
Because of the burning effect that they need. The triple damage have been to the enemies. But if you look at this data, I think, look at the damage taken. Onyx is having 843 damage because a lot of damage from the Gigvam teams goes to the Boots or even Keyboy. They just be the sandbag without any trade for the objective.
That's why I said in the beginning, right? I was like, sure, I like that you mix it up with putting Lancelot and flexing that Fredrin into the EXP. And in other particular cases, I would agree. Like Banana on Fredrin, I still do believe that he is one of the only players to make the Fredrin EXP work. But other than that, with understanding Boots and understanding his playstyle and his identity, he needs heroes that can mobilize quicker on the map to have that pressure that we saw was actually given from Geek towards Onyx that we normally see come from Boots to the enemy. Fredrin, not a thing for Boots.
Remember what I said in week 1? Fredrin XP sucks. If Boots loses on Fredrin XP, then you know that pick is just Garbo.
It's Garbo. I mean, I can't deny.
Maybe it can be good if you use the proper device, right?
I wish he did. Did he not? Is he not using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G?
Some heroes are beyond saving.
Alright, because, if he was using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, then of course his performance would be so much better because of the wide display with 120Hz refresh rate and a large battery of 5,000 mAh. It's also ready to support you in pushing your rank all day long, not to mention the fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, a large RAM of up to 12 gigabytes, and 5G connectivity that guarantees a lag-free gaming experience. And maybe that's why in my rank games I get a lot of lag.
Because you're not on the S23?
I'm not.
What are you doing, loser? Come on.
Know. What am I doing?
You should buy it.
I know.
You should
Do
buy
you
it.
have one already?
Oh yes, of course.
Where did you buy it?
Because I need to push the rank.
That's
I
why.
need to reach the mythical immortal this season.
Okay, because I think we talked about this backstage and you mentioned that there was a cashback promo of up to 4 million for the purchase of the Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Yeah.
And I need to get my hands on it. And if I want to, and I need more information about it, where do I go?
Well, Samsung.com/ID will get you, suited in for everything here. You can get a lot of the promo specifications as well, whether you get Samsung Care or all the other goodness. But yeah, Samsung.com/ID. You got it? Say it.
Samsung.com/ID.
not com.
Samsung.co/ID.
There you go.
Dunia Games X Telkomsel.
That is the provider you should use when you have Samsung. If you have the best phone, you got to use the best provider, right?
Of course. Because why wouldn't you go for Dunia Games Telkomsel? They're actually having a collaboration in which for every in-game purchase, you guys get an extra 3 gigabytes worth of data quota. And if you guys are interested in that, you guys can head over to the venue, check out their stall. I think I've seen Kolios actually hang here
I've been
a little
there.
bit of times. What are you doing here?
Because usually I bought all the diamonds from in-game are from the Dunia Games. And with a good connection, using the Telkomsel. That's why I can reach Mythical Immortal by this season. It's really important when you have a good device, you have a good ISP, it's really important.
Did you talk to Mr. Rafi?
Of course.
Oh.
I don't want to talk. Kolios keeps on flexing this on me, man. He has all the skins in the game. I know you use Dunia Games and use those promos, man, but you don't need to flex on us, man. He has all the skins in the game, even the Layla skin, the Blue Spectre, right?
But because my skill is not too good, that's why. Skin on, skill off.
Skill on,
For me.
skill off.
For me.
As long as you lose in style, it's fine, right?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Style first, man. Skins come first, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to check that out and check this promo out between Dunia Games and Telkomsel, go ahead and buy it at duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app. It's so much easier through the app. Check it out because I finally did and it was worth the download, man.
And you can get additional data with 3 gigabytes.
And I need it.
That's a lot.
I need it because I'm hoping that this goes a full best of 3 series. It was so close between both of these teams. The Geek Fam being able to win that one under the nose of Onyx. I'm wondering if there are going to be certain changes. And I do believe in particular for the draft coming in from Onyx.
Yeah, the draft is really important for this second game. So they need to be careful about what kind of gameplay that Geek Fam can play. Or even they can respect banning the Cloud on the second game, because we see that Cloudera, what he can do on the first game is really important. He can do the split push, even on the team fights. It's really annoying Cloud there.
The Quad is a hero that, you know, a lot of us thought maybe with the crit meta back, the Claude should fall. But so far, he's been able to do quite well, I would say. What happened to Onyx? 1-0. Claudera and Claude in general. Positive win rate. I think he's standing at a 66% or 70% win rate post-patch. So with the changes to crit, Claude has risen in win rate. It was 40% in the first, well, before the patch hit.
But
Which is so weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
It's backwards.
Even the basic common emblem is getting nerfed.
Yeah.
Usually Cloud is using basic common emblem,
And he
right?
still did.
And
And he still won. What the heck?
I think the playstyle is the key, Miracle. It's really important that if Cloud right now, he needs to be like playing very patient game. Needs to be like all eyes not into the Cloud, and the Cloud dive in using the DMI, using the Blasting Duet. But
Yeah.
Cloud is banned by Onyx on this first game.
But Coach Yeb, he's like, no. No.
No more
Just
Cloud.
no more Claude. And here we
Enough.
are, ladies and gentlemen, into the drafting phase of game number 2. So Claude, no. Yves, no. For the side of Geek, there are changes as well. Kadira taken off the board, Joy as well. What are the options left open? Do Geek want to respect ban the assassins coming in,
Fanny.
or leave it open? Fanny's still open, Valentina's still open. Cho was an option earlier on, and so was Paquito. But Onyx says no to the Paquito as well.
Yeah, that maybe Onyx wants to pick the Cho before the second banning phase happens. Since they are on the first pick right now, it's really important that if they want to play the initiation playstyle.
Fanny ban as well, this time from Geek Fam, so they will ban both Joy and Fanny. It's a bit too risky to leave the Fanny open, despite knowing that it's not really Albert's signature. He does know how to play it though. Kadira was also banned, so that's an adjustment that Geek Fam have made. I think Kadira is probably the best mid laner in this patch right now. It's always picked or banned, and whenever it gets picked, there's so much impact. But aside from the Kadira, when it gets banned out, usually we see Valentina, Yves. Now, Valentina, quick little topic here. How good is Valentina? Because Valentina has been horrible win rate-wise after the patch.
But the IMU, it's really important resources, because the Animus will think twice before they're picking the heroes. Like if they're picking a big CC, big AoE source of ultimate, it's really dangerous when against Valentina.
I agree, and it also really depends on how many times the Valentina was picked in comparison to other mid laners. Because if equally picked and the win rate is lower for Valentina, then we can argue that maybe Valentina has kind of fallen off. But if Valentina is still most picked with the lowest win rate, I don't think it's quite fair because of how data works. But coming back into this here, ladies and gentlemen, Theramis, a quick pick here, as well as a Lancelot takeaway. And this is no ordinary Lancelot. This is Niles Lancelot.
Niles a lot.
So are Geek
Lancelot.
gonna teach Onyx how to play?
Oh,
because
man.
it's Onyx heroes before.
You're right.
On the first game.
Sheesh.
They swapped, you're right. The only difference is the Valentina pickup from the side of Onyx so far. But finally, we do see a hero that can create space. The space that perhaps Onyx need in the Uranus.
You gotta be careful though when you pick up something like a Uranus here. Oh, the Melissa signature pick. My personal favorite pick and
Yeah,
favorite
from
hero in the
CW.
game, man. CW, Melissa, remember MSC, okay? Now with the Claude banned out, that's a hero that does incredibly well against Melissa. But here, I'll give you another good hero against the Melissa. That's also meta now, and Chadera has played it before. Irithel.
Irithel. Yeah.
A hero doesn't counter Melissa as hard as a Claude, but still, very good matchup in lane.
High mobility. Can like a kiting
Good poke.
kiting the game. Good poke. When against Uranus, it's very good, especially on the late game. Uranus is gonna be facing a hard time to chasing against the retail itself. But are they gonna pick it before the second banning phase happens?
If they don't, it's gonna be banned out for sure.
For sure. But they still have the choice to pick maybe Brody. Brody have the course strike to stop Uranus for a moment.
But what about in lane with the Melissa, right? So Geek have opted to not go for the Iritel here in the first phase. They went for the Kaja.
They need a hero for Beloy, I think. With the Kadita already banned out and with the first phase going like this, it feels like Onyx were trying to bait Geek Fam into a roamer 1v1 in the drafts, right? We'll ban the Kaja, we'll ban the Kufra. Let's see who has more heroes to play with. And I think, unfortunately for Beloy, it should be Keyboy with hero pool. Here, Mars, there's a comment. Being the half-season champion isn't our target. What matters is our stable performance.
But they did it.
6 rosters, by the way. 6 different rosters for Onyx this season.
They really do the trial and error from the Onyx roster, but they still got the first position during the half season.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, the ironic thing is they have what it takes. They are allowed to do it. Even though they've been changing things up, even though their performance has been up and down, you would say, not as stable as we usually know Onyx to be, they're still number 1 in the half season. Now they're number 2 with RRQ picking it up. But if Onyx can bring this win in the bag, it might be a little bit more level. And as expected here, with the Fredrin takeaway from the side of Geek Fam, Onyx have opted to take the Beatrix as well as the Iritel out of the lane against the Melissa. And I'm wondering, against the Melissa, without so much dive coming in from Onyx right now, do you think Leslie is an option for Geek Fam to utilize?
Leslie doesn't do too well against the Melissa, but sure, it can be picked up. What I'm thinking about now, knowing that there's already a Kaja on the team, is a carry. The Kaja carry combo, a lockdown and burst from the carry, is something that we have seen many times before. Now, the carry doesn't do well against the Melissa. Gets absolutely bullied, but there's a way to just survive in the laning phase, and I think that might be what they're going for. No! The Brody, like you mentioned, Colius, is going to be the choice. So it's still Kaja and a burst marksman, but they want an early snowball to happen. They want to take the game in the mid-game. This is what the Brody pick signifies.
I think we need to calculate the stopper moment too, because Brody can use the corrosive strike to stopping against Onyx if they want to play very aggressively. Yep, the smooch. But
what is the smooch like? I thought he wasn't going to do it. I thought Colius wasn't going to do it, but yes, continue.
But yeah, I think Mortis will be a good option for only jungler right now, because the Ashura Aura, Mortal Coil is really important to dodge against all of the CC from the Geek side.
I think I have a little bit of a fun fact. I think this is the first time that Jadera has actually picked up the Brody.
What?
So that is quite interesting here. Onyx picking up the Kufra as well as the Bane. That's a lot of disengage, and that's a lot of momentum taken when the Cult Altar does get popped. Should be able to displace them in these team fights.
Yeah.
But Geek, oh man, Geek with the Terizla.
That's actually a good pick. Like, the Terizla is a good pick for the Melissa, not for Geek Fam, because you can actually cancel out the penalty zone entirely.
Yeah, and it's gonna be different from the game number 1, because now Geek Fam cannot play very aggressively like before. They didn't using too magical damage on the mid lane, and they are not using the buffs here. Lancelot is a good hero to dive in, but it's gonna be risky if no one follow up Lancelot.
So what do you think? As long as the Melissa uses the skin, you know the skin.
Nobara?
Yeah. She's amazing.
You and your obsession with Nobara, man.
But yeah, we gotta see on this game number 2, are Onyx gonna make this 1-2-1, or it's gonna be 2-0, because the emblem selection. Now the Lancelot is using the same emblem with like Albert before.
Man, if Geek Fam win this against Onyx, that is a huge flex onto Albert. The baby alien from RRQ coming into the fray of Sky Kings as the jungle. And that would be a huge mess to his ego. As we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 of Geek Fam and Onyx.
And like I mentioned before, it's gonna be dangerous because Geek Fam might be not playing too aggressively to dive into the Onyx jungler like on the first game, because it's gonna be dangerous. But Kaja, they need to like put all eyes on the Baloyski. because Baleski is using a pick-off hero, and it's gonna be dangerous if the Divine Judgment happening. A lot of heroes can following up Baleski movement.
I agree, but that is when he gets that level 4. Earlier on, I do believe that there is a certain amount of power in the formation coming in from Onyx with a pickoff as well as that early game damage from Sans, but here it is.
Well, Flicker early there from Beloy, just getting the slow down, and it's a big Flicker resource burnt out. Not too sure about that worth, but they were looking for first blood. Keyboy even saved his Flicker, so yeah, again, big win for Onyx. Oh, Beloy able to escape for now, but Albert was the one who secured that jungle creep, and it's still just a very, very aggressive early game start for both, but no kills.
What I'm really concerned about is the fact that earlier on in game number 1, Geek Fam, they were able to pressure Albert on the Lancelot heavily. But this time around, no one has been able to actually penetrate into the defenses, and Niall still farming a storm against Albert on the Bane.
And on the first contest, Bane and Lancelot, both of them are two strong heroes for the contest. One can using the Tone Rose and the Retribution, and one can using the Deathly Catch. So it will give it a knockback effect on the enemies.
Who has a better advantage though, Kolios, in these particular scenarios?
50-50.
50-50? All right, so both of these teams are looking for 50-50 as they are all collapsing onto the turtle.
Beautiful Thorn Rose to dodge away from the Tyrant's Revenge, but does seem like Onyx have more control here. Defensive Phantom Execution used up. Meanwhile, whoa, where's Luke at? That's a Flicker used up, no penalty. Oh, he still has the penalties on, but both teams are actually not going to go for it just yet. Keyboard with a good Tyrant's Revenge, locking Luke down. No Flicker, but he does have that penalty zone. He's saving it. Wow, the calculations from Luke.
And Boots and Keyboy know it. That's why they didn't want to dive into the outer bottom turret. It's gonna be dangerous if penalty zone have been used.
Keyboy, no ult just yet, no rage to play with. Beloy, on the other hand, has that Divine Judgment. Oh, Niall gets splashed with some damage. Sans dealing a lot. Phantom Execution used up with the Call Altar as well. Now giving them a lot of HP. Retribution, but the Tyrant's Rage is timed perfectly onto it. Divine Judgment defensively, but Boots runs him down. Beloy, 1 HP under the turret. That's a DPC, and it saves Beloy. Niall picks up the first blood. It's a big W for the Geeks.
Oh, huge trade here for the side of Geek Fam, being able to pick up a member as well as that neutral objective. And you saw that Albert was a little bit late to the party. He came in after he was forced to clear in that mid side, and when he did, Niall already used that Retribution to pick it up for himself.
Yeah, it's a little bit miscommunication, but look at on the mid lane now.
Flicker out.
Almost. Yeah, because he's using the Flicker that will needs to come out. If not, he will take him down. But back to the topics that where Albert is late to joining the first turtle. That's the problem because Oni cannot contest it very well. And Geekbam got 1 turtle and 1 kill points.
Wouldn't you expect that at this point Onyx will look for something different on the map? Is it required for them to contest these neutral objectives if they're kind of behind in rotations?
There's a different option that maybe they can move to the gold lane, Eterna. That they can like having pressure to Chadera and making CW doing the plating. So it can lead the gold, but yeah, first turtle. All of the turtles right now is really important.
Wait, that damage. Tornapart memory used up as well. CW taken very low. And this is what you can see from a very good Brody player. Never afraid to use that Tornapart memory as poke. You don't need to just use it as an execute.
We have a fun fact here by Grab. Wait a minute, Albert.
Oh, that's a lockdown, but the Call Altar saves him. Chadera with the solo kill. Up top with a good Flicker in. Now a boy with a Stampede, bringing both of them back under the turret. Chadera with the Tornapart memory, but the Call Altar comes in and Sans splashes Chadera, finding a kill. Keyboy with a Tyrant's Revenge, but it is a boy who finds a kill onto Albert. A 2-for-1. Definitely still value for Geek Fam.
And that pushes them to 1,100 gold lead here in the first 5 minutes of the game. Again, the same story here. Geek Fam holding control in the early game. Boots trying to do what he can, but in the end, it's gonna go over to Geek. Again, another turtle.
Especially the two who down are the jungler and the gold lane. It's a really important role, and Geek Fam is getting another turtle.
Ooh, you see that? Boots actually got the gold buff.
Small win.
Small win.
A little bit small
Gani
win.
would say it's small wins builds up. That's the copium in Gani right now.
That's the copium in Gani right now.
If we see at the goal difference, I think it's not too far away. So Onyx successfully still farming.
Sarge Revenge and the Rage used up. No Inspire though, so there's no actual kill threat. Beloy just walks out, and Luke has rotated from the bottom lane all the way to the top lane. We have an audience prediction here, and wow, I think this is the first time ever that you see Onyx and Geek at what, 50-50?
Super close.
Super close.
But this was wonderfully done by Chidera in the top lane. He knew exactly his role on the Brody was. Siege, siege, farm, siege, get some damage onto CW, pressure him just a little bit. And the fact that he's been able to succeed in the top lane, he now rotates towards the bottom lane. And notice that Beloyski has been very close to him. He's protecting Chidera here, making sure that he doesn't get punished in the first few minutes of the game.
Because Brody didn't need the items on the early game to shine. As we know, the Torn by Memory is already being painful.
Good vision from Beloyski. He's going to be engaged on though in the back. The Phantom Executions connects Cole Ultra versus Cole Ultra, but Niall's able to get them down. Divine Judgment onto Boots, very low. Consecration gets him back to half.
Wow, they still want the team fight, and the kiting is really good using the Cult Altar to make them back and go away without any kill points from both of the teams.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Almost cancelled by the go away. CW using this really well, but wow, Niall still wants to go in. Inspire used up by CW for the sustain! Penalty zone! CW is 0-2-1.
Well, it's a hard time for CW but in exchange, only got the third lore, so there is no perfect turtle for Geek Farm right now. It's how they need to make CW fat. They need to make CW do the farming.
Seems like Geek Fam are just taking all the resources away, not giving them the necessary space to look for that CW power spike. How far is he from hitting that power spike? Oh, he's actually quite close. The Golden Staff should be built in around the 9th minute.
He's super behind though. Okay, so he's behind in like 400 gold. That's not too bad actually.
That's
CW is catching up finally. Beloyski here does look like he is looking for a play. But what are we expecting here from Onyx? Do we just wait on CW's power spike, or is there something else that can be done?
That's the first thing, and the second thing is waiting for the initiation from Beloyski if they want to play the counter setups playstyle. That's really important, because if they want to initiate first, they need to be careful, because Divine Judgment can stop anything in front of him.
Interesting. And does Suns just keep using the Cult Altar? Is that the most value that he can get in the composition that Geek Fam brought?
It depends. If he wants to do the team fight, yes, Cult Altar is the answer. But if he wants to play the pick-off game, maybe he can steal the Divine Judgment.
You're right. I mean, I think there's also another choice, right? There's also the penalty zone that we've seen many times before. But yeah, you're right. I think for the most part, Cult Altar is a bit too valuable to let go.
Yeah, because they already have enough CC from the Deadly Catch, from the Tyrant Rage or Tyrant Revenge. I think penalty zone is the third option to be stolen from IMU.
That makes sense. But looking at these items, it doesn't make too much sense for me. Brody leading that much. Is he only ahead in one item?
Yeah. But that's what makes Brody so good. You don't really need a lot of gold, like Goldie's already mentioned. You just wait for that power spike, and even if you don't get any kills in the laning phase, as long as you're able to clear it out and siege the turrets down, that's a big W. Divine Judgment. Penalty zone used up as well. Already, there's a lot of things just thrown out here with the Cole Ultra on a 2 of both of the teams used up. Thorn Rose getting CW low. Boots able to escape. Tyrant's Rage onto 2, but there's no real follow-up. CW still playing in the back. Total Farm Memory to be used up in the Phantom Execution. To the back. Finds 3. Onyx forced back, and Keyboy is taken to 1 HP with that bloody retribution from Niall.
1-4-0 trade here for the side of Geek Fam. Boots trying to open up vision and give information towards his team, but in the end, I do not think that he is going to be able to make a miracle play happen. But look at this, Albert is actually re-entering this. It's going to be a 50-50. Albert, they want to go for it.
Silence Revenge, lock and Luke down. There you go, that's a deadly catch. Niall versus Albert, but Beloy does not. He's waiting for it. Oh, it's a stampede into a penalty zone! Into a torn apart memory! The Wombo combo from Geek Fam. Now it's a go away from CW, forcing them in this tight spot. Now there's a lot of damage pulled in by the Muddles. CW versus the world. Now it's a Phantom Execution onto the back. CW eating up that damage, but it has the Inspire to sustain back up 1v1. CW with a shutdown and a triple kill.
Adrenaline can kill you, man. Because they already got the Lord, and as we know, Melissa is a very good heroes when the kiting happens. They try to aim CW with all of the resources that they didn't have. CW got the triple kill, so it's a really not a good trade by trading it with the Lord itself, but it's a really nice penalty zone.
Oh, the way that entire team fight collapsed on one another, the usage of the resources, the timing, that was just wonderful. It was a symphony of just skills coming in from Geek Fam. Unfortunately, like you guys mentioned, CW being able to get the better of it, that would have ended so much worse for Onyx had that not happened. But still, in the end, at the end of the day, it's Geek Fam going in.
Oh, torn apart memory to the back boots. Oh, saved by the Cult Altar. Just in time. That's a very good disengage from Onyx. They're able to defend the tier 2 in the bottom lane, but they lose out the tier 2 in the mid and top. So it's still a win for Geek Fam. Keyboy charging. Niall able to dodge away from that with the Thorn Rose, and both teams, again, are chill.
I think it's a ticking bomb for Geek Fam, Miracle. If it's dragged to the late game with Keyboy initiation, with CW, Geek Fam gonna facing a hard time because they didn't have any like late game superhero that they pick.
Keyboy was a bit too aggressive there, but he doesn't get punished by Divine Judgment. Beloy doesn't have it up though. Now some good hits onto Niall, and Niall just eats it up. Orange buff, they should give this to CW now. He has hit that power spike, but no, they still give it to Albert. Huh, okay.
Dude, that would have been a disaster if the Divine Judgment was up.
It would have been punished for sure.
Because Geek Fam need to counting on the Cult Altar later. Without Cult Altar, without the Divine Judgment from Beloy, they need to like go back first, maybe doing the kiting game, because Onyx will really strong. Please remember that Sans is using Valentina, can stole a lot of useful resources from the Geek Fam. Depends on the needs.
So, I don't think Beloy wants to go for that Divine Judgment on Keyboy. It's a very expensive resource, unless Keyboy is super isolated.
Well, they super isolated is hard for Keyboy, I think, Miracle, because Keyboy is a good player who try to always like looking for another gap. A little bit gap for Keyboy is enough for him to make the initiation. Like he will aim for the backline of the enemies, like for Aboy or even Chadera. That's why Geek Fam needs to put all eyes on where is Keyboy later during the team fights.
I agree. That's definitely information that Geek Fam really need to understand before they commit into the team fights. But I believe that Geek Fam have been adapting really well towards Onyx. They see that Onyx rotating with a 4-1, they rotate with 3-2. Lancelot putting pressure in the top side. We saw earlier on that Terizla was controlling that bottom side. And in these long, drawn-out team fights, especially for the neutral objective, which is exactly what we're seeing on screen, it might be the exact same scenario that we saw in game number 1, where Onyx tunnel vision. Let's hope that they don't make the same mistake twice. Albert level 15, Niall level 15. The only difference is Niall doesn't have his ultimate up just yet, but look at the Lord already at half health.
And even Beloy's healer. He's prepared to do the flanking games. He will try to pick out CW later. But Boots is the attention seeker. He needs to put all eyes on Boots, so the Geek Vams didn't need to pay the attention where Keyboy is at.
That's a reset. Boots has done enough. He's actually backed Niall out. And that's a torn apart memory. A penalty zone even used up. A bit too aggressive, I feel like. That's a deadly catch. Now from Albert to disengage. And for both of these teams, they will reset again. But Geek Fam are still holding on to that Lord. They're trying to get it to a position where it's easily reset here. Beloy's trying desperately, but look at Boots just standing closer to the Lord, not giving Geek Fam aggro. Keyboy charging the Tower's Revenge. A good spot out with the Muddles. As Luke gets chunked with 2 basic attacks. Just with the Muddles though. Beloy looking for another opening. Niall going in. Boots dashing forward, trying to bait in the penalty zone onto the back. CW did not pop to go away in time, but the Divine Judgment is stolen away by Sans, and he finds the kill in Tyler's range, onto the back. But CW is not in range to go for anything. No Inspire, Aboy the flicker in. The Shadow Stampede brings them back for the damage from Chadera, but a Terrify delays this inevitable end for Keyboy. 3-4-1, the Lord also in favor of Geek Fam.
Again, Luke do his magic. using the penalty zone, using the flicker is a really important moment that he can catch a lot of heroes that make Onyx surprised. So the initiation from Luke being followed up by the Geek Fam teams very, very well.
I need to mention something though, right? Even though Geek Fam were able to get 3 members from the side of Onyx plus the Lord, Onyx was able to get 3 towers just from lane management alone. Sans was able to slow push the top side. We saw that Boots was able to slow push the bottom side. And throughout that entirety of how that all happened, they had to lose 3 turrets, almost losing 4. And those kinds of trades, sure, in the grand scheme of things, it does favor... Wait, in the short scheme of things, it favors Geek Fam. But in the long term, it favors Onyx. So they have to be careful about their housekeeping as Niall goes in with the conceal.
Conceal from below. Oh, he finds Keyboy. Drags him back. The deadly catch in time. But Keyboy gets slain by Luke. That's a massive pickoff. CW the models. Deja Vu to Echo versus Onyx and MSC. The same exact scenario. CW dealing damage. That's a divine judgment that Sans stole away. And he pulls Niall back to give Onyx another kill and a breath of relief.
At least they get the one base turret from the top lane. And it's really important that Geek Fam needs to reset it right now. With a lot of minions coming, are they gonna like push it to another team fights? Because Chadera...
Oh, Divine Judgment, Boots. Bit too much that he could chew. Luke with penalty zone, torn from memory! Takes Boots down, but CW does a lot of damage with the models and the Inspire. Not enough, however, to take any of the Geek Fam members down.
Not just yet, but it does give them the space that is required. And one thing that we need to take in consideration is the fact that Geek Fam, they're lacking the amount of wave clear that Onyx has. Onyx has CW, Onyx has Albert with his deadly catch as well to clear these out. So in a siege situation, I do believe that Onyx has a little bit of an edge.
But I don't know what kind of decision that Onyx have right now, because they are like, go with the flow that Geek Fam created. Because every time Geek Fam try to initiate, every time Geek Fam want to bait Onyx to do that movement, like it's like Onyx following the movement itself. Go with the flow.
You know what I was thinking just now?
What?
This is a rematch of MPLID Grand Finals. No, MPLI Grand Finals.
MPLI Grand Finals, yeah.
Yeah. It was Geek
The latest
Fam.
MPLI.
But that was with Jana, and actually Onyx were with Samo. Yeah, I remember that. But here, it's a completely different roster. No Kyrie, no Samo, no Jana QT, who's now back to his old name, Hades. And yeah, no Drian, it's Sans.
And I'm wondering, can Geek Fam go 2-0 against the MSC champions? Geek Fam, did they make it to playoffs last season? They did, but barely, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, they were sent home on the first day against EVO's Legends. Reverse swept, if you remember. But now with a new jungler in their hands who has matured and improved so much since his first debut in MPL Indonesia, they're looking to get a, is this the first win ever against Onyx?
It's looking to be it. If Onyx can't look for the proper engage, Luke has been astoundingly annoying, especially onto Albert in these neutral objective takes. But look at the Lord, it's so low. We're moments away of pulling the trigger.
And it's a really important Lord because it's already evolved. That can help if Onyx got it, but if Geek Fam got it, it's gotta be the end if a lot of heroes from Onyx getting picked off by
Aloy.
Penalty zone onto the back, CW still free hitting in the back though now. Niall moving forward, finding the kill. Luke gets a call alter, Torn Prime Memory gonna be used up as the Lord gets reset. Now to Divine Judgment, no, it's actually Winter Truncheon to evade from it. And the models are still placed down. Keyboard with the Tartar's Revenge, no Flicker committed down. No Albert though, this is free for Onyx, no for a Geek. Niall finds it. Beautiful retry. I thought CW would have been able to zone them away, but it's not enough.
That's a really important movement when Geek Fam successfully picked off Albert before the Lord contest is happening. And now Onyx being pushed to playing the defensive game again. Are they gonna successfully defend it right now?
I mean, for all the Onyx, just Sonics all around the world, let's hope so. Again, the wave management, half of the base turret was taken down, and the Lord is marching down in the top side as well. CW, he needs to be able to be facilitated in these particular team fights. If not, we'll see the exact same story as we did earlier on in that Lord fight.
Yeah, because using Inspire, it's not easy to get out from the penalty zone Eterna, so he needs to be careful about his positioning. He's not been caught by Luke or even Beloyski.
CW is an absolute menace every single time in these kind of situations. Look at him. Oh, Beloy is looking for it. Gets caught on the Tyrant's Revenge right now. Gets knocked up with the call. Alter saves his life. Boots getting brought back to the team, but still has that immortality. Now back again. Consecration. Tournament memory in a stolen penalty zone. CW again saving Onyx from their demise. It's another splash of damage from Sans to take Luke down. Onyx, the defense has happened again.
It starts from Keyboy's movement. With the good Tyrant revenge that Onyx see the moment and stalling the penalty zone using the IMU is really important for Sans. He's even using his flicker to like locking a lot of heroes from GeekFam, and now they got the momentum.
Oh man, Keyboy on his signature Kufra. We never expected, and yet the unexpected happens over and over as they go for the siege this time around.
Oh, that's a splash though. A boy finds a shutdown. It's two! A boy with a double! It was CW earlier, now it's a boy and it's Beloy with a Divine Judgment pulling. Keyboy back, Tyrant's Revenge. Niall able to evade from it though with a good puncture out. Now Keyboy losing the immortality. Boots looking to get him out. There's a call altar from a boy to save his own life. But the call altar will run out and Niall will keep on going. Sans has a Divine Judgment, but it only connects onto a boy. And Niall assassinates Sans.
No way. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 members are off the board for the Yellow Porcupines. The main damage dealers are all gone. Boots and Keyboy, what in the world can they do? Just the 2 of them alone.
Boots is pulling the minions. He's successful at that. He's pulling the minions again, but Divine Judgment will be able to lock him down finally. Boots in the back. Now Slammer to torn apart memory. Niall jumping in. Keyboy trying to make a miracle play. The Geeks have taken down the team above the sky, dragging them down to the depths.
It's like deja vu. We see it yesterday when Alter Ego against RRQ. They successfully defend it. They tried to go into the RRQ base, but look at that. With that split decision, it's a really important decision that makes GeekFam can easily win this second game because of that initiation.
2-0 for the Geeks. A huge upset for the Sonics all around the world. This was the undefeated, the undisputed Onyx for so long. With Albert stepping into the jungle. This is the results that we have been given, ladies and gentlemen. Without Kyrie, Onyx have been stomped by the Geeks.
So my question is, are the title from the audience that Onyx is Kyrie Esports are true?
Well, 2-0 win certainly doesn't look good for the counter argument to Kyrie Esports. But for now, GeekFam, they've definitely proven that. Exactly that.
With this match only. Yeah. But yeah, it's congratulations for GeekFam. They deserve it. It's a really beautiful gameplay from GeekFam itself. Because we know that GeekFam keep improving. Especially after the half season. They plays very well on this week.
It's amazing. Like, it's understandable as well, which is, this is what makes this result just so bittersweet. And I'm wondering how GeekFam are feeling after being able to take down the Sky Kings. And with that, let's take to the interview. Bude Clara Mongsar, take it away.
Dendam kedua dan 2 kali mereka berhasil mengalahkan tim yang mereka gagal untuk menangkan di leg yang pertama. Sekali lagi mari beri tepuk tangan untuk GeekFam. Berhasil balas dendam dan mungkin sekarang sadis juga ya. Kemarin berhasil balas dendam dengan 2-1. Sekarang 2-0. Apa yang menjadi mungkin bisa di-highlight? Apakah dari 2-0 iya juga ya? Dari draftnya kah? Dari gameplay kalian kah? Apa dari mental kalian yang berbeda di leg kedua ini?
Semuanya lah yang pasti.
Semuanya. Ada improvement dari GeekFam berarti ya?
Iya.
Nah, Bude Clara penasaran banget juga gimana sih untuk Kadera tadi game 1. Siapa yang tiba-tiba kaget lihat Kadera di tengah? Kayaknya semuanya ya. Gimana kamu ngambil keputusan langsung ke arah tengah ke dalam base turret milik Onyx?
Nggak tahu, iseng.
Iseng aja?
Ya.
Iseng-iseng berhadiah?
Iya.
Dengan Clouderamu. Apakah ini akan menjadi hero yang kayaknya bakal di respect ban sama semua tim Cloudera?
Jangan ban Cloud Bang.
Jangan ban Cloud Bang. Tapi apakah ada dari mungkin teman-teman juga tadi saat momen-momen krisis dari Geek Fam di game pertama yang bisa kamu ceritain?
Kurang disiplin sih paling krisisnya.
Oh, itu krisis dari kalian berarti ya, kurang disiplin. Dari teman-teman Geek Fam untuk game yang pertama.
Iya.
Tapi game kedua kayaknya lancar jaya.
Lancar tapi Onyx keras banget late game lagi.
Onyx keras. Dan akhirnya harus ke late game. Padahal kalau misalnya nggak keras bisa lebih cepat itu ya?
Nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu. Baiklah. Tapi Aboy. Melihat permainan Aboy begitu luar biasa. Dan gimana kamu ngelihat adanya perubahan juga dari leg pertama dan leg kedua? This is Aboy melawan untuk Onyx di leg kedua ini. Seperti apa Aboy? Melawan Onyx di leg kedua seperti apa Aboy?
Susah sih, harus late game terus menangnya.
Tetap susah ya, tapi kamu adalah orang yang mungkin merasakan ada dua perbedaan mid lane dari tim Onyx. Di leg pertama ngerasain ngelawan Albert. Di leg kedua Albert sebagai jungle dan sekarang balik ke Suns. Gimana kamu ngelihat dua player ini?
Sama sih, sama-sama jago.
Sama-sama di mid lane-nya bagaimana leg 1 dan leg 2?
Susah.
Tetap susah? Tapi kamu lebih gimana? Apakah ingin mungkin bisa diceritain atau keinginan ngelawan siapa lagi? Misal bertemu lagi di babak playoff. Apakah Albert mid lane atau Suns mid lane?
Tetap Suns.
Kenapa?
Ya jago deh.
Ngelawan manusia Suns berarti ini?
Ya, manusia Suns.
Manusia Suns. Oke, ini tentu saja dari tim Geek Fam juga masih trennya positif banget. Membalaskan dendam dengan sangat baik dan bahkan Nile, kamu bertemu Kyrie dan juga Albert. Mungkin ini kalian ngerasain hal yang sangat berbeda. Apakah kamu expect bakal tiba-tiba berubah di leg kedua ini?
Lumayan expect sih. Soalnya yang kita tahu kan Albert jago banget kan junglernya. Mungkin dikasih kesempatan main.
Dan hari ini saat bertemu dengan kalian. Dan saat hari ini bertemu dengan kalian udah expect bakal hari ini.
Bakal apa?
Hari ini digantinya dan Albert bermain.
Enggak expect. Enggak expect hari ini Albert main.
Jadi tadi bagaimana respon kalian ketika ada perubahan line up?
Kalau buat aku pribadi ya itulah respect sama kurang pede dikit tadi.
Kaget ya berarti, wow ada perubahan dan sedikit shock. Gimana kamu mengatasinya?
Ada Baloyski.
Ada Baloyski. Baloy, how does it feels like to match up against Onyx but without Kyrie for the first time?
So good because actually this is the first time I beat Onyx in my whole career.
Gimana rasanya? Katanya ini adalah kali pertama jadi feel so good. Rasanya sangat-sangat membahagiakan karena kali pertama berhasil untuk mengalahkan Onyx di leg kedua. And how is your reaction? Seeing Kyrie is not playing and Albert is playing and then the others think
Kaget.
Kaget. But Niall said before that he was a bit shocked and a little bit, maybe you can share with us what you did to him that encouraged him more.
Sorry?
He said that you say something before the match because he was shocked of the change. You encourage him.
Yeah, I encourage him because actually in our first few weeks in MPL, he's still not that confident. So I just give him confidence. That's why when he show how confident he was in stage, you guys see right, I think so good.
Oh, jadi memang katanya di leg yang pertama nggak terlalu percaya diri, tapi di leg yang kedua ini kayak dia harus bisa lebih percaya diri. Baloy mencoba untuk menyemangati juga dan ternyata hasilnya ketika Niall percaya diri luar biasa. Can you give us the example how you encourage or give him semangatnya seperti apa?
I just say when I see skill, I see he can beat all of the jungle.
Oh, jadi yaudah kamu punya skill, kamu bisa ngelawan siapapun jungle-nya. Tapi itu adalah dari Geek Fam, tapi ada satu player yang begitu menarik perhatian dari semuanya. Player of the match dari Geek Fam. Siapakah dia? Geek Fam Unity? Siapa? Kadera?
Baloy. Baloy.
Siapakah? Mari kita cek bersama-sama. Player of the match. Kadera gayanya gimana tuh? Wah, Kadera jadi player of the match. Kamu punya goals tersendiri gak sih sebagai gold laner di MPL? Selain memenangkan tentu MPL menjadi top.
Selain memenangkan MPL, pengen memenangin first god laner.
First gold laner?
Ya,
Siapa saingan terberat Kadera?
cewek sih.
Cewek?
Ya.
Dan barusan kamu membuktikan loh.
Masih belum, soalnya masih belum juara.
Masih belum juara. Masih dalam proses yang cukup panjang. Ini adalah 2 kali balas dendam. You got the best revenge. Nextnya bakal EVOS. Akankah ada Brands atau Doma menurut dari Kadera? Siapa yang ingin kamu lawan Kadera?
Siapa ya? Bebas sih, yang penting main aja lah.
Main aja lah. Dan akankah berharap bisa balas dendam juga untuk EVOS?
Semoga.
Semoga. And how you say, Baloy, you got 2 match that you got revenge. First is BTR, second is Onyx. Next, not next week, but couple weeks later, you will face EVOS. And in the first half, you got defeated by EVOS. Anything to say?
Gada. I just hope we win and get our revenge. Because the last time we lost against them is like so funny. Because we are just 1 hit away on their base, but we lose.
Iya, menarik. Dan dia juga kayak gak ada yang bisa dikatakan, tapi dia mengingat di leg yang pertama cukup konyol karena 1 hit terakhir dari base-nya. Tapi akhirnya mereka gagal. Dan this week is Geek Fam Week. You guys got win with super confident. Bala, anything to say? Because this is your last match as well.
Thank you, Geek Community, to all of our supporters, to my family, and to... Thank you. Alhamdulillah 2-0 lagi.
Alhamdulillah 2-0 lagi. Baloy, all those people playing Saber until now. Anything to say to them? Hey, kalian, Epic, Legend, Mythic.
Di pakai Saber alam na, OP banget.
Aduh, disuruh pakai Saber lagi. Tolong, Bude teriak-teriak. Caster, udah silahkan ambil. Thank you, Geek Fam.
Again, congratulations towards Geek Fam being able to win 2-0. That should propel them in the standings as well. It's quite close, right?
It is. It's very close in between 5 and 5 to 9. It was very close. But then Dewa lost, and then Alter Ego lost twice.
Does that mean Geek outside of the red zone?
I think so. I think they're number 5 now with a win yesterday against BTR, a win over Onyx too. Are they above EVOs? No.
Not
okay,
yet,
not yet.
I'm not wrong.
Because you have to pass Aura first.
They were 3 and 5.
Right?
Now they're 5 and 5. So they might be.
Oh, I'm so excited to see the standings. But ladies and gentlemen, we do want to congratulate the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Chad Era.
Yes, sir.
Chad Era. 2 games playing a really important movement play style, even the role itself. First game is using Cloud, the second game is using Brody. It's really important that the damage output from the Chadera is really huge. If you look at the KD, it's 726 and all the items, it's all out damage except for Wind of Nature and Athena Shield. Athena Shield.
I think here, again, we just need to talk about the Brody because the way Chadera, this is how you play the Brody properly, all right? Kids, if you guys are listening, if you guys want to play Brody, don't be afraid to use your ultimate. Chidera was using his ultimate, sure, as execute in a lot of different positions. When you can, you use it as an execute. But in lane against Melissa, he is poking. He gets one shot and then a first kill in, torn apart memory. He gets a random shot, torn apart memory. Always poking and winning these trades. And that's what inevitably, I think, got him that solo kill up top.
Because early game, torn apart memory is not too important, Miracle. The cooldown, it's good to be spammed. And even on the team fights, it's a lot of important movement from the look itself, using the penalty zone. What a moment.
This is when CW was able to kite back and just completely turn things around.
Yeah,
Luckily, Sans was able to find a really good moment as well there to back CW up. And here it is, Niall getting taken out, and that's a huge shutdown given to CW.
Yeah, and like I said before, overcommitment is really bad for your team. But luckily, on this moment, that CW looking for a really good position, even though he's lost two of his members. That's why Onyx needs to go back first.
There was a particular moment, I think, before this team fight where Sans actually beloyed Beloy with the Divine Judgment. So there are small movements that we actually saw from Sans, but it wasn't too visible, but he did the best he could in this particular scenario. I felt like maybe Albert could have done a little bit better, but of course, you know, he's just coming into that particular role. We can't blame him too much.
Splash.
And look at
This was so unfortunate.
Last tick. Boom.
Yeah.
Because remember that the Ghost Stampede and Ghostbuster from Paramis is bouncing. Yeah, it is aiming for Albert, and on this last moment, Keyboy cannot do anything because he's alone.
Even though the Ghostbusters actually just got nerfed, right? The amount of bounces, it was reduced. But still, if you're clumped up, you're going to pay the price if you're up against Mr. Faramis.
It's just balls just being super meta lately, man.
Yeah, Bruno,
The bouncing balls from the Ghostbusters.
Bouncing ball from Kufra. What other ball?
Well, but even Aboy is not picked off by the enemies on this game. It's 0 death from Aboy. Yeah, I know it's hard to aim for Faramis, especially he have the Cult Altar. But Onyx is facing a hard time, especially when Aboy is using the Cult Altar. The Luke will follow up using the penalty zone, and Chadera always giving a lot of damage to the Onyx team. Look at the items, even Aboy is all out damage except for the Immortal Shield and the Necklace of Durance. The others are Divine Glaive, Lock of Destiny, and the Lightning Truncheon.
I love that he still gives that respect over, right? Because in this particular situation, you would think, okay, some Dominance Isis maybe would be enough already, but he still went in for the additional NOD, and in the end, I felt like Aboy was one of the most consistent players from the side of Geek Fam.
And if you realize that most of the initiation from Geek Fam are from 4 heroes, Balo is always waiting on the bush, like trying to pick off Sans or even CW, and it works every time.
I wonder when Lancelot changed his boots. That's not a normal boots that you would go for, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not normal. The rapid boots towards the end of the game, maybe towards the end, like when they want it to end. But I think the GDS on the Brody is something that I want to ask about. GDS on Brody.
It's really important. It can make Brody add more movement speed to Brody, because with that movement speed, Brody can easily chase away the enemies, go into the front lane, and yeah, with this kind of draft that Geek Fam is teaching Onyx how to play, they successfully executed.
Oh man, you're right. That just makes the whole situation a lot more worse.
Lancelot Faramis, this is how you played Lancelot and the Faramis, says Niall and Aboy, going up against Gila Sans and Albert.
Wait, was Niall damage or tank?
Niall was utility build, but more towards damage utility, because in game 1, I believe Albert went for War Axe Thunderbelt, Sky Guardian Helmet, but Niall actually went for War Axe, Sky Guardian Helmet into Endless and Hunter Strike. So more damage, but still utility.
So it's hybrid a little.
Yeah, hybrid build. Yeah, and look at that. Teamfight participation from CW. It's 100%. So all of the kill points from Onyx is when CW is joining the teamfights.
And it wasn't much.
It wasn't
Only
much.
8. Compared to Geek Fam, who successfully amounted to 19 kills throughout the entirety of the 22-minute game. And you can see Niall just popping off on his Signature Lancelot, a boy as Faramis actually had the highest damage dealt despite building that NOD. And I think Winter Truncheon as well.
Yep.
There you go.
And Onyx is almost winning the game, actually. They already successfully defunding their base, countering do the counter setups for Geek Fam initiation. But yeah, I'm agree with what Chadera said before. It's all about discipline.
You gotta give props to Coach Airpong, man, because these drafts for Geek Fam, he hasn't missed so far with Game 1 and 2 against Onyx. And that Shadow Analyst, man, always... Something comes to my mind every single time I think of Shadow Analyst and a boy. A boy was wearing a jacket with a very interesting name in the back. Ocho Gahaba. I wonder... Okay.
What's that mean?
I don't know. We won't talk about it.
Okay.
I love the Easter eggs here at MPL ID.
You never know, right?
So exciting.
Suddenly a Bruno pick, suddenly a boy wears an Ocho Gahaba jacket. I don't know. A Geek Fam Ocho. I don't know who that is.
And suddenly Chadera
What
becomes
that is.
Chad Era here as the keys to success for Geek Fam.
Yep. That's why on the on-point penalty zone from Luke creating a lot of momentum. But Cloud Era win the matchup against CW with high-level mechanics and positioning. That's on the first game. All of us are agree. That's a really super gameplay.
The Claude Era was insane. It was insane enough to actually to make Onyx respected. Usually Claude, who's been respected on Claude? Skylar. So Chadera has entered that very, very prestigious list of Claude players.
Can we see a 1v1 between...
Leave the Claude open. Geek and RQ. Leave the
Do
Claude
they
open.
have another match against one another?
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder
We're
when.
gonna have
on the second leg.
Yeah, second
Oh,
leg.
but like even if they go head to head, they can't do a 1v1 on Claude.
No, that's not how it works.
Damn.
Maybe if they play Classic, it might work.
They should play a classic game before the match begins.
Oh, a fun match.
Yeah, that'll be
1v1.
fun.
Maybe Head & Shoulders can give us a sponsor for that.
I hope, right? Because when we're talking about Head & Shoulders, if you guys have wet or itchy dandruff, ew, no, wipe that out with Head & Shoulders and be 100% confident. Because when you are confident, you guys play better in the game, you communicate better with your friends, and you have a higher chance of getting a partner.
No distraction.
A partner
in your head.
Sheffin, you hear that? You finally stop looking at your screen and you can finally go out there and touch grass with Head & Shoulders.
Like, Coleus has kids because of Head & Shoulders.
Okay, your kids also use Head & Shoulders?
Of course.
They're going to be successful then.
There you go.
How do you be successful though? Yeah.
You need to invest, right?
What kind of investment?
You're still asking?
Yeah.
It's week number 5, guys.
I have short-term memory, man.
All right, let me remind you, because UBS Gold as well as MPL ID, they're in collaboration with one another, and with prices starting from 500,000 rupees, you guys can get a free skin. If you guys want more information on that, or if you guys want to check that out, go ahead and check it out at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, as well as Blibli UBS Lifestyle.
That's why my wife just bought the safe box last week.
Oh my
because
god.
She just keep buying the UBS Gold.
We love
every
his
time.
wife.
There you go, man. How do you invest again?
Huh?
Short-term memory, I forget.
What do you mean?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Like, we talked about UBS Gold.
Okay.
And now we have to talk about Blibli.
Ah, yes.
You forgot about the Blibli one?
Yeah.
Okay. So with Blibli, maybe you guys forgot as well.
Uh-huh.
What's with my grammar today? But if you guys want to invest as well with Blibli, you guys can. And all you need to do is purchase in-game vouchers. Because you guys can top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback.
Wow. You got in-game diamonds, you got in-game vouchers, you got 10% cashback. That's a lot from Blibli.
It's a lot. It's a lot from MPL ID in general. Samsung phone. You guys get Blibli. You guys get the Dunia Games X Telcom cell. Don't forget to mention the Grab. Oh, just everything for you guys.
And
Head & Shoulders.
Gord, Bruno. What else have we seen in MPL? We've seen so many crazy picks.
Sorry, it smells so good.
It does, man. It really
got
does.
distracted.
That's a Thai grill one. So, is your favorite the Thai grill one?
No.
Thai grill.
I'm sorry, that's the Gatot. I'm blind. Gatot. So Gatot or Thai grill? Or Eudora?
It's Thai grill.
Oh.
I forgot my favorite one.
I can't.
What did I
choose
say
myself.
last week?
You said everything that is shown here. This is Gatot. You say
No,
Gatot.
I had a particular one. Is this the lemon one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the lemon
Okay,
one.
so it's Gatot.
It
There
is.
you go.
Oh man. After that first match, we're gonna expect another crazy match ahead of us. It's gonna be Bigatron and Alter Ego, the STM Derby. What are we gonna expect there? Mirko, I mean, Bigatron, not too good of a run, But so, I mean, the same can be said for Alter Ego.
We have
You know-
Copium, okay?
Okay.
Saving for ISF. Save your strat, save your strat.
Okay, let's see if Bigatron are gonna save some strats, quote unquote, like they did yesterday, as we are gonna head to a break before we get into the next match. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, don't go anywhere for another game of MLBB action.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time. I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau!
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
It's only you who rocks my
Jadi Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau! Ih, tombe basah!
Bro, Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, stop up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Menjadi Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your...
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL ID Season 12. And here it is, the STM Derby once again, with Bigatron Alpha going head-to-head with Alter Ego and the three-face mask. Here on the caster desk is back again with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Colius. And of course, before we begin, we would like to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton. So presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head and Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner is UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube, our official broadcast on Maxstream, Dev Esports, as well as video. We also have our suppliers, Inamart, Point Coffee, Mineski, as well as Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, as I was doing the ad slips, there was a fly that landed on my face, so just some clarification as to why I did something weird with my face. It was because of that.
There was a fly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see these flies.
The fly knows where the action's at, man.
Yeah, man, and action's on the face.
I'm here at MPL.
Oh, okay, I was confused there for a second. But yeah, MPID Season 12. But we have a special treatment, I believe, Eterna, today for this match, before we get into the match.
Do we?
Yeah.
What is it?
Wait. The Bigatron Alpha will be representing Indonesia in IESF, and this will be the official send-off for the Red Terminators as they go on their voyage to Romania to try to defend Indonesia's throne.
Yeah, because it's Bigatron last match for this week. So after this, they need to have the flight to Romania.
Oh, congratulations and good luck. Definitely here for Bigatron Alpha. Can they continue on what they did at SPS, getting second place only behind Onyx, also coming in from Indonesia? I mean, everyone's hoping from Indo, of course.
Finger crossed.
Didn't need to mention the SPS second place. But yeah, it is an achievement.
It is an achievement.
And Bigatron Alpha.
I mean, like the PH Slayers, remember?
Boom. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, I believe. That's the lower bracket run.
Who was that? Who was first? RSGPH, I think.
RSGPH, you're right.
Yes.
And then it became, and then it's Echo, and then Brent. And then they lost to Onyx.
Yeah. Only second to Onyx. So let's see if Bigatron Alpha are going to be able to continue that journeyous run. It's going to be a very treacherous journey, especially seeing all the other just regions stepping up once again. Things are getting even more competitive. And I'm wondering if they have it in the bag. I mean, so far, Bigatron Alpha here at MPL ID, earlier on, it was great. And then as it progressed, not really sure what exactly happened, but I felt like a different change in performance. But very, very soon we are going to be inviting Bigatron Alpha onto the stage with a special interview with Bude Clara Mongstar. But it might take a moment. Oh, there they are.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Terminators with Mr. Starless.
Oh no.
This usually ends in, unfortunately there's a curse going on whenever Starless watches Bigatron on stage in the venue, Bigatron will always lose. Maybe this will be a different trend.
So maybe after this, Mr. Starless gonna go home.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He will not watch the match.
Oh, maybe.
Bigatron bisa kontribusi.
Let's see what they're talking about here.
Kiriman pemain kami buat wakil Indonesia di Romania di ISF nanti.
Oh, bangga dan
Alright, so just welcoming words coming in from Koed there.
Kepada hari H, kepada waktu
With Bude Clara
keberangkatan
Mongstar
pula.
also asking a few questions.
Kita PD bisa kasih performa yang baik dan semoga bisa pertahanin pialanya ISF buat Indonesia.
Oh, he said they are very confident and they hope they can still win that ISF that
Tapi berkaca dari
Indonesia already
regular
have.
season pula dari Bigatron Alpha, apakah atau bagaimanakah persiapan Bigatron sampai sejauh ini untuk bertanding nanti, Koed?
What's the preparation been for Bigatron Alpha
kalau buat
to play at ISF?
Paling cuma ada halangannya banyak tim-tim di ISF itu kan mereka negaranya nggak ada MPL, jadi kita nggak bisa koleksi data aja atau analisa soal musuh-musuh kita di sana seperti apa gitu.
Tantangan terbesarnya cari data berarti ya, Koed?
Betul.
Kalau dari timnya sendiri gimana, Koed, persiapan?
So the biggest hurdle or the biggest obstacle in their way is actually finding data on a lot of the different countries participating in ISF for MLBB. There's not a lot of data to go by for most of the teams in their group.
Gimana sih kalian mungkin yang menjalaninya, mungkin Ki atau Resboy atau siapa bisa nge-share?
Buat bagi waktu di MPL sama buat latihan di Romania nanti ya. Ya paling kita untuk saat ini ya bagi porsi latihannya masih sama sih sebenarnya. Kita masih fokus dua-duanya. Tapi buat besok kan kita udah gak ada match ya, paling kita benar-benar prepare buat nanti di Romania.
Lalu
bagaimana kondisinya untuk
Alright,
sekarang?
so Bude Clara Mongstar asked about how do they split their focus between MPL ID as well as ISF, and they mentioned that because today is their last match, tomorrow there's no more match here at MPL ID. That's when they can start
Udah
to
ready ya,
focus
jadi
in
udah
for ISF,
prepare
and they claim that they are
semua untuk nanti
ready.
di Romania. Tapi ada nggak sih yang mungkin kalian rasakan menjadi hambatan terbesar?
Untuk jadi hambatan
Is there anything
terbesar
that slows you
paling
down?
paling kita adaptasi sama cuaca sih, sama makanan. Ya itu sih yang paling nanti kita prepare lah, kita bawa makanan dari Indo.
The weather, the
Bawa
food.
makanan dari Indo.
Yeah.
Kok
And
mau
they
siapin apa nih?
gonna bring some food from Indonesia.
Paling siapin mereka buat bawa sambal ke sana. Biar kalau nggak ada makanan yang mereka suka di sana ya tinggal pakai sambal aja. Sama nasi kali.
Udah ya
So
jawabannya
Starless is
itu
prepared
ya.
to facilitate
Sambelin
that in
aja
case they don't like the
semuanya.
food in
Pedes sambal,
Romania.
bintang merah
It's all good.
semua
Starless
nih.
has got it
Sambal
covered.
semua
We'll
ya
get you
kalau
some
dari
Indo food. We'll get you some rice, buddy. Fala and Aldo in the back as
Tapi
well.
tentu menarik banget gimana perjalanan mereka sampai pada akhirnya bisa mewakili Indonesia. Dan ada nggak sih kok yang mungkin Koed persiapkan mereka untuk oke nanti di sana Koed bawain ini ya, mungkin special charm atau special treatment nih untuk di Romania dari Koednya sendiri untuk mereka selain sambal ya.
Special treatment ya. Paling ya titip Faris aja sih. Faris.
Mungkin bonus kali ya Bude ya.
Langsung ya. Koed dikasih nggak nih? Bonus nih. Kalau mereka juara gimana Koed? Mungkin ada dari Koed.
Itu udah pasti karena kita kalau setiap turnamen pasti ada bonus.
Ada bonus.
Is there any special treatment that you're going to give to the players and the whole roster? Is there any rewards that you would give them if they win? And yes, something is prepared. Don't worry.
It's a bonus.
It's a
Lihat juga seperti apa
It's a bonus
permainan
for the
manis
player.
dari
Nobody
Bigatron
loves
juga.
that.
Tapi ada yang spesial nih untuk Bigatron Alpha dari MPL Indonesia. Akan ada kejutan, mari kita lihat bersama-sama. Sudah ada video spesial untuk tim Indonesia kita Bigatron Alpha. Let's go.
And with that, let's take a look at this video, ladies and gentlemen. Let's enjoy it.
Semangat terus untuk Bigatron, untuk yang akan bertanding di ASF di Romania nanti. Semoga bisa bawa harum nama Indonesia. Tim Indonesia semoga juara dan dapat lagi gelar dunia.
Pokoknya apapun tim favorit kalian, ayo kita sama-sama dukung BTR.
Kibarkan kembali sang merah putih di panggung internasional. Garuda di dadaku, Garuda kebanggaanku.
Semoga kalian bisa tetap mempertahankan dominasi Indonesia di kancah internasional. Pokoknya good luck buat kalian.
Semoga menang bos. Tim Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia.
Tim Indonesia. Wow, begitu banyak dukungan.
There it is,
kembali
the
untuk
support
tim
coming in
Indonesia.
from all the
Bagaimana kalian
KOLs and
kalian
as well
melihat
as the
dukungan
players,
dari
and
seluruh
we even saw you over there as a special KOL giving your words of support.
Support for them.
Ya mungkin itu
Yeah.
salah satu motivasi dari kita lah karena
They're gonna bring
ya,
Indonesia's name on the
tanpa
international
dukungan
stage.
Kalian semua ya kita juga butuh dukungan sama doa kalian. Karena mungkin tanpa dukungan dan doa kalian itu salah satu penghambat kita. Jadi ya kami dikasih kepercayaan buat mewakili Indonesia ya kami sangat butuh dukungan dan doa kalian.
Oh, that's cute. He says that he needs the support and as well as the prayers from all the Indonesians to support them throughout the competition.
Mau ngucapin terima kasih aja sih sama mereka yang udah dukung kita. Sama nanti kita bakal buktiin lah, kita bakal nggak mau sia-siain buat kalian juga. Dan dukungan mereka juga motivasi buat kita. Semoga kita bisa ngasih hasil yang terbaik di Romania nanti.
We won't waste this opportunity. We won't waste the support of the Indonesian fans. That's what they're saying.
Dan juga seluruh.
Terima kasih semuanya. Kita gak bakal kecewain kalian di Romania.
Semoga yang terbaik.
Thanks for everything. We will not disappoint you
Bilang
guys.
tim Indonesia, kalian win ya. Setuju ya? Setuju? Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia. Tim Indonesia. Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan untuk tim Indonesia. Selamat berjuang Bigatron Alpha sebagai tim Indonesia. Good luck di Romania. Semoga pulang-pulang bisa bahasa Romania juga ya.
Thank you Bude.
Thank you semuanya. Safe flight, semangat. Dan itu
Alright,
lagi ya,
there it
tim
is, ladies
Indonesia
and
akan
gentlemen.
berjuang
That short
di
interview with
Romania.
Bigatron
Indonesia
Alpha,
Excellent
the
akan
team
terus
that is
berlanjut.
going to
Tapi
represent
jangan
Indonesia at
berlanjut, nggak hanya
ISF.
pertarungan
Wish them
internasional
luck.
kita,
I mean,
tapi ada
the supporters are just really loud screaming Indonesia is actually giving me a little bit of goosebumps. But yeah, good luck again, Bigatron Alpha.
Good luck to them, but firstly, good luck to them in this match. Remember, the Chaos Derby will continue. There's no stopping now, and Alter Ego kind of have the momentum on their side.
Yeah, right now, because on the first leg, I think Bigatron win this match easily by 2-0, but Alter Ego just got back their confidence. But this week is not a good performance from them. Are they gonna break that curse on this match, or they just gonna lose again?
Because
against Bigatron.
At this moment, Kolios, Alter Ego, they direly need these wins. I don't know how many matches are left for them at the moment, but the more loses that they get, the more that they might not even make it to playoffs.
There's still a big chance of them making it to the playoffs, but again, yeah, for both these teams, I think for Bigatron, it's the chance to upper bracket. Well, now with Onyx losing, it does definitely give them a bump in that percentage, but Alter Ego, they've lost twice and they have 4 matches in total this week. So if they continue this bad streak of losses, then it's going to get really tough in the last few weeks.
So let's talk about it, right? Okay. Bigatron Alpha's performance so far. I mean, I was so used to the Bigatron Alpha that we saw at SPS with Super Ken always 2-3 levels ahead of the opponent jungle. Like, what's going on with his performance and the entire performance from Bigatron in general?
I think for me, as a Bigot Trooper myself, I gotta talk a little bit about Super Ken's identity crisis. It almost feels like now with Vin stepping in, he is kind of here to fill in Vin's shot calls. If Vin wants to contest, he needs to contest. He cannot stay alone and make these plays happen like he used to. Back in the day, I think he was given a lot of freedom, a lot of independence to go do whatever he wants on the map, whether it be farming, whether it be killing on the other side of the map, whatever he wants to do, the team will try to adapt to that style. But with Super Vin, again, I think Super Vin has been great with his shot calls, but recently, it almost feels like he's a bit too conventional. He always uses the same, well, not even the same heroes, different heroes the same way. He will always open up the map, he will always be the one to initiate, and he will always be the aggressor. On a Minotaur, I don't think that's something that you will necessarily try to look for usually, and this has been kind of the problem for them. The lack of vision, the lack of foresight for their winning conditions and drafts.
Especially who's gonna play. Is it Moreno or even the KYY? Because both of them have a different play style, but look at this, the Chaos Derby. Moreno Vin Ken, 74.7% change to upper bracket. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they only have 59.5% chance to upper bracket.
And there is the information, right? Bigatron Alpha have 7 more matches to go. Meanwhile, Alter Ego with only 6. And the last time that both of these met, like you guys mentioned earlier on, it was a decisive victory for Bigatron 2-0, but that was when they were against Rect in that roaming position. I think the average duration of both of the games that were played were around 14, 15, 16 minutes. And hopefully with Rossi stepping in, there might be a difference. But we already mentioned about Bigatron Alpha and what's been going on with the performance. Let's take a little sneak peek into now Alter Ego. What's going on with them?
Yep. Because Alter Ego need to be disciplined on the late game because a lot of their games have been lost just by playing very not careful.
Not disciplined.
Just try to end the game faster, but it's really high risk movement from them.
So discipline issues is what Alter Ego is going through.
Correct. I'm agree.
How long have we talked about Alter Ego and discipline issues?
It's been too long. Too long.
It's like they're passive.
Yeah.
How many seasons?
Since they joined the league, I believe, it's always been a very aggressive team, an early game-centric team that falls off towards the later stage of the game. And even now in Season 12, you're right, it feels like it's very repetitive, but unfortunately for Alter Ego, it is a fact and it is true. We saw it literally just yesterday happen again. Udil and Nino caught off and they didn't know when to pull back.
That was a beautiful, beautiful play from Naomi to actually capitalize over that overextension from both of the cores coming in from Alter Ego. And if they do stand a chance of getting into the playoffs, they need to fix these mistakes, especially against Bigatron Alpha. But with this in mind, looking at both their track records, I don't really know what to expect here. Very 50-50 for me.
really, because sometimes Alter Ego can play very strong, but sometimes even if they are playing very strong on the early game, on the late game, they just do some tilting movement that make them lose.
It's always happened to them before, and now I think also a lot of things need to change in the draft. They have won with Terizla and Irithel, but since they have won with Terizla and Irithel, it almost feels like they have forgotten about all the other heroes in the game. There are more marksmen, actually 21 more, not just the Irithel, okay? There are 22 marksmen in total. Don't tunnel vision too much on the one, I feel.
We see Bruno yesterday by Skylab, or even another heroes that can be used on this meta. Because with this kind of emblem, with this kind of build, especially the marksman with DPS and critical, that gonna play with that kind of build, is really important on this map.
It's a lot more flexible, and with that flexibility, it actually reminds me of a particular team. And with that, let's welcome them onto the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Terminators make their way on stage. Welcome, Bigatron Alpha!
The red robots here looking to make change, looking to make a difference. And it looks like it's gonna be Key playing in, not Moreno.
For this match, Key's gonna play against Alter Ego. And what kind of gameplay that they gonna use on this first Key? Is it gonna be the healer meta that usually Key using? Or it's gonna be initiating hero?
I mean, either way, they're going against the best at aggression, sometimes to their own demise. And with that, let's welcome them into the stage.
The three faces, the alter ego of every single one of these teams. They need to go for the positive one. Ladies and gentlemen, still without Rect, still with Rossi. Alter ego.
I like that you mentioned that. When Alter Ego woke up this morning, which faced mask did they choose to bring onto the stage? They have three choices here. They have three different identities. And with that, let's see what they can do.
Yep, because they really need to win this match if they want to be on the playoff. It's a really important match. They really need a lot of points to be qualified to the playoff, because if not, if they keep losing the match, it's gonna be hard for them to be on the playoff.
It truly is, and that difficultiness, that challenge is gonna start with the coaches. We have from the side of Alter Ego, Cassius as well as Nafari, and from the other side is Coach Aldo as well as a Raise Boy. Now, you mentioned something behind the scenes.
I don't think we can talk about it here. I'm not sure, but again, I think the fact is Raise Boy is going to be the one coaching the IESF Indonesian representative. So he will be the one flying out to Romania, and Aldo will be absent. So with that, has that actually created an issue here where maybe Raise Boy is given that title, but he doesn't have the right experience and the right tools?
We're gonna see, because if you look at the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G first on this match, Finn takes on the role of rational roamer, not conventional, and dismantling linear play, transitioning towards adaptability within the game. So, it depends on what kind of heroes that Finn's gonna use, especially when KYY is the players who's gonna play on this match.
It really does just bank on that, doesn't it? What kind of hero do they want to place on to Vin is also quite important, and how he's able to execute that particular hero and its winning conditions properly. I think Mirko touched on that earlier on before we got to this point. And to reiterate that, does that mean that perhaps you would want to prioritize that hero earlier on, or still allow that to be flexed?
I think it should still be a flex pick to be utilized for both of these teams. Flex picks are very, very important to the composition, and it's all about the 9 picks as well for Alter Ego, right? They don't want to give Rossi those 2 picks, mainly Kadira and Cho, to be able to dictate the pace of the game.
And now we are looking on the keys to victory for Alter Ego by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, not relying on Irithel, bringing out pocket picks in the gold league, and reduce excessive movement, emphasizing disciplined play, especially during the late game. Yeah, like I mentioned before, this is Alter Ego passive that they need to like break the curse, like tell to the audience that they are not not disciplined teams during the late game.
That's the issue, right? Because I like that aggressive play from Alter Ego in the beginning because it kind of sets the tempo for the entirety of the match. But when it gets to the late game, I don't know what it is about them. Is there kind of jitters, like impatience to just end the game as soon as possible? Is it overhype? Is it just falling into the moment of the situation? But every time it gets to that point, they always make hasty decisions that ultimately lead them to lose a game that they were initially leading.
It seems though, even though the issues are definitely present, Udil and Sally Boy are leaning
super chill.
Super chill. I love it. I love the mentality that they have, especially after a big loss yesterday.
And I hope to love the draft as well as we get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase of game number 1. Alter Ego on blue side, Bigatron on the red. We got the Paquito Angela being taken away from Alter Ego. Bigatron respond once again here with the Cho and the Kadita. It's just, we'll never see a Kadita game ever again.
Yeah, because we know how Razi play with Cho very, very well. And of course, Kadita. Even though Finn is the user of Cho and Kadita, but they prefer to having the respect band right now on this game because it's really important. If Razi got his comfortable heroes, he can make a lot of movement, a lot of momentum start from Razi itself.
And it's so strange, right? The fact that I think Bigatron Alpha, their best picks coming into the season was actually a Cho. Finn, now it feels like he's just going back to his... someone clicked the reset button on him, and now he's back to where he was at RRQ. Same hero pool, same everything, but it seems like he's lost the touch with the Franco and the Kaja that he used to have. Here, though, they have left a big hero open. A hero for Sally Boy. It's a Fanny. Oh, scary.
With Fanny, Bigatron needs to pick maybe the stopper heroes that can stop Fanny. Kufra might be an option, but looking at Vin, that maybe Franco is the choice. Oh, Kaja and Valentina.
Kaja was left open. I definitely saw that coming. But to say that Fanny Sally Boy is scary, I like the sarcasm here. I don't see a moment in this particular season where Sally Boy is able to perform better on an assassin than he performs on just a utility jungle, right? Even yesterday when he played, the only game that he won was the game when he played the Martis. In the second game against RRQ, he picked up the... What is this? Lancelot, and he lost on it. So still, these assassins are kind of a question mark here for Sally Boy. But if we come back into the drafting phase, we see a Yves and a Kufra being picked up.
But I'm trying to reading what Coach Aldo thinking right now, because we already see that Bigatron is actually they are a very good teams who can play very aggressively on the early game. And with picking Vanny on the side of Alter Ego, they're gonna play more aggressively than Bigatron on this game. That's why maybe they're gonna invade, they're gonna move to the gold lane or pressure the Super Sake.
It's also one of the counter picks that we all know. Up against the Kaja, the Kufra does phenomenally well. It didn't work out for Onik earlier in game number 2 with a Kufra pick to the Kaja of Beloyski, but here it's a Claude pick as well. I think they have done their research. They're like, you know what? These picks can still work. The Claude, we just saw Claudera perform to his absolute best on a hero that should be weakened after the nerfs to basic common emblem, after the nerfs to just the talents in general. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Claude has been finding way more success now compared to pre-patch, which is weird.
Don't forget,
it is.
Yeah, when Claude against the Yves itself, it's the counter of Yves. So when Yves is opening the reward manipulation, Claude can just get in using the BMI and the blasting duet.
Agreed in that particular sense. And also, if we took a look at the keys to victory earlier on, it said for Alter Ego not to centralize your focus too much on the Iritel. And that's exactly what we're seeing, right? Alter Ego already a change in pace in terms of this draft. They're looking to counter here. Bigatron see a huge, oppressive figure in the Harith. They're going to take it away, try to give Claude a better time in lane, as we do have a comment here from Rossi. Honestly, I've been playing since MPL Season 5, and even my longtime friends have all become champions, while I'm still stuck at either number 3 or number 4. That's why, that's my biggest motivation to aim for the championship. There you go, just the hunger coming in from Alter Ego that maybe defines why they tend to make over-aggressive plays in the late game. But Boxia now taken away from Super Ken.
Wow, taking away the utility. from BTR. So trying to force BTR on an assassin, I think because they know they have a Kufra, they have a good stopper against these dashes. And the Fanny does pretty well up against most assassins and does pretty bad against most utility. So that may be the route that Alter Ego are going for. And if that is the case, then you can expect maybe even a Martis ban next.
But yeah, with this kind of draft, I think Supercan can play better if he want to use the Link. Link can easily get picking off some heroes from the Alter Ego and just fight the stone with the stone. Playing very
Joy.
aggressively on the early game.
I think a hero that we forgot was Joy. Joy is still up for grabs.
Oh yeah, what?
If Bigatron wants, they could definitely pick that up and even use it to flex even further, which is what Bigatron Alpha likes to do in the late game of the drafting phase, right? They like to kind of save that EXP flex into the jungle as well, and we're kind of see it coming through. But as you mentioned earlier on, Baxia and Martis going to be taken away from Bigatron as Uranus pick up from Bigatron Alpha.
Solid pick for Bigatron Alpha. Also, knowing now that the Joy is open, I think it's due to a little bit of trauma. Alter Ego versus Rebellion Zion, if you remember, everyone who picked Joy, you pick Joy, you lose, right?
Ooh.
Rebellion lost on Joy, Alter Ego lost on Joy because they couldn't secure neutral objectives. So that may be the reason as to why Joy has been completely ignored in this game.
Yeah, and Alter Ego is already picking Kufra. Joy, if he meets against Kufra with a bouncing ball, he can stop the rhythm of Joy very easily if Joy not to be careful when diving into the enemy's formation. But we look at two more heroes from the Alter Ego. It's Beatrix and Dyrant. Wise choice to destroying all the tank heroes from the Bigatron.
Yeah, they're gonna try and counter Sorizo in the lane with a Dyroth pickup. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's not a fixed hard counter. I think it needs a little bit more just support sometimes when it comes down to it. But the Shred is also great enough to initiate that damage onto the Uranus. So with Bigatron, what is their choice for the jungle?
If they want to play the pick-off strategy, Link might be the option. Lancelot or the other assassins will be very good for Bigatron. But if they want to having a sustainable frontliner, Bane, or maybe the others like Hylos, like teaching Silly Boy how to play.
Oh, it's a Lancelot last pick.
Lancelot last pick.
Not a big fan of the Lancelot. Yeah, I was thinking more of a Ling because you have more angles to attack from. Meanwhile, for the Lance, you need to get in with a puncture. That's the only way to get in these team fights. And the bouncing ball is already a big obstacle on the way.
I was about to say, I think it's going to be very susceptible to the Kufra pickup here from Alter Ego. Very risky. They're trying to fight fire with fire here. Let's hope it works.
Well, but with this kind of draft that they gonna play, I think it will be an aggressive gameplay from both of them. It's gonna be a bloody team fights on the early game.
Definitely, it'll all rely down onto the trio mid. Turtles and neutral objectives. The fights around these objectives are going to be key. Not the player, the key. You know, key as in like key to the door, you know, the lock.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I'm sorry. You don't have a door at home?
What's a key?
Eternal is using Samsung Smart Door.
Ah, no wonder.
There you go. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away of coming into the first game of this best of 3 series. A lot is on the line. Bigatron Alpha, they need the points as much as possible to stay in the playoffs and have a chance for that upper bracket slot. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, with only a few more matches left, without this win, they might be thrown out of the playoffs for the first time in a very long time and possibly even in history.
Yeah, both of the teams are really needs that points. That's why they're gonna all out, I think, on this match. They don't want to lose because the pride is there. It's a chaos match for them.
It's a big match. This is a derby that we have seen from time to time. I think it started in Season 7 where it got really heated. Leo Murphy started it first with the iconic Panik La Masangga line, and then Bigatron sent them home in the first day of playoffs.
I remember that.
I think something happened as well.
Alter Ego, go home.
Yeah,
was
that
what
one.
Bigatron were yelling. It got really personal, and then Alter Ego sent Bigatron home in Season 8, singing the song Sayonara, and it just continues. It just continues. No longer the same lineup, though, remember. For Alter Ego, it is mostly the same, but for BTR, completely changed. I think only Key is left from that Season 7 roster.
You're right. That
no
generation's
Rainbow,
gone.
No Matt, no Max, no Brands, just Key.
That entire generation gone.
Yep, and now Bigatron is having their new generation. But with veteran roster like Vin and the others are quietly new. Like for example, the Saken and the others.
I'm so glad that Shefin's not here.
Why?
Again.
Yeah, Shefin would be basically doing what Pak Pulung is doing now, but Pak Pulung is very vocal. Shefin is not. He just stays silent, and he enjoys what the cameraman...
Looking at the ladies.
Cameraman Indonesia best, right? We can all agree on that, and Shefin enjoys the cameraman's moves a bit too much.
What do you think is better though? Do you prefer it's more outspoken or more silent?
It depends.
Okay.
We have to ask the woman here, right? Do you like guys who are
No,
more
I'm
vocal
asking.
or a bit more silent? Do you like Arashi or do you like Gani?
Oh, that's tough. But I gotta side with Arashi, man. He is the cute boy. But we do have a fun fact here.
The proponent of Pancasila as Indonesia's ideology. The number of feathers on Garuda's bird symbolize Indonesia's Independence Day. 17 on the wings, 8 on the tail, 19 at the base of the tail, and 45 on the neck, or 17 August 1945.
That's a fact we all know as Indonesians.
Yep.
From Muhammad Hatta.
I could even sing the song right now. I'm sure Mirko knows the song, but Saved by the Bell. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to game number 1 of the STM Derby. Bigatron Alpha and Alter Ego.
Well. What kind of pick up that they gonna play on this early game? Because Alter Ego gonna play aggressively. And Bigatron Alpha is the same. They have the ability to pick off the Alter Ego heroes easily. And look at the emblems that they are bringing on the screen right now. The cloud is using the tenacity.
They keep on going. Super King gonna be Dolvan. First blood, Selly Boy with the on-point steel cables to start the game off.
And it really truly is just props to the Festival of Bloods that were brought in by Alter Ego. Being able to be that aggressive and not get punished, that's the sustain coming through from that particular talent.
And that's the advantage from Vanny, right? Because she doesn't need to wait until level 4. He just wait until level 2 or already have the steel cable. It can easily fly away on the land of them.
Oh, flicker force there. But a really good dodge from the damage coming in from Super Ken. And again, Udil, very interesting talent build. Festival of Blood on a Yves. Selly Boy goes in again.
Trying to go for the steal right now, but Super Key is there as well. Who gets it? I believe it was Selly Boy who took it. Nino up top. Super Saiyan going to be ganked by Rasi as well. Some good damage, but Super Saiyan is able to escape with that quantum charge. The big question for me is, why Purify, why not Flicker? Is it just literally for one, Kufra?
I think so, because the momentum will be big if Kufra got that momentum. Using the Tyrant Revenge, Tyrant Rage is going to be important to make Alter Ego.
Neutral objective battle, and Bigatron Alpha takes it for free. Oh, Rasi! A bit too aggressive there, gets punished. Now they're going to try to collapse on the Super Sorizo. Pops in a Purify, plays some strike! But there's no more commitment, no energy for one last steel cable. And Super Sorizo is able to distract Alter Ego.
Without any movement from the other team, I think Rasi just want to give the information of the HP bar from the Turtle. But Selly Boy is late joining the Turtle fight, so Bigatron Alpha just got the Turtle freely. But it's a really aggressive movement from Rasi and just make Bigatron Alpha get more advantage by killing Rasi.
But in the grand scheme of things, it's a really good win for Bigatron Alpha.
Divine Judgment. Oh, that's an RWM. 2 RWMs right now. Supercan jumps in with a puncture. One more shot, finds it onto Rasi. Selly Boy diving a bit too deep. Super Saiyan now with a BMI. Gets out. No more steel cables to play with Nino. Able to zone Super Saiyan away, denying the minions. Even a Bennett's Rage committed, but this will only give Super Saiyan some space to actually claim that gold minion. And he does. He picks it up. Last hits. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Super Ken with the puncture. Selly Boy able to distract for now. That's a kill, but it's 2 for Super Ken.
You don't call this the Chaos Derby for nothing, ladies and gentlemen, and here it is. Just brawls after brawls after brawls. Just not giving Mirko any time to breathe whatsoever. And even before all of those chain events occurred, Super Ken already with a 1 level lead. And now perhaps even more. Barassi misses that.
That was a big whiff.
Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, he missed that because Super Key still have the Arcane Share to go away from the Tyrant's Rage. But like we mentioned before, with this Assassin's gameplay with Lancelot and Vanny, it's gonna be a high-tempo game played by both of these teams. And with this high tempo will comes adrenaline rush issue from both of them. Are they gonna play it very disciplinedly on this game?
So far, Bigatron Alpha have done a better job in neutral objective takes, but here we go.
Divine Judgment, locking Rossi down. Now Sunny Boy jumps into the fray. No lockdown just yet, but he finds Super Pin in the back with a cutthroat. Now it's a knockup with a Tyrant's Revenge on the Super Cam, but he's able to use the minions in the mid lane with a puncture. Stacking it up, going back on the Turtle. A win for Alter Ego in that kill department. But Bigatron have more resources now to go for the Turtle. They got to be careful though. The kill threat is real. Pi is still hovering over. Rossi is charging it in. Tyrant's Revenge knocking him out. Rage as well. Locking him down with the RWM comes down from Super Key right now in this Red Creep battle. Super Ken finds it, but Sunny Boy gets a kill in trade for the Turtle.
Who was it worth it for?
I think it's more for on the Bigatron Alpha side because Sorizo is the one who down Eterna. And it's not too important on the early game for the life of EXP lane, but from the Turtle itself, it will get more EXP absorb ability for them to on the team fight later.
And we can start to actually see that happening, right? The fact that Bigatron Alpha have been able to get the kills in trades as well as just domino affected over to the neutral objectives. We see that they are holding a little bit more pressure onto just the entire map as a whole. And the fact is, Selly Boy on the fan, you're going to be easily punished, especially Super Vin does that.
What? Selly Boy was able to escape now. Phantom execution used up and stealing away the purple buff. Now Selly Boy with no resources at hand. Udo stayed still. But it's a triple kill for his Super Ken. He's hunting for the Maniac, dashes forward. Nino with a shutdown and a last splash from Super Key to get it back. 4-4-2.
4-4-2 and one outer middle turret is a really advantage for Bigatron Alpha. I know that Nino got the kill point to shut down Super Ken and got a lot of gold, but Bigatron Alpha got the outer middle turret. It's really important so they can camp, they can dive in, or they can just invading the jungle of Alter Ego.
Yeah, it definitely gives them a lot more space in the rotations as well. And with that, Bigatron Alpha, not only that, they also get a tower in the top side. All of these objectives falling into place like it was a destiny. 1,600 gold lead for Bigatron Alpha in the first 7 minutes of the game.
But without any outer middle turret, I think Alter Ego needs to be careful from the movement of Super Ven. He just can camp on the bush waiting for someone to just go pass by and using the Divine Judgment. The others will following up the movement from Super Ven.
And right now with Sorizo giving space to his team members from the bottom side of the map, you can see that Bigatron Alpha are already converging onto the Turtle. Pi is there, Nino as well. It's really all gonna bank down onto this. Selly Boy level 9. Super Ken level 11. There's no way that they can contest, and they don't.
And they might not even be able to contest the purple buff. Super Ken save the retreat. Now Nino is going to be gunned down with a blazing duet. One more hit, but Nino gets out. Meanwhile, the purple buff, was it stolen? It was! Super Ken finds it and a kill on the Sully Boy. Now it's Rossi who's running away, but look at Super Key. He has the Vero. He's gunning them down, but he got caught in the Abyssum Strike. Cerizo's walking him down. Pi with one more dash. Cerizo with a spin, and it's a kill over to Super Saiyan, who blinks forward again to find a few more shots on to Alter Ego members, and he backs up now for the tier 2.
It's a good job from Rossi, who covers up Nino movement to run away from the Bigatron.
Oh no, it's not enough. What?
Oh my god, that was so close.
That damage. Because lack of the level, even the items that the Sully Boys need to instantly kill Super Saiyan, especially when Super Saiyan build the Wind of Nature later. And look at the gold. Super Saiyan already collecting 6,600 gold. So it's around 2,200 gold difference from Udil.
You're looking at Super Saiyan, I'm looking at Super Ken. 3,000 gold diff between the junglers. And a 3-level lead for Super Ken. It feels like it's right on to what we just spoke about, right? Super Ken, let him be free. Independence Day.
Independence Day. Could Super Ken finally be back here as Super Chorizo caught in a 3v1 situation?
Okay, some strike penetrate. Oh, Super Chorizo, what? He didn't even dodge that. He just took everything and survived.
They really need the penetration items or even the Demon Hunter Sword to take down Super Chorizo because a lot of resources has been out just aiming for Super Chorizo.
Super Ken hit the wall right now, but with the Thorn Rose, with the puncture, he's able to actually zone Sunny Boy away. Now it's a time's revenge on the Super Key. Super Ken gonna be caught right there as Nino gets the kill. That's 2-for-0. Super Vin, Libra Divine Judgment, able to lock them down, but Saken gets gunned down. And Sunny Boy is looking for more on the map. It's 3-4-0. A big blunder by the Red Terminators as Rossi goes for one more Uno with a shot, but the Consecration helps Chorizo to sustain back up.
How in the world were Alter Ego able to turn that around just by one mistake? And you would think that it should be worth it. Bigatron Alpha picking up that purple buff away from Sally Boy, but losing all those members and losing a neutral objective as a result of that?
That's why Super Chorizo and Super Key is using Purify because they know Iron Rage Impact will be a very dangerous one, and we see it. 3 mans down from Bigatron Alpha, even Alter Ego just got the first Lord. It's really important to come back to aim for the objective that they are left right now.
Truly is, and if we take a look at the items here, Hunter Strike, a BOD, and a Malefic Roar already built for the Beatrix. That's definitely already a power spike hit as compared to the Claude right now, who, what is he lacking here?
Yep, he needs to win off nature, but look at that.
Oh, the Better Switch connects there. Super Key almost dies. Blazing Duet into the Nibiru's Passion. Yeah, needs to respect that. Jumps back to the BMI, and Alter Ego are punishing Bigatron Alpha. We're playing it a bit too chaotically.
Even Rasi is waiting on that momentum.
Charge Revenge and the Rage connecting on the two with it, but some Strike connecting as well, but Rasi will lose his immortality right now. It's a real Roman Ablation. Zones Bigatron Alpha back away! And it's Nino with a double kills. He picks up the Hawk's Claws, he even flickers out! Super Ken unable to find the kills, the cut-through comes in, Nino! Triple kill!
Wow, wow, wow. 3 mans down, even they are just going with the Lord. And now look at the gold difference. Alter Ego just chased 8,000 gold from that moment.
Nino. Bigatron Alpha need an ambulance up until this point. Look at the bodies falling and dropping like flies. This is definitely not the game plan that Bigatron Alpha had in mind, and this is the issue. It's the Alter Ego effect, not the passive, okay? The effect. The fact that when you are not aware, you play into their tempo, you play into their aggressive style. And that's not Bigatron Alpha. They're more calculated, they're more disciplined. They think before they go in for these just objectives. But Alter Ego have been able to force them into mistakes time and time again.
It's almost like they can't win, they can't lose without it being a comeback. They have to win through comebacks, they have to lose through comebacks.
And on this position, I think they need to be careful from Rasi position. Or even make Super Vin waiting for Rasi just coming and using the Divine Judgment to catch Rasi. It's very important because Alter Ego with Rasi initiation, they can just make a big momentum, winning the team fights, or even like having a lot of members from Bigatron Alpha just knock on the wall.
Interesting. So you think it's worth it to just go all in onto Rasi, take him off the board, and then go for a team fight? Let's see the call from Bigatron Alpha, from Key, from Super Vin in particular as shot caller. Because so far, Sally Boy.
Oh no, he goes back to the BMI onto Rossi! A misplaced battle mirror image. And Alter Ego fully punish Super Saken.
And now is their chance to start the Lord. Without Super Saken, Bigatron Alpha didn't have any DPS source damage.
They need to blitz this. 19 seconds left. Rossi goes in.
So Rizzo gets hit by the Renner's apathy too. And now with the frontliner so low, no consecration, one hit from Nibiru's Passion, and the glowing one is ticking down. So Rizzo, Bigatron Alpha, oh beautiful Tamara's Revenge to stop any sort of initiation. Super Ken making a play right now with bouncing balls right there. Super Ken with a retreat to save Bigatron Alpha, but it will cost him his life.
With 2 members off the board, Alter Ego, they're looking to utilize this small window of opportunity to get things off the board. And that is going to be the top tier turrets. They need to do it before the Lord comes.
Minions coming in. Nino still trying to force it. Pi in the front line. Rossi took a lot of damage and now he rotates into the mid lane. Real world manipulation locking him down. Super Saiyan going for the good hits. Render's apathy. Oh, almost one more shot there to stop Super Chorizo from doing anything and maybe even taking him out.
With 2 men down from Bigatron Alpha, it's gonna be hard to utilize the Lords very well. But they are waiting for the Super Cat, and now Super Cat is respawned on the land of down. They're gonna move with the Lord. Enhanced Lord gonna destroy the top base turret if they just accompany the Lord.
But who was supposed to control that bottom lane? Uranus. So Rizzo, he's on the way to join this team fight. Are they looking for a play here? Super Rizzo giving information on the team. What are your thoughts here? What's going on in your head, Mirko?
No, I just saw Saken. He walked out of the wave, and I think he might have pulled the minions into the bush. So I think Alter Ego got information that they were in that bush because Saken brought the minion aggro in.
Oh.
Yeah, because of the aggro. So that's why they just need to go back and reset it again. But the map control is even now for both of the team. So they need to make sure what to get again to manage the minion wave. So they got the position to start the initiation.
That's definitely more homework for Bigatron Alpha, who have lost 2 inhibitor turrets. Those minions are going to be naturally pushing for the side of Alter Ego. But luckily for Bigatron, that Lord is going to spawn in the top side, so it should be easier to control that top lane wave. And here it is, Alter Ego. Do they know that he's there?
I think so. They need to open the map very carefully. Even the movement from Rasi need to be followed up by the others Alter Ego's member. If not, Rasi will get picked off, especially like I mentioned before that Divine Judgment can aim for Rasi and just go all out to Rasi itself.
I don't think they know. Alter Ego, with Rossi charging into these bushes, they're looking for information. There you go. They're slowly creeping towards the top side, realizing that they need to start setting up for that neutral objective in that Lord. With Selly Boy just going in full ham, committing onto the damage, picking up that BOD. What does that mean?
Well, with that BOD, I think Selly Boy needs to go all out damage because he needs to utilize the Lethal Ignition very, very pointedly. He needs to aim for the Super Saiyan or even the Super Key during the team fights happens because a lot of damage source from both of them. And now Lord is coming.
I think with that BOD though, I'm looking at Sunny Boy's items here. He also has a Milfic Roar and even a Sea Halberd.
Penetration.
So, yeah, he already has proper penetration. He even has the anti-region. So at this point, whoever he targets, as maybe if it's not Super Bit, everyone else, he can actually try to melt down. Bigatron are holding on to this Lord for now. Taking a half HP, they're trying to blitz it. Are they trying to just go for a 50-50? Pi jumps in onto Super Chorizo, able to escape for now, but Bennett's Rage has been committed. Now Super Fin in the back. Flickering forward, finds Nino, but gets cancelled by the bouncing ball. They still fall under the real world manipulation though. It's going to be Super Cat who secures the Lord. Bigatron Alpha trying to escape, but Super Fin will lose his immortality. And Alter Ego collapse onto him.
Wow. With that Lord, I think it's going to help the Bigatron Alpha sides against the Alter Ego's member. So they will have the Super Minion, they will have the Enhanced Lord, but 2 men are the Super Key and Super Fin. No more initiation, no magical damage source for Bigatron Alpha, but at least they still have the chance to playing very defensively, just prolonging the game, dragging it to the late game.
In the late game, do you not think that Bigatron Alpha have a little bit more to work with? Does Dairoth not fall off later on, especially in these team fights?
Don't forget the Alter Ego effect. More late game, more advantage if the effect still continues.
Hopefully they don't make the same mistake that they did yesterday. Alter Ego already really good at controlling these particular outcomes. Rossi!
Oh, that's only onto Uranus though. Oh, a burst down. Divine Judgment pulling Rossi back as the Phantom Execution is able to connect onto Rossi. Thorn Rose and a Retribution. Bloody this time. Sunny Boy. Cutthroat. Not enough. Winter Truncheon. Nino all the way to front and the Win of Nature by Nino as he baits them in. No Chorizo, no Vin. That means no front line for BTR. Alter Ego are eyeing on the base. They're looking for an end. Sunny Boy jumps in with a steel cable, trying to maybe force out a Thorn Rose. They've cleared out the way for now.
The minions, is it enough to end this game? Because it's very dangerous. Without good resources, it's gonna be dangerous.
2 RWM, Super Ken able to dodge away. Phantom execution in front as he buys the immortality right now. But Super Ken should fall as he jumps in with a puncture. And my goodness, that damage from Nino. The shred onto Super Saiyan. The mini wave's not crashing in just yet. Now it's gonna be Cerezo who jumps back in, but he's gonna lose his life just as fast as he comes back. No minion, Super Key with a splash right now. Nino with a flicker forward, but he's unable to find it. Super Key versus the mini wave. Super Fin respawning. Alter Ego. 1-0.
They lead the series, the three-face mask against the red robots. Being able to control the tempo from the get-go. It's such a different shade of Bigatron that I sorely am not used to. Falling into the pattern, falling into the identity. It goes again, that question of what exactly Bigatron wants with their composition and how do they properly execute that in the game.
There's 2 important moments on this game. First of all, Bigatron just, Alter Ego just being pressured by the movement from Bigatron. Even the goal difference is far away, that leaded by the Bigatron itself. But on the moment that Resi create near the purple buff, that's the first moment. And the second moment is when they are having the team fights on the top lane. It really makes Alter Ego come back with 8,000 gold leads, and it's really important.
I'm just thinking about that particular game again. Yeah, it was important. I do agree with you. But it also kind of was balanced with Sally Boy on the Fanny as well in that early game, being able to pressure from the get-go. And there were so many mistakes that Bigatron did. And I was thinking about that particular moment from a Super Ken. It was crazy, right? Because earlier on, you would think that Alter Ego had better control of that early game. But Super Ken had still 2 levels ahead of Sally Boy. And yet, with that advantage, they didn't just focus on the objective takes. They played into the tempo coming in from Alter Ego that eventually gave, I think, Nino a triple kill. Was that the same moment?
I think so. I think that was the same moment. They went for the purple buff.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was the same moment where Rasi got that Tyrant's Revenge. And Coleos, break it down for us. What happened?
Yeah, the adrenaline rush is the problem from Bigatron Alpha side. I know that their goals to just pressing the purple buff, they just want to steal the purple buff, but it's a very risky movement, especially when Rasi got that momentum using that Tyrant Rage. It's all over from Bigatron Alpha. With that only one moment, Alter Ego just got the pace, got the tempo back for their teams. So they just can get pressure Bigatron Alpha more than before. Then they got the lore.
Because it was like, even before that moment, it felt like Bigatron Alpha regained control. So what happened in like the grand scheme of things? How did Bigatron Alpha lose that?
Kufra.
Just Kufra.
The initiation, the crowd control, because the AOE crowd control evac is really having a huge impact for Alter Ego itself. That's why 2 of the Bigatron Alpha members is using the Purify, and this is the player of the game.
By the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Nino, 14-1-3 KDA. It was huge, the amount of moments where he was able to turn things around for Alter Ego. I think in that very last moment before that siege into the base, where he was able to get that kill, that flicker forward, that aggression. His calculations, I think, is something outstanding.
Nino looks fall behind, but after he shuts down Super Ken, he got a lot of gold. So a lot of items will be secured by Nino. So every team fight happens.
Triple kill.
And then the triple kill.
And then another triple kill. And then another one. 14, what the heck?
That's a lot for a gold laner.
For an MPL game. I think, has there been 14 kills on a Beatrix so far? I think this is the highest kill game for a Beatrix in Season 12 so far, yeah?
I think it's because of the draft too, right? It's Assassin versus Assassin, so we know it's a high tempo game. This one.
I actually saw a very interesting itemization coming in from Nino earlier on. He doesn't go for steel leg plates. He actually went for leather jerkin. Is that the new meta?
Just play more defensively, Eterna. That's why maybe he just built it.
I think mainly it's because, you know, the steel leg plates, I think it's a bit too much when you're just up against a Claude, who has damage, but early game he's not much of a threat, right? So the leather jerkin is enough. We know the inflation rates on that steel leg plates. I don't think it's as valued now, especially when you get a snowball like this, right? Might as well build damage. And Nino's a Chad. Look at him. What? He walks up. The base turret.
Yeah, S12 Link base from the last update is get more expensive, 900 gold. And this one, Super Ken already secured the Lord, but it's not enough because a lot of members from Bigatron just taken down.
He secured all the Lords. It's another one, and is it due to... It feels really weird. Yesterday, it feels like Bigatron Alpha, they played too much as a unit. When one-shot call fails, it's done. But today, it feels like they're playing as just individuals. Everyone's doing their own thing. Super Key's alone, he's dead. Super Vin goes in alone. And Super Ken's like, no, I got the Lord. Why am I'm not, why would I fight? Right?
They're just not moving as a team.
Yeah.
Right, because one by one is just get picked off. Like for example, Super Ken's trying to contest the Lord, but the others are getting back.
It's not something I'm used to seeing from Bigatron Alpha. In this 19-minute game, Alter Ego were able to once again just set everything up for themselves. Even though Bigatron Alpha had better objective takes, Alter Ego won in those skirmishes, won in those kill trades. So is that worth it, more worth it than going in for the objective?
It depends. If the kill points is like converted into the objective, yeah, it works, but it's not for Bigatron movement. And if we look at the items, even Udil is building the Assault Piras to respect the damage from Super Saiyan, so he can more sustainable. Don't forget about the emblem that he brings, the lifesteal.
He went in for Festival of Blood.
Festival of Blood. So every skills that he used, it will Udil will regain his HP by 5%.
That's what I really love about the talents, right? It really allows your way of playstyle, how you want to play this hero, shine a lot better. Normally we see Yves as being that high ground, just very consistent, very reliable in that back line, but Udil is able to play it in a way where it's hyper aggressive and he doesn't get kind of caught in that because of the Festival of Blood choice that he utilized.
And even Super Saiyan cannot just put his attention to where is Udil at, because Razi is always be the misdirection. So all eyes will be on Razi, and Udil got his free position. So he just opened the remote manipulation and do all out damage on the enemies.
It's a big problem when as a Claude you walk up and half of your HP just gets drained by a single basic attack, and that's what the Beatrix gives you, right? Early on, if you give the Beatrix that many kills, that many resources, especially when he goes for weapon mastery, you're not gonna have a good time. That's a snowballing build all the way from the start that Nino knew that he needed to take, because the rest of the team were falling behind.
Yeah, and the Wind of Nature from Cloud, I think it's too late, because he just didn't have any defensive from the physical attack, and just went every time Cloud just got in, a lot of heroes will aim for the Cloud itself, like Miruko mentioned before. So BMI, half HP, and then go back.
It felt like after all that, what do Bigatron Alpha do now?
They need to think maybe another strategy, or even if they still want to use the same strategy, they need to play more disciplined than the first game. It's really important because they already lead the game. But with that one momentum, especially when, like Mirko said before, triple kills from Nino, it all changed.
I agree, and it's reflected onto these statistics that we see on screen, and you only see two people here. You only see Rasi as well as Nino. I think both of these players were just really stand out for me from
you need to get your
that
eyes checked,
particular
man.
game.
There are 4 people. 2 Ninos, 2 Rasis.
So that's how good they are.
Yeah, it depends on the coach right now, what kind of strategy that they want to use on the second game.
I really think it's execution by Bigatron Alpha.
I think their drafts weren't bad. Like this time around, they actually had a proper win condition. And hey, it almost feels like they saw the keys to victory and they're like, you know what? Okay, we'll give Ken freedom. We'll make Super Vin do his own thing with the rest of the team. And they did that, but then they took it a bit too far. They're like, Super Ken, you're independent, bro. Do whatever. And then the team is like, we're also independent. We can do whatever. So sometimes the team needs to, they both need to understand each other, you know? You can't both be alphas.
After start telling Super Ken to be independent, so they are playing independently, not as a team.
They're a bit too...
That may be the problem.
They got that Independence Day spirit, which is great, but a bit too much, yeah?
Calm down. just a little bit. Let's hope they can fix that. Overcommitments. I think a lot of mistakes were made as well.
Remember the copium though, Eterna?
Saving
strat for
strats.
ISF.
But like, you can't even blame it on the drafts. So
Because
like,
it's
what
a
are they
50-50
saving?
draft actually.
Yeah. Maybe the players are also saving their gameplay.
All right, that's possible because I want to save my points when I become a member for Indomart Point Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to get your hands on it and come over to the arena, come over to XO Hall because you guys can get your membership. Just stack on your points and use it to get discounts, special member-only gifts, and as well as free products. You guys, all you need to do is download the Indomart Point Cool app and use it every time you shop at Indomart. And man, Indomart's everywhere here in Jakarta, even in Indonesia. So I'm pretty sure you guys won't have a hard time stacking it out because that's all you need to be legendary.
And if you come to MPL Arena, you can just go and register at Indomart application and just get 37 diamond.
Other than that, you guys can also get benefits here by using it on a Point Coffee because Point Coffee is a specialty coffee that is made to order concept that serves you fresh quality coffee made with 100% Indonesian coffee and made by a professional barista with international standard brewing machines. And this time there is a promo code that you guys can utilize at home and it's Point Coffee 30. And if you use it with your Indomart Point Cool app, you guys stand a chance to get a 20% discount on the matcha latte, caramel macchiato, as well as the lemon tea. You see that? Oh, that's mine. No, that one. Are you gonna do it again?
I won't do it again. That's
So-
what I trolled, yeah.
We need to tell them the background story. Well, so this is what happened. So Mirko was sitting here, and then I was holding the. Oh no, it was Gani. Gani was holding the matcha coffee, the matcha latte, and then he really wanted it. And then I asked Gani to give it to me instead. And then so Mirko was really mad. And then the next time we got our drinks, he always stole mine because he was mad at me.
Oh.
See, that's how good Point Coffee is. It causes.
We fight for it. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
But please understand, Eterna, Mirko is still young. He still have that vibes.
Here, Eterna, have a straw. You two, Colius, have a straw, because you both suck. I'm joking. No, I'm
I
not.
did not expect that.
You didn't? Here, have your jasmine, iced brew tea.
Dude, this is the best, man.
Yeah, it is actually really
I
good.
can't
That's why we
drink
have
it
vibes.
anymore because the lower third isn't there.
This is, when Point Coffee comes up, this desk becomes a cafe desk. But when the hair cam comes up, Sheffin better not be in the building.
I think I saw Sheffin, and his eyes gonna be locked on the screen right now. Look at that hair cam from the head and shoulders.
Beautiful, beautiful hair. Because with wet and itchy dandruff, ew, no way. If you guys want to get beautiful hair like the hair we see on that beautiful girl as well, don't forget to use Head and Shoulders. 100% more confident, 100% better game rates as well. Maybe Bigatron needs it.
I mean, look at Key's hair. It does look kind of dry. He might need that Head and Shoulders, man. We'll have to see for the other members, though, Colius.
Maybe after the match.
Sure.
You just go take shower and use the head and shoulder.
Or just
but
put
yeah,
it on their head.
not right now.
Let it sit on the head?
What?
I've never seen that.
What?
Like someone just put the shampoo on the head and leave it there.
I think you should do it after this.
Maybe after game 3.
You should
All right.
try. You should try.
Okay,
Mirko.
are you gonna do it?
If Bigatron wins.
Okay, deal.
That's not fair.
That's a deal.
Colius, remember your deal at SPS. You still haven't done your deal. Blonde hair if Onyx wins 4-0. Everybody, we can ask for that later with the Onyx fans.
Actually, it's a surprise for Onyx fans, for Sonic. Maybe I will dye my hair to yellow on the playoff. Maybe.
Ooh, special secret, special surprises. And hopefully we are in for a surprise here as we enter the drafting phase of game number 2 by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Alter Ego on the blue side, Bigatron on the red. Both teams have stuck to the same side and stuck to very similar bands. Paquito Angela Fredrin.
It's the
And
same.
if this is the same, this should be a Turizla last ban. Unless Bigatron Alpha, of course, want to change things up.
Or maybe from the first game they gonna ban Vanny. Respecting the movement from Shelly Boy. It can be works if they want to.
that could be a strategy to go for, but so far it feels like it's the same draft. They're not really changing anything, and honestly, I think, again, game one, if we look at the draft, it was just due to execution. So I think the Terizla ban is actually quite good. We know that Pi has just been loving this Terizla pick, maybe even a bit too much, but now leaving the Fanny, it should be picked up by Alter Ego. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And yeah, there you go, Fanny.
Fanny first pick in for Alter Ego, and we saw the destruction that it was able to leave in its wake. The fact that they were able to control a lot more of the map in the early game actually gave Alter Ego a lot more room to play with. Bigatron, last time they went in for the Kaja and Valentina, honestly, I don't see too much of a problem of going in with these two heroes again, unless they want to go for something a little bit more dynamic like the Kufra.
They still can use the Kaja and Valentina again if they want to, or Kufra Valentina is not bad.
Yeah.
Because Kufra can counter Fanny using the bouncing ball, even the Tyrant Rage is a big source of CC if they want to use it.
Especially in the early game, right? Because Kaja is very reliant on that level 4. The bouncing ball is already available. So that's definitely something that they can utilize, but they don't go for the Kufra, they go for the Grok instead. Why Grok?
Grok with the Guardians of Barrier and even the Wild Charge can stop Vanny when Vanny is using the Steel Cable. I think that might be an option. And Grok is flexible right now. It can be used as the XP lane or the roamer.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason, right? The Grok is a flex pick, so it kind of it's them trying to read out Rossi. I think they want to get a good matchup for Vin, because earlier they picked up the Kaja, good counter to Fanny, but leaves him very vulnerable to a hero like the Kufra, which ends up getting picked up by AE.
And well, if it's still the same with the first game, I think Eve and Kufra got a shell game. Oh, now it's Claude. Without Claude for Bigatron side.
Yeah,
Now
they
what?
go all in for the Claude. Just signifying that they do want to protect the Eve a lot more. And of course, the Claude is one of the oppressors in the gold lane.
Are they gonna trade it? Like Beatrix being picked by Bigatron before the second bending phase happens?
I guess it's not bad, is it? Like, what are your choices against Fanny and the Claude?
Brody?
Brody might be an option. Yeah. Corrosive Strike or the old hero, Moskov.
Oh, man.
I don't like it.
Against the Yves, it is a bit risky to try to pull that off, but so is the Brody. The Brody doesn't do well against the Yves, but it does well, incredibly well, against the Fanny and the Claude. They'll go for the Joy, and I think Bigatron are eyeing a Kufra and Kaja ban in the next phase.
Well, Miracle already mentioned before on the first game, right? That maybe Bigatron gonna use Joy, but with this Joy, are the Joy able to dive into the backline, aiming for the Yves being used by Udil.
And with that being said, what do Alter Ego want to limit here? Joy should most probably fall into the jungle position. I don't think Sorizo's picked it up in the EXP lane just yet. So they're looking for a hero for Sorizo,
Yeah.
but then Grok can still
Exactly.
be flexed.
That's the question that Alter Ego that's why it's taken so long for them to ban. They're like, you know what? Okay, the roamer, the XP laner, whatever. Let's just go for the gold lane bans, because that is for sure. The Grok, Valentina, and Joy will not go to the gold lane.
Yeah, so they can secure the matchup on the gold lane. But what about Harriet, Miracle? 2 magical damage or even 3 with Valentina. I think too much if they want to pick it.
I think this is a very risky one, by the way, an ultra risky one. Against the Claude, it's great to go for Leslie, but against the Fanny and the Yves, it is horrible to go for Leslie.
I think against the Eve, it's still tolerable. But
Against
for
a Fanny?
Fanny,
Yeah.
that's like out of the question.
Melissa have to go away.
Not against Claude,
No.
though. Good against the Fanny, bad, horrible against the Claude and Yves.
That's
So
why it's like a
it's
plus
give and take.
minus.
Give and take, yeah.
That's
Uranus, though, okay. I thought it was going to be like a Kufra ban. No, they go for Uranus.
And without any Kufra bet, or are they gonna use it, Miracle? They're gonna pick Kufra after the second bending phase, so it left Alter Ego to think what kind of roamer that they gonna use.
Oh, Kufra for Vin.
Brody ban.
Franco is still an option for Vin itself.
Vin's been super out of form with that Franco, though. It's a very big concern for BTR. It seems like they just can't find a roamer that Vin's comfortable with, you know?
I was surprised with his performance yesterday on the Franco.
Brody.
There you go, Brody being banned out. There is literally no safe pick for Super Saken right now. Does he want to go for something like a 1-1?
Not against a Fanny. Not against Eve. Same problem there.
Okay, so let's list it out. Harith, no way, right? Bane in the gold lane? Carry?
Bane gold lane might be work.
All right, hear me out. If they want to really, really burst or bully the Claude, it's Bruno Taye. You read my mind. But
the sliding tackle?
Yeah. And just bullying Claude. It's so easy to bully Claude on a Bruno. Bruno's probably one of the best picks against Claude. But, okay.
Okay.
This one is safe, but still, there's a lot of risk to it.
So Bigatron movement might be 5-man's movement from them. Are Khalid gonna be the option? Because Terisla is already getting banned, and as we know, Pai already using Khalid before.
Yeah, I agree. I think Khalid is really good. Khalid?
Khalid?
Khalid? What did that come from?
Khalid.
Khalid is a good option for Pai. The fact that they do need an answer to dive into the back line, to put Iritel in her place and take her out, definitely an option that they can utilize. Other than that, they can go for the Yuzong, but they go for the glue and the Kufra.
Like the Kufra pick, the glue pick is an interesting one. Do they want to... This is fair. No, there's no way. That's a bit too risky. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe Valentina mid, Faramis roam, but I think it's way too risky to pull that off. I think at this point... Oh, this is tough. Do they want to put flex? Do they flex the Grok into the XP or roam?
Just give in to the thoughts, man.
The intrusive thoughts?
Yeah, pick up Faramis. Give in.
I don't think so.
It's lack of sustainable heroes. If they pick Faramis right now, yeah, I know that they can count on Cold Altar, but it's not enough. Really not enough on the late game. But it's a balanced drop from Alter Ego. So they need to think what kind of heroes that can really make an impact for winning this second game.
I hope it's not Edith.
Akai.
Akai.
Akai roam?
What does this mean?
Akai roam? Akai XP? It's on Vin. Akai roam.
Akai roam?
Not the biggest fan.
Not the biggest fan, but are you at least a fan? Not a big fan, but maybe just a small fan.
Not really, no.
No, so not a fan at all. Against the Fanny, I will say the Akai isn't bad, but you are literally useless up until level 4. Like, you need level 4. If you don't get level 4 early, you're gonna be useless for a long time.
Yeah, he really needs to count on the heavy spin later, Mirko. And without waiting further, what kind of play style that they both of them gonna play? Like, Alter Ego having Vanny, so it might be an aggressive gameplay from them again.
I truly am quite curious here. Like you mentioned, with the drafting phase, I do believe that Alter Ego are gonna go for that early game pressure. But remember, on the other side, it's Bigatron Alpha with the Grok, with the Valentina. They just need a little bit more time to buy for the Irithel to come online. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the land of dawn for game number 2. Alter Ego leading 1-0. Can Bigatron force a game number 3?
Oh, I thought Rossi stole that one. Mr. Ken was able to secure it. Rossi, though, putting some pressure on Mr. Ken in the jungle early on.
And look at how Sorizo do it on when the minion is firstly spawned. He just put the Guardians of Barrier, so the minions will stuck on there for maybe 3 or 4 seconds.
Oh, already really good micro plays coming in from both of these teams. Very aggressive so far. In terms of battle spells, 2 Purifies on Hino and Odil respecting the CC coming in from Bigatron Alpha with the Grok as well as the Akai. But what about the emblems and talents?
Yeah, Vanny is using the Festival of Blood and the Lethal Ignition. Still the same with the first game, but the Irithel, he's using the Quantum Charge, so he will get the movement speed. With that kind of energy, when the Heavy Crossbow is being popped out, Irithel can easily get the energy and the Joy using the Season Hunter. So the Joy gonna play more objectively to aim for the Turtle or even the Lord.
There's a lot of emphasis as well onto agility, movement speed, as well as tenacity. A little bit more sustainability that both of these teams are looking for. And it really shows how they want to go in for more skirmishes. But so far, it's been a very quiet first 2 minutes of the game. Is there something that they're waiting for here? But wait a minute.
2v2 up top. Cutthroat ready into the enemy tier 1, and it's first blood for Sally Boy.
Wow, that's an important kill, I think, from the Alter Ego side. So with that kind of pick-off, they're gonna start the turtle more easily on this early game. Silly Boy just do the counter movement. Usually, the jungler, if you are using Vanny, you will be aiming for the gold lane. But now he's just aiming for the XP lane, so they can start the turtle now.
Very objective, just ruining the balance there in the EXP lane, and this should be a free turtle for the side of Alter Ego. Earlier on, it was super unfortunate. That was nearly a steal. But it was super unfortunate because Super Series actually traded in for a rapid boost, but it didn't come in time to run away from the damage coming in from Sally Boy, but here it is.
Blazing Duet, even RWM, Superfin, whoa, taken very low. Very, very interesting. I thought, oh, whoa, Supercat stole the purple buff. That's value. Challenge Revenge to stop him for a bit, but it's the electrifying beats. It gets used up, and that's a big resource. I think that might, for Fanny especially, purple over turtle.
Yeah, they are still using on the same strategy, and look at that. Talent's prediction. Just me and Miracle who are choosing Megatron right now. Is it gonna be Miracle Curse or Miracle Blast?
For everyone else, it's usually Miracle Curse, but for BTR, I want it to be Miracle Blast, but it hasn't been.
I mean, we'll see. The tides can definitely shift here in game number 2, but Super Cerezo still able to get out of there. Pai needs to be careful here, but for the moment, both teams are still looking to get more objectives on the board. Does Bigatron Alpha play this way until Iritel comes online, or do they look for something here in the first few minutes of the game?
Yeah, because they are using the same strategy like the first game, but now, it's too dangerous. Yeah, Superfin almost caught him. But they are using the same strategy, like they are always aiming for the purple buff. So Vanny didn't get the purple buff. Vanny will not playing very aggressively on the game.
So that's a fun little interaction that maybe is the real reason as to why Bigatron Alpha went for the Akai. First kill, that knockup cancels out the Blazing Duet.
But it's quite hard to aim for Cloud when Blazing Duet is happening using the headbutts. You need to very precise ability to aim for the Cloud itself.
Slam, pass. And a split now. Rossi with the Tower's Revenge. And RWM, 2 real-world manipulations. Superfin going to be cancelled out by the bouncing ball. What? Superfin going very deep into enemy territory. Now going for the dash. Able to escape for now, but no heavy spin. Now the Cutthroat comes in, and if you steal cables to secure it, well charged to the back, and Super Ken capitalizes. 2 kills over to Bigatron Alpha, back again. It's Orizo, and Ken who picks up the kill. Meanwhile, now Pai with a slam, trying to look for the sustain, flickers out to safety. Super Key is going to be chunked very low. A few good shots, but Super Key, he's still trying to dodge away. Retreat by Super Ken as he jumps back onto Pai. A few more shots, and it should be a clear. Oh, Pai gets out just barely.
That's glue we were talking about. What? Oh, wait. Yeah, he got it. He just dive in like, okay, I will aim wherever Pai goes. And yeah, I think it's a good bait from Superfin that a lot of resources has been out, just want to take down Superfin. And Bigatron Alpha just following up the movement, and they just got the turtle and the kill points. It's really important.
Yeah, I think that movement, that move coming in from Super Cerezo earlier on with a wild charge onto 3 members inside of Alter Ego really was just the cherry on top to all that damage coming in afterwards. And the fact is, once again, Super Ken level 9 against Sally Boy, who just hit level 8. So Sally Boy is falling far behind. Similar story to what we saw in game number 1. Bigatron Alpha needs to be careful with the blunders here as Supervin might get caught.
Nope, he just walks out. Still pretty safe because he still has that heavy spin. So I think even Alter Ego didn't want to really fully commit. Nino, BMI forward. Not much. Super Ken now up top. Going for the retreat battle. Secures it and takes it away from Sally Boy. Now it's going to be the steel cables, but with no purple buff, it does get tough. Wild charge. Oh, it brings Pai all the way to the back, but the slam, pass. Still brings Chorizo to an uncomfortable spot. Now the power of nature is still there. Pai getting bursted down, terrified up. Heavy spin. Udo pops in a purify, but Pai should fall. And Super Ken is on a killing spree.
But Pai is buying time. Look at Cloud on the bottom lane. Miracle. He just shooing away the Super Second, and they got the outer bottom tower, but it's dangerous.
That was too greedy. That was way too greedy by Nino. He should have just retreated. That was the perfect gank coming in from Bigatron Alpha towards that bottom side, and whatever Nino was able to mount, which was 1 turret there in the bottom side, instantly traded back for Bigatron Alpha.
this kind of lead that Bigetron Alpha have, it's almost the same on the first game. So they need to be careful. The difference is they now have the Akai, the big crowd control who can counter the Tyrant Rage or even the Tyrant Revenge. So they need to wait, where is Razi at? They need to see where is Razi hiding.
Because if Rasi gets that pick, oh, here we go.
Oh, just a flicker out.
Well, a lot of
Definitely value.
resources. Yeah, a lot of resources has been out on the mid lane. So it's gonna be dangerous if Bigetron Alpha want to play very aggressive right now because they still have all of their resources. The heavy spin, the heavy crossbow, even the Rhythm of Joy.
And earlier on,
And Electrifying Beats.
Saken was able to secure that Berserker's Fury, but look at this again. Did they seal it?
Yeah, they did. Vin did enough with the heavy spin. My God, Sully Boy's not having a good time. Well, technically, he didn't have a good time in game 1 either. Now, Super Ken, whoa, diving very deep into the back. Now, cancelled out by the bouncing ball. Turns revenge and the rage. Wild Charge, though, helps him out. But he ultimately falls as a shutdown for Udil. Deja vu. Remember what happened in game 1.
I just mentioned it. So, but Bigetron Alpha still want to push that inner middle turret because they just lost one of their members. And look at how Celibo is gonna play the split push game because he knows he really not doing very well if he wants to defense on the mid lane without purple buff.
It's so difficult. You're right, without the purple buff. All he can look for are split pushes, especially now that he's also behind in that EXP against Super Ken. There's not much he can do when it comes to that neutral objective contest take. Now, being this behind Alter Ego, do they not need to look for a pickoff on the board if they do hope to look for the next Lord to spawn in the game?
I think so, Aeterna, because that Lord might be the very important points if Bigetron Alpha get it. And for the others, Alter Ego needs to get it. At least they just got the map control back and can aim for the objective that are left behind right now.
Do they do that, or do they go for the neutral, the objective take in the turrets instead, like they did in game number 1? It worked well for them, that strategy. Because right now, Bigetron Alpha, that's 2,000 gold lead. In these team fights, it feels like Bigetron Alpha has more of an edge.
Look at Ken, look at Ken. He's trying to sneak the Lord. Wait, this might actually work. It's half HP. Oh, not fast enough. And Alter Ego now know of what Bigetron Alpha were planning. Real world inflation going on. Super Fin. The heavy spin is there. Retry battle. Super Cat wins it. Now the electrifying beats. They have baited Alter Ego into a fight. But it's a 2 for 2. Do they commit even more here? Udil going to be dove on in the back by Super Ken. One more dash, but Udil is able to escape. But the real world manipulation gets Nino very low. Super Ken waiting on the cooldowns. Looking for a dive. BMI forward. Super Ken jumping in. Oh, he finds another. Double kill! He gets slain, but it's definitely value.
And it's almost wiped out if Pai got killed too. And now, Bigetron Alpha really got that advantage by getting the Lord 4 mans down for them. The Super Fin movement with that heavy spin is a really good one. Because he just popping the heavy spin and then using the headbutt to stop Sally Boy from flying to the Lord pit.
Is it possible to take Lord without having to get into the Lord pit as a Fanny?
If the retribution is on points, but with heavy spin, it will disturbing the Vanny timing to using the retribution.
That's why it was so unfortunate seeing all that come to play.
Oh, nobody saw that. Natalia, it was Natalia.
It's okay. It's fine.
It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, now Lord is coming. But Bigetron Alpha didn't want to hurry it. They need to wait a very patient game because they know the Razi moment that they are lost from the first game. They learned a lot, I think, from that.
Looks like they do. Look at this. Look at this control, Mirko.
Absolute control right now. They're able to just... Oh, whoa. Real world manipulation pop in. Super Ken just jumps in. A few more shots. Electrifying beats. What? They just took it. And now it's the purple buff steal. Whoa, Alter Ego.
Is it wise to contest the purple buff like that, Mirko? Because I think it's a very high risk. It's a very dangerous one. Even Pai now.
They're just going in. That's a cut from Sully Boy in the mid lane. But it felt like Alter Ego just kind of gave that fight on a silver platter to Bigetron Alpha. And now they're definitely going to try to punish even more. This base turret should fall.
Nino's up, though. That inhibitor turret does fall on the top side, but they still remain in the game. But look at the counter. push coming in from Super Ken, cutting those waves in that bottom side. He's dealing so much damage.
Blood Wings too.
Yeah, and they really need to push that reset button, Mirko. Don't let the adrenaline rush make Alter Ego making a not wise decision. Because they still can win this game, especially when the Rashi made that momentum using the real manipulation. But if they keep doing this, I think Bigatron Alpha just get more base turret like on the mid lane and on the bottom lane, especially when the Lord is coming in some seconds.
I guess what Alter Ego can do is look for that Hail Mary play. They have Selly Boy and they have Nino. Really good split pushers that they can utilize and try to get into that bottom side.
I agree with you, Eterna, but without the purple buff, it's never a Hail Mary for a Fanny. It's literally just suicide.
What about Selly?
Yeah.
I mean, Claude.
Well, for Nino, there's a chance, but I think the Sakai is just too much of a problem for that Claude.
The headbutt, the heavy spin, it just make Cloud cannot do more damage because it will push Cloud away from his teammates.
So crazy because I didn't see this coming. Akai roam.
Yeah.
It feels more vloggy in the early stage of the game.
And
I
it
didn't
is.
think that it had the impact that it's having right now, super unexpectedly. And all he has is just 2 items. That's all he needs to be that much of an impact
The
for
Radiant
Bigatron Alpha.
dominance without any blade armor built by Akai. But the Akai job desk is really important here. He just be the bodyguard to wait for the Rashi, wait for the Nino just come in when the team fight's happening. And then he just pop out the heavy spin. So the initiator must be the Super Sorizo.
Let's see, a siege in the mid lane. Super Pin going to be able to find a good knockup, but Nino just bounces back to the BMI. Enhanced Lord still. Wow, look at Selly Boy. Brilliant cut up top to cancel it out. Wild charge! Nino gets to lead it. Udo is still in the back, dealing some damage with the RWM, places Pi in a spot where he can't do anything, and Super Cat jumps onto Udo. The electrifying beats unnecessary to take him down, and they are just styling on Alter Ego. 14 minutes in, and it's an equalizer by the Red Terminators.
Back to a best of 1, ladies and gentlemen, as Bigatron Alpha force a game number 3. The Red Robots finally understanding their limits, understanding the vision of the drafts, understanding the proper execution and not falling into the beats of Alter Ego as they were able to create their own beats.
They learned from their mistakes. Even they are like fixing their draft on the first game, that's why they lose. And now on the second game, they executed it very, very well.
It was amazing. It was so different. Again, the adaptation, it was super quick as well. And we gotta give it to Bigatron Alpha in this particular game.
Coleus. Good prediction, man.
Have a faith, man. Have a faith. You are like hoping for the Miracle Blast, and here it is. It's 1-1. Because I know that Akai have the potential to be the bodyguard, and I'm thinking of that kind of playstyle because they already have Grok who can just dive in using the flicker, and the wild charge is a really important momentum for Bigatron Alpha.
Truly is. I think, again, it would have been super different if maybe the Kai was alone, right? But with that facilitation coming in from the Grok, it was very difficult. They were pressuring Selly Boy super heavily. How many times did Selly Boy finally get his purple buff? I think only the first few moments of the game.
The first 2.
The first 2, yeah.
That's it.
And after that, it was
all 3
gone.
Oh, the first 3.
He got it. No, not the first 3. First 2, and in the middle of the game, he just got 1.
Oh. So
There
he
you go.
only was able to get 3 purple buffs.
In total.
Imagine that as a Fanny. No wonder that they
yeah.
didn't ban it out in the, banning phase. They just eliminated Terizla instead.
Because that actually happened in game 1 too. They were able to invade, they were able to get a solid lead against the Fanny, but unfortunately, they bit too much than they could chew. They stayed in that jungle after stealing the purple buff, and they got punished for it. I think here though, now it gets really scary for Alter Ego, because a win for them is much more valuable than a win for Bigatron Alpha. Alter Ego are in the red zone. Now the pressure is on.
Well, with that kind of pressure, Alter Ego gonna win on this third game because I'm thinking about like if they want to change the strategy. As we know, Bigatron Alpha is using a lot of crowd control heroes, right? That might be. Rasi is back to All Might Rasi using the Digi. Digi and Bruno is kind of popular right now. And look at this. The Super Ken is the player of the game by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G with 94% kill participation. So a lot of team fights happen during the Super Ken is joining the team fights. And if we see at the emblem, like I mentioned before, he's using the Season Hunter to aim for the objective, the Turtle and the Lord, and he do it.
He did that, and I guess he was waiting for that mid power spike that the Joy has, right? With the raw magic power coming in from that item, plus that penetration, that shred on the magic defense. And I think that was when it felt like Bigatron Alpha pulled the trigger. They played a lot more offensive and just oppressing Sally Boy in his own jungle.
And the funny thing is, usually when Joy is plotted to be on the jungler side, the team gonna pick Angela or even the healer hero to cover the Joy. But with this game, Joy, without any cover up, he's building the concentrate energy to get all the sustainability using the spell vamp with the electrifying bits.
And even the Blood Wings for a bit more sustain. Remember the shielding that you get. So much sustain. Plus the shielding that you get just from the kit, from the dashes, remember?
And like the thing about Blood Wings is it's an annoying item.
It is.
It's not only sustain, but it gives you so much magic power, that raw magic power as well. So even that is essentially a damage item too.
Yeah, and it's actually a good early game for Alter Ego because they just got the first blood, they just got the first turtle, but it's changed when Super Ken is always hunting for the hand of Alter Ego member.
You can see here already just Super Ken was a monster, 94% KP, and it really shows finally as we take a look into the highlights what he was able to do. This is when he does get taken out, but in the grand scheme of things, it was Bigatron Alpha being able to win that team fight.
That heavy spin is really important during the Lord because Vanny cannot use the retribution very well. And now Super Ken is just this important double kill. And it's two important hero from Alter Ego.
The main cores. The two main cores that you would need for Bigatron Alpha taken out before that siege. Beautifully done. An execution by Super Ken here.
It was perfectly done, man. The execution, I think we've said this again and we'll say it again. Game 1, it all came down to execution. And in Game 2, okay, this time I think Bigatron definitely had more weapons that were just hidden. Weapons that even Alter Ego weren't prepared for. Akai pick, all right, whatever, dude. Oh, wait, this Akai is actually tearing us up.
So it works, right?
Yeah, 3 purple balls, look at that.
And look at this. Super Key is now taken down to 0-10 with all of the damage item from him because no one, just looking at where is Key during the team fight, he always got the free position with Super Saken because Super Ken is the attention seeker. He always just got it alone. So all eyes on Super Ken.
Attention seeking, I like that.
And yeah, with Super Vin, the 3 items that he secured, only Radiant Armor, Dominance Ice, and the Immortal Shield. He didn't even care about the damage from Nino. He didn't even build the Blade Armor because he knows Nino is not the problem. He just can easily cancel Nino when Nino is using the BMI and using the Blasting Duet with Headbutt.
Yeah, there was never a moment where he was able to utilize it properly. I think there was one moment where it didn't get cancelled, but it didn't hit anyone from the side of Bigatron Alpha. They weren't able to extract the huge potential that a Claude can utilize because of the kit in Bigatron Alpha.
There was too much to handle, and the thing is for Alter Ego, the main reason as to why the Kufra was such a threat in game number 1 was because of the lockdown, the CC that you have. Here in this game, that CC threat is no longer a threat when a heavy spin just pushes everyone away. There's no collapse, even if you get a 4-man. The heavy spin is a built-in purify. So tap that heavy spin and everyone goes flying in all directions.
Because we already see it during the Lord Miracle that Akai is knocked up by Tyrant Revenge.
Yeah.
But when Vanny just want to come into the Lord Pit, he's using the heavy spin and headbutt. So the CC is cancelled and just stopping Vanny to steal the Lord. And if you look at the emblem, yeah, I think it's still quite similar with the first game that what Shelly Boy is doing with using even the Udil. He's still using the Festival of Blood.
Yeah, still, it didn't work out for them though here in this particular match. As we take a look at the post-game statistics as well, Super Ken as Joy had the highest damage dealt as well as the highest gold per minute. I'm not surprised. This is what we usually see from Bigatron Alpha, Super Ken having the rich guy, always.
So what's the point here? Let Super Ken be free. Still the same, right? Because if you confine him to just following one shot call and you limit that macro decision-making prowess that he has, that makes him, honestly, pretty far still from Kyrie, but a contender. To reach that kind of potential is through the fluid thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, because Super Ken have the animal instinct. So don't make Super Ken to be human.
Exactly.
During the match.
He's a robot. No, wait.
So robot instinct.
Yes.
Not animal instinct.
Maybe robot animal. Maybe like it's a mecha animal.
Mecha animal, that's new. Okay.
It's like in one of my favorite games.
Oh.
Or one of Iritel's skins.
Yeah, I heard something big is coming for Irithel and Benedetta.
Oh, what is it?
We can't reveal it yet. I've just seen rumors.
No, what is it? Can you write it down?
I will later. Don't worry.
Seriously, I'm like really curious.
Spoiler
way!
alert! It's a good collab.
Oh, my lord. Okay, that's pretty interesting. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I need to talk about that a little bit more with Miracle as well as Coleus. And with that, we are going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the conclusion to the the STM Derby.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua.
Boom, bang, bada bing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that short break. And here it is. We're down to a 1-1 with Bigatron Alpha forcing a game number 3 onto Alter Ego, especially for those of you who just tuned in. I mean, this is what an outcome. This is exactly what we were asking for the STM Derby. We wouldn't have it any other way, but it all comes back down to the drafts. Alter Ego, I think they had an oversight just really banking on the Fanny to be able to get that early game, but the punish from Bigatron Alpha, it was huge.
Honestly, if they are trying to if they are thinking about Vanny can secure the early game, but from the first and the second game, it doesn't working. So it might be they need to change their strategy, or maybe playing Digi, like I mentioned before. Bigatron is picking a lot of crowd control heroes that maybe Digi is the answer, because Bigatron didn't even care about the Digi, they didn't ban it.
And hey, the Digi pick is actually a signature pick for Rasi back in Season 11. This season, we haven't seen any healers from Rasi, right? Correct me if I'm wrong here, but he has completely turned a Zero Pool 180 to only being able to play healers and utility roamers to now only being able to play initiators and tanky roamers.
I agree. I mean, other than the fact of the Minotaur, who is kind of a 50-50, but we wouldn't really consider Minotaur a hard healer, but that is the only exception into the kit from Rasi this season. And let's welcome you into the final drafting phase for game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Bigatron and Alter Ego, though, finally swapping positions. I wonder if there are going to be changes here because of that.
Yeah, they are switching their positions right now. Bigatron is on the first pick with the same draft. But the different thing is for the Alter Ego, they are banning the Joy right now. And our Vanny is, our Valentina is the first option for Bigatron, but they picking the Uranus.
Whoa. We haven't seen a Uranus first pick in ages. Wow. Uranus. See, Sheffin, he's a Uranus player, and he said just yesterday that Uranus is a bit overrated, even in the last patch. So now in this patch, after a few changes, do you think the Uranus is actually overrated, or do you think it's actually cool that he gets prioed like this? First pick.
It depends on the strategy, I think, Miracle, because Uranus is a good attention seeker. He just can just proxy the minion until the enemy's base if the enemy didn't want to take attention to him. That's why Bigatron Alpha will play maybe more scaling heroes that Uranus can buy the time by giving him space.
Yeah, I think it's a huge space maker. That's the underline for Sorizo. And we mentioned that, right? You want to be able to give Ken the space. But with the counter coming in here from Alter Ego, with Dairoth being picked up, as well as the Valentina with the layer of flexibility that the Valentina can utilize in the game, Bigatron, they're starting to get limited.
But
what are their options?
My question is direct picks is too early? Because I think there's a lot of good potential heroes if they want to use it on the second pick.
Okay.
Right now.
I'll raise you another situation. You said Dairoth. Is it too early? I'll raise you another question. Is the Uranus as one-dimensional as you would think? You think this is going to be an XP for sure? Because now with an Angela and a Harith pick, I would actually say there is a chance of it going to the jungle. We saw it at SBS, remember? It hasn't shown, Bigatron have not showed this up yet in MPL ID, but hey, it worked in SBS. I think it was against Aura Fire at the time. Uranus, jungle, Angela, and Harith.
It works before. Aura Fire is loose against that Uranus jungler from the Bigatron. But with this Direct, is it gonna work? Because Direct is the tank slayer, the armor breaker against Uranus. Are they gonna make Direct go to the jungle and they pick Esmeralda? Because Esmeralda is a good hero against Angela and Harith.
I thought maybe the Baksha would have been more value here to go up against these 3 sustainable heroes, but no, they go for the Beatrix.
I think Esmeralda is definitely an interesting pick. I'm not sure if Dairoth Jungle is in the kit of Celiboy. I mean, this season he hasn't picked it up, but has he ever?
Thinking of Dairoth Jungles in the past, and mostly it's Sutsujin, I think, who played the Dairoth Jungle. Not so much Celiboy, but we'll see with the Ling bans though. Alter Ego are on the right track. Though Uranus Jungle is a possibility, it's definitely a bit too greedy in my opinion. They need more physical damage. They are banking on Harith and Uranus already, so too much magic damage.
And with that being said, if the Baxia gets taken out, as you aforementioned, with the Beatrix being the choice for Alter Ego, Bigatron are going to be quick to ban it out. Alter Ego now, what are they going to do? Do they go for the Lancelot takeaway here?
I think Lancelot's a bit more okay. I think the Hayabusa would give them much more problems here. As a Beatrix, Dairoth, and Valentina, the Hayabusa is a problem.
I agree with you.
Oh no!
Beautiful.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could it possibly be a Hellcurt?
Hellcurt? If they want to play with Hellcurt, I think they need to counting on the pick-off abilities from Hellcurt itself. So they need to play the early game if they want to securely make the Hellcurt snowballing during this third game.
And with that, they do go for the Lancelot ban instead. So, like you mentioned earlier on, Hayabusa is still up for grabs for a Bigatron to utilize. But Hellcurt is also still on the table. What do they want to go for? Alter Ego, they have a really strong backline in that Beatrix. Having a hero like the Hellcurt might actually favor them in this particular situation. But they go for the Martis takeaway. What's the options for the jungle? It's so limited. Alter Ego as well.
Yeah,
what is Sally going to pick up?
Bigatron won't try to stop the utility jungler from the Alter Ego side. That's why they are banning the Baxia, they're banning the Martis. It still have the Bane if they want to use it, but Bane, when against Harriet, it's gonna be dangerous for Bane. It's gonna be hard to aiming for the Crab Claw Cannon.
Okay, they're on the fighters though, so it's most probably gonna be a Fredrin in the jungle. Unless they pull off something crazy. Oh, Akai's not in the fighter. Yeah, there you go. Fredrin in the jungle, the only Uzuri jungle left, and this will confirm. Does it confirm it? Does it confirm Dairoth is going to the XP? Please don't go Fredrin XP, but there's a chance. Still a chance, though it's very slim.
Yeah, with Fredrin, flexibility right now, it's gonna be Bigatron need to be guessed what kind of playstyle that the Alter Ego wants to play. But if the Dairoth is going to be on the jungle, they need to be following up by the last pick of the high mobility movement, the roamer for the Alter Ego side. If with high mobility roamer on Alter Ego side, they can play more aggressively, like the first game or second game on this third game.
Oh my god, no way. I'm sorry, but I have a feeling it might be something crazy. Are they gonna pull off something like a Bruno in the jungle now that the assassins have been taken out? Bruno or a Phyla, or now Bruno with an Angela is something that's pretty... Oh, it is something crazy. Not the Bruno, but it's an Aulus. Okay, holy moly, what?
Aulus and Edith. It is, it's Aulus, the first time we've ever seen the Aulus here at MPL ID Season 12. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a change to Aulus in the recent patch.
Yep, by the ultimate, by the first skill itself, Aulus is get buffed. So it will get more advantage on the early game for Aulus.
So it's still relying on level 12, but it's faster.
Faster.
In the early game, better rotations, quicker rotations.
Especially with the Great Dragon Spear.
There you go.
It can work with Aulus.
It works really well with Aulus. And again, I've actually played with a friend of mine who plays the Aulus, and he said the Aulus feels really, really good. Good farm, good fights, and you just spam your ultimates.
Novaria last pick in though for Alter Ego. What do we think about this? It will give them a little bit more to work with and room in terms of information. But in the grand scheme of things, is it enough to save off the pressure from Bigatron Alpha?
Bigatron gonna love the pick-off game on this third game because the Angela Aulus, but they need to wait until the level 12. But with Harriet itself, it can give more spaces. That's why they're picking Uranus, because as we know, Harriet is a scaling heroes that need the items on the early game. Meanwhile, on the Alter Ego side, they need to secure that the Dairoth make Uranus facing a very hard time.
So they're counting on Dairoth to counter the Uranus, but how will Fredrin fare against the high mobility coming in from the Aulus? That is the main question, the main loophole, the main weakness I see in Alter Ego if they still want to play as aggressive as they did in game number 1 and game number 2. Anything standing out from the emblems or battle spells, but we'll have to wait on that for just a moment because we are finally going to see a new pick here at MPL ID Season 12, the Aulus on Bigatron Alpha, the last final game in this SCM Derby. Who will it favor?
Yeah, the time is the answer for the Bigatron side. They need to wait until Aulus level 12 or Harriet got that item. But our Alter Ego Esports gonna play or successfully executed the aggressive gameplay because as we know, they have Angela right now. It's being harassed, Udil and Razi on the mid lane.
No Purify, man. That's a big resource already spent early on. And look at this, even Chorizo doing quite well against the Dairoth. But I'm trying to think of when we saw the Aulus last, and I think it was Fearless. Rebellion Zion up against Alter Ego too, and they won that. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was against Alter Ego. Whoa! First blood for the Angela mid!
That's a bold movement from the Key and the Vin itself. They got the first blood from the Udil. It's a really important first blood, so they get a lot of advantage on the early game for the level. Maybe they can start the lower at the Turtle.
And this is it. This is the patch notes, the difference, the adjustments that we were mentioning earlier on. That first skill.
The cooldown increased from 10 seconds at all levels to 16 until 14 seconds, and the duration is increased from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. And new frontal damage reduction effect, every 10 extra physical attack equals damage reduction by 1% up to 60%.
Some damage placed down there in the bottom lane, but Aulus should have a better time when it comes to clearing out the jungle. So far, has he been doing that? The better farm compared to Fredrin?
I'm not sure if better, but yeah, with Aulus, with his first skill, his second skill, it can help Aulus get faster, slaying all the jungle creep better than Frederick.
And movement speed, right? That's what's...
The movement speed, the mobility, yeah.
Yeah, very, very expensive here, but it does seem like Selly Boy is going to be able to secure the first turtle of the game. So already a very different shade here in game number... Oh, wait a minute, what?
Super Vin too deep.
Wait, big mistake there. And Super Saiyan almost also made a big mistake by diving in a bit too deep, but he understands the situation, backs up. I think Super Key was not ready with a hard guard. Because I think oh, wow, I didn't expect this.
Only Pak Pulung choose Alter Ego on this third key.
They believe.
Yeah.
We believe in the Aulus pick. It should be strong. So far, Super Ken level 6. Still same with Selly Boy, but
Super
that's
Vin
it.
not having a good time at all. 2 deaths in the last 30 seconds, yeah? Not even a minute has passed from that top lane dive.
But I remember that Bigatron Alpha is making Alucard debut before, but they lose. This Aulu debut will be a success story for them.
Let's hope, let's hope. For Aldo and Raze Boy's sake as well. We're looking at this right now. Udil.
I'm looking at the bottom lane. Pai cutting the wave as a Dairoth now jumping in. Oh, he might be able to find a kill here with the Abyssum Strike. Oh, Flicker! Pai gets a kill. 1-for-1 traded in. Who's it worth for? Alter Ego is the answer as they get a lot of gold up top as well. Super Saiyan now jumping into the Mon Force, doing some damage, and that's going to be Rossi who gets picked off. Super Saiyan able to flicker out, but Udil chases him under the tier 1 and 2. Now Nino is going to fall to Super Vin as now he equalizes his score. No longer 0 and 2. It's 2 and 2 for the Edith.
But at least who got the kill points are Super Vin. It's the roamer from the Bigatron Alpha side, so it must be not giving him a lot of impact in terms of the items later.
With that being said, what do we expect here? We're entering the 4th, 5th minute of the game. Both of these teams are going to be rotating for that next turtle. And in terms of farm, Super Ken is a level ahead of Selly Boy for the moment. But there's so many tools that can be utilized by Bigatron Alpha as well. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, they're only banking on maybe Selly Boy's taunt. We'll see.
Don't forget the Astral Spheres and just the vision that you can provide with Rossi, Novaria on your team. Luckily for Alter Ego, though, there will be no contest. Whoa, ultimate down below. That's the onslaught of damage coming in. Pai taking very low. Chorizo tanking it up right now, and that should be enough damage for Super Ken to pick the kill up. And he's going back to full HP with the healing from the Angela.
They holding the damage from the outer turret one by one, so they just got in and get out and successfully executed.
Onward, Earth Shatter, Selly Boy locked down. Primal Wrath gonna be used up right now, but Super Chorizo gets taken very low. Selly Boy with the Abraser's Wrath! Big clap in with the Abraser's Wrath, but now it's gonna be traded in. Chorizo getting the healing from the Angela. He survives one, he's out sustaining Udil, who's forced away. Meanwhile, tier 1 taken for free down below.
That's so much value for the side of Bigatron Alpha. We saw that Alter Ego was looking for a gank with 2 members, Novaria and the Beatrix, on to Super Saiyan, and yet Super Saiyan was still able to evade. So they lost so many resources in that particular moment, and Bigatron Alpha continue to look for more. But there's a game fact by Grab here. Alice was last used in the MPL ID Season 9 regular season, played by Onyx Sands, where Onyx managed to win that game against Evo's Legends. So it was actually Sans in the jungle the last time that it was utilized.
Before Kyrie's coming.
Before Kyrie came.
There you go, a little fun fact for you. But this Aulus is honestly quite disgusting. Two turtles to alter ego, yet Super Ken is comfortably ahead. One level, he's about to be 2 levels right as he picks up this orange buff. And it just goes to show you how much of a lean, mean farming machine Aulus is.
Yep, he only needs 1 more level to joining all the team fights happening. But
That's
it's 50-50 on this prediction.
Primal Wrath used up, Super Vin taunted, knocked up. Flickers out, Appraiser's Wrath, oh, tanked up by the hard guard! Nibiru's Passion takes him down though.
Wow, Supervin is down on that moment, and this third turtle, I think, is the movement for Alter Ego to get it, because it's their advantage. Beatron Alpha is lack of 1 heroes that are very hard for them to contesting the turtle, and without the hard guard.
Should be a 4v4, Beatrix is down below. Pi gonna be caught there for a bit. Super Ken's looking for an angle to jump in, but Pi jumps in. Oh my god, that damage! Pi gets melted by the Aulus. So Rizzo's trying to look for an opening. So is Super Ken, but they gotta be careful about Pi, who can shred him down. Super Ken jumping in, Sully Boy with a good Red 3. Secure, Udo with a Terrify earlier to stop it from happening. Sully Boy now gonna be collapsed on Appraiser's Wrath, getting him some sustain, and that's an escape. Meanwhile here, wait a minute. Super Ken's chasing Nino down with a hard guard. My god, whoa, Nino! Holy moly! He survives, gets out! Peel from Sully Boy!
And he takes 2 members down in his wake. Huge, huge, big win from Alter Ego Esports. Being able to get that turtle, 2 members taken down, given to Nino of all people. And that's a 2,500 gold lead and counting for Alter Ego. It seems like Bigatron Alpha, so far, they've completely ignored the objectives. I think they were banking on winning the team fights, but that play coming in from Nino, it made it not worth it at all.
And that taunt really saved the day to make Nino's run away on the back in the day.
The Primal Wrath and the Zaman Force, Alter Ego have forced out a lot. Astral Spear poking him down even more. Whoa, 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 Super Ken pops in that first kill, runs away, as he should, against Alter Ego, who have so much kill threat.
Even without any big crowd control effect that Alter Ego have on this game, but if they needs to picking off one of the Bigatron Alpha heroes that they already have enough damage from Udil, from Rasi, because both of them are magical damage mid laner. And yeah, it's gonna stop Bigatron Alpha to play very, very aggressively, but they really needs the Dominance Eyes from the Sally Boy or even the Necklace of Durance from Rasi to stop the movement from Super Sorizo.
I think, let me double check, but if I'm not mistaken, I saw NOD built in for Udil. Yeah, there he is.
Udil,
he has
yeah.
the NOD already to counter that regeneration that you mentioned earlier on. So already a step in the right direction, but Udil needs to be present in these team fights.
Earth Shatter to disengage, Primal Wrath as well. He gets slowed down by the Astral Meteor. Abyssum Strike comes down. Hard Guard not in time. They don't decide to commit onto Super Vin, leaving him for dead. Alter Ego looking for a siege now in the mid lane as Bigatron Alpha try their best to go for a Lord reset here, trying to delay.
But without any initiator from Bigatron Alpha, I think Alter Ego wants to pick off someone again. He's gonna try to looking for some hands from Bigatron Alpha's side, because it's really important if they got 1 or 2 kill points, it's gonna be Alter Ego who's gonna secure the Lord.
Definitely, but how in the world are they supposed to do that right now? I guess one of the things that Alter Ego Esports has above Bigatron Alpha is that range that they are severely lacking here, and the vision, and that's exactly what they are trying to capitalize over.
Onward, coming down right there with the Earth Shadow, knocking him up. Super Cat using the ultimate Sully Boy with the Appraiser's Wrath already. A lot of resources spent up. That's a knock up from the Lord. Super Sorizo taken very low with the anti-regen. Onward connects on the Udo right now. Super Saiyan going for the Zaman Force, but the damage comes through, and Super Ken finds the Rectory somehow, some way, able to escape. Rossi walking down, getting smacked by that axe. Super Kyo escaping for a bit, but you can't escape from a targeted basic attack. Nino takes him down.
And that taunt just came into clutch here. Super Ken. Oh my god, look at that damage onto Rossi. Rossi gets traded out in return, but look at this.
Look at the flank, Sully Boy now with a taunt up. Oh my god, that damage! Oh, Appraiser's Wrath! Oh, Super Ken! He's still able to survive for a bit, but the lockdown is inevitable. Nino shoots him down.
The trade is not too worth it, I think, because he just got Rasi, who is the roamer from the Alter Ego side. And the one who got the kill points are Nino and the Sally Boy got the assist. So it's really important for Alter Ego side to making sure that this tempo is still on their team, to make sure that they destroying all the objective left on the Bigatron Alpha side. And with that Pi, Armor Breaker is really important to aim for the Super Zeros or even Ken during the team fights happen. And if you look at the items, Harriet, I didn't see Saken is shining on this game, Mirko, because look at the items. He already Starlium Sight, the Feather of Heaven, 2 Wizardry Staff to build the Holy Crystal. It's not enough.
Look at his gold disparity. 2,700 gold behind of Nino. It's a wonder why he's not shining. He's so far behind. With Nino already with his core items, we have the Malefic Roar on top of everything else. A lot of tools that he can utilize in his kit. Nino is certainly an issue now for Bigatron Alpha.
The Zaman Force was used. Oh, whoa, Super Key, what? Open up the map a bit too aggressively, and Super Finn now. Uh-oh, needs to be careful. Alter Ego spotted him, knows where he's at. Sunny Boy with a red tree to slow him down, the taunt to knock him up as well. Not able to fully commit, but that's a big win once again for Alter Ego. They got a tier 2, and they're forcing Bigatron Alpha away from their own, from the enemy minions. Finally, a Holy Crystal, but I think that power spike is long gone.
Wow. But the good thing is, the outer middle turret for Bigatron Alpha is still there, Mirko. So it's gonna make Alter Ego a little bit hard if they want to dive in or camping on the enemy's jungle, but the Astral Eco is opening the map.
Oh no!
They walk in right onto Selly Boy there. The hard guard saves him for a bit. Super Finn with the Earth Shatter and onward Nino. What? Fancy Feet, he's able to escape from his Zaman Force, dealing the damage. Abyssum Strike, going to be able to shred them down, but Super Ken's damage is unreal. He charges forward, gets a big smack in with the axe. Now it's another triple kill for Super Ken.
And instantly it turns around, ladies and gentlemen. What initially was taken by Alter Ego Esports has been taken back. Super Ken now picking up the Malefic Roar, so on top of all that raw damage we saw earlier, despite building in that physical defense, that damage is going to shred through. And this is when the magic happens. With 4 members standing here in the Lord Pit, Rasi and Uda being chased away by Super Sorizo, that leaves 0 chance for Alter Ego to claim that objective.
Yeah, it's a wise decision from Alter Ego to let go of the Lord right now, because it's really important. If they just want to contest it, they can easily get picked off by the Bigatron Alpha members, because it's only 2 of them who's gonna try for the contest. But on the last team fights, the kiting game from Alter Ego, it didn't execute it successfully, and they just got picked off.
Oh, what?
Well,
Super Finn deleted.
Well, maybe don't do that.
Maybe not.
Commitment, offside position from Super Finn.
I mean, Vince already 2-8-4. Before any action happens, he's already not even a part of the team fight. Not something that you would want, especially if you want to set up for the excess of all these, the push from the Lord.
What is that damage? Took Sully Boy that low, doesn't even have a GDS. Okay, Super Ken needs to pace himself though. He can't be too aggressive, but my god, 1,700 damage per hit on these minions.
Yeah, in terms of damage, we know that Aulus is the best heroes as the melee heroes fighters to giving to the enemies. But look at that.
Oh my god, the consecration gets him out. That's the voice of Cerezo earlier. Was definitely holding in that breath.
It's a split second, Transcendent Ward to just go out from that moment. But if you look at in-game equipment by Dudia Games right now, it's already full item that Aulus Super Cam already have. The Rose Gold Meteor, Malefic Roar, Hasclaw, Berserker Fury, and even the Wind Talker. It's gonna make the movement speed from the Aulus gonna be very fast. But if you look at Nino is having a good items too, because he already having the Hunter Strike, Blast of Despair, Malefic Roar, and the Hasclaw, and including the Wind of Nature to holding the damage from the Super Cam.
What's interesting is Angela has actually opted for a lot more damage as well. Holy Crystal being picked up alongside with a little bit of utility from that Ice Queen wand. And of course, cooldown reduction and mana addition from the Enchanted Talisman. Are they lacking damage? Super Key opting for this offensive build?
It might be because they already have Super Chorizo as the sandbag. And if we look at that score, Super Chorizo is not down yet. So he is still able to survive with no kill points until right now.
We got to talk a little bit about Super Ken's lead over Selly Boy. Onward, Vin, no one's there to follow it up, and that might be the 9th death. There's an ultimate coming down though. Super Ken looking for the damage right now as he's going to be able to dish out some damage, but the Abyssum Strike connects. Super Ken forced back. Wind of Nature used up, Zaman Force as well. Super Chorizo is the guy who ends up dying his first death this game. And again, Vin is going in for these aggressive maneuvers without the follow-up of the rest of the team.
What is he doing? Is he overcommitting? Is communication off? Or like, is he just playing too individualistic up until this point? Because, I mean, Bigatron Alpha, with the lead that they had earlier on, they're paying their dear price for it. Look at the oppression that Alter Ego has.
Yeah, I think it's the communication, Aeterna, because he do it like twice before, just trying to initiate it, but his teammates didn't follow up.
Oh, wow! That shred now, Super Vin with the onward, finding Nino, but the Rose Gold Meteor comes in, but it's gonna be enough damage to take him down. Super Saiyan with the Zaman Force dashing forward again, he gets a sustain. Super Saiyan with the play, but it's not worth it. The Winter Truncheon saves Udil's life. Selly was looking for that retribution, finds it as Udil's able to escape. Super Chorizo pulls back, and Alter Ego have won the team fight.
3-4-1 trade in that particular regard. Alter Ego pick up a Lord marching down in the top side. That initial shred coming in from Pi, followed up by the damage from Nino. That was all it took to take down a Super Ken. Despite him going full damage, it means nothing if he gets taken down that quickly.
And it's a really good movement from Alter Ego Esports, who are trying to pick off Super Ken before. But with Super Saiyan dive in with the Zaman Force, it's not enough to give the damage.
Some good damage onto Udil though. Earth Shatter knocking him up again, and that should be a kill. Super T picks it up. Now Ken is dealing some damage back onto Selly Boy, melting him down. Taken very low. Super Vin with a few good shots. Then he gets electrified by the Edith Primal Wrath.
Nino is not there yet, and yeah, it's a really dangerous position from Alter Ego before. That's why they just get picked off 2 kills for Bigatron Alpha, and yeah, Bigatron Alpha still can defend their base right now.
In the grand scheme of things though, they lose that bottom tier turret, that inhibitor turret. That should be pushing in favor of Alter Ego for the moment. So I understand they do lose a few members, but when they go in for the neutral objective take again, it actually might pay off as we take a look at the instant replay. What on earth happened? Super Ken just getting deleted there.
Yeah, they just go all out, but the onward, the Earth Shatter to Nino. Even the follow-up damage from Super Saiyan is really important to taking down Nino.
Oh, and this him just being able to sustain it through all that damage, almost outplaying, but there was a clutch Winter Truncheon from the side of Udil, and even using his own skills against Vin himself. That was just really micro clutch plays from both of the teams, honestly, as Alter Ego pick up. Wait, what? Udil? Lightning Truncheon?
Lightning Truncheon to
Now?
giving more damage. Yeah, it's kind of late, but it's late or never for Udil, because Clock of Destiny, Necklace of Durance, the Divine Cleave, Winter Truncheon, and the Lightning Truncheon is all out damage from Udil itself, with one utility to countering again the lifesteal or even the healing effect from the Angela with Necklace of Durance.
Yeah, you can see them starting to respect it for sure. You have 2 NODs, 2 dominance ices. The only person not going for that is Nino with his full just offensive build here. Does he need to respect anything? Does he sell the boots for something else now?
I think he needs a boost. Oh, no. Never mind, yeah. The boots can be sold, I think, no?
I think, yeah, they still can solve the boot, because with this Evolved Lords coming, Miracle. So he needs a very item to make maybe more sustain, maybe more damage to facing against the opponents later during the team fights.
Okay, I have a very, very interesting idea that might sound crazy, but you know how the Wind of Nature is great for the marksman? Aulus is basically a marksman at this point, right? He's the late game carry for Bigatron Alpha. I know it's halved on non-marksman, but the Wind of Nature, does it not give the Aulus some value to be able to just sustain? He already has the hard guard. Imagine if he has the Wind of Nature just to delay the damage even more for 1 second. But wait, Vin gets knocked up. Selly Boy chunked as well. Seems like Bigatron Alpha wants to hold on to this Lord as Sully Boy jumps in with a taunt and with a knock-up. Saken gets chunked as well with a good splash there. Super Pin now with a conceal, two-man taunt. Saken forced back. Oh, Earth Shatter Flicker on to Nino! Super Saken finds the kill. Now a Super Cat deals out the damage. Sully Boy with an amazing retribution to maybe possibly save the game. But Super Saken has picked up a double kill.
And this is a problem because now Nino is taken off the board. Who in the world is supposed to go for the clear with the Lord still going in for Alter Ego? That really does buy them a little bit more time unless Bigatron Alpha want to try and look for an end here.
It's a really good decision to from Super Fin to aim for Nino, using the flicker, using the onward to aim for Nino itself. So when Nino is down, Alter Ego is lack of their damage right now. They cannot do anything even though they got Lord.
So look at that Zaman Force though. Super Saken zoning them away. It almost looked like Alter Ego might be able to win that team fight with a few good pokes back. But yeah, that Lord truly did give Alter Ego another life.
Life might be an option for Alter Ego right now because it's quite hard to facing against Saken later, who already have all the items, and especially for the Super Camp, as we know, like Mirko mentioned before, with his crazy ideas with the Wind of Nature to hold against the damage for 1 second is really important for Super Camp.
So you agree? You think the Wind of Nature can work on this Aulus?
I agree, but yeah, he needs to like fastly sells it if it's not usable anymore.
I have a question though. I think before we went into this game, you guys mentioned the Dragon Spear for Aulus.
Yep.
Did he pick it up?
No, he didn't. He ignores it because he's not really going to be spamming that ultimate. I think in my ranked games, it's completely different, right? So, oh, whoa. Primal Wrath stolen away, instantly gone in. The ultimate now used by Super Ken, but he's hiding away. Look at that. Pi jumps in, Super Vin might lose his life. 10th death for Vin.
And it's a really important pick off from the Alter Ego side. So they will get the map control. So they will get Bigatron Alpha to stay on their base, being caged like a bird.
Not just map control, but also an instant takeaway from the threat onto Nino. Who's supposed to deal that damage on him? Who's supposed to take him out? Without Super Vin, 35 seconds. And look at the waves crashing in that bot and top side. This is a disaster for Bigatron Alpha. They don't have the range to counter Alter Ego at this point.
They didn't even have the big crowd control effect if Finn is down like now.
Look at that, Bennett.
Yeah, it's just poking the base turret until the base turret is destroyed.
Jeez. There should be a free base turret in the mid lane. Renner's Apathy, ooh, on the Super Can, another Astral Sphere. Look at the poke from outside, and that Renner shot to finally take the base turret down. Oh, they keep it alive. Just 1 HP on that Lord, or not on that base turret.
Just one shot is all it takes to take that down.
But yeah, with this Lord, I think they don't need to be rushed. They need to aim another Super Fin pick off, and because Super Fin is the winning condition for the Alter Ego Esports.
Unfortunately so, but they're going for a concealed play. But it's red out.
Is it though? Sully Boy is in the front. Zaman Force going to be used up. Appraiser's Wrath connecting, getting a bit more sustain with Super Fin. Is doing the same thing with the Primal Wrath. Oh, Chorizo gets melted down. Dodge away from the Astral Sphere. Now it's a retry battle. It should be. Super Fin gets a Nerve Shatter onto 2 members. Super Fin losing immortality. Winter Trunching going to be bought. Chorizo losing immortality as well. Nino cutting them down. Who's it going to be right now? Sully Boy's free to go for the Lord. And Bigatron. Oh, Nino gets slain by Super Saken. Another entrance, perhaps, for Bigatron Alpha. Sully Boy with the taunt and the lockdown on the Chorizo as the Astral Echo reveals the members of BTR. And now they are forced to defend, but Alter Ego do not have a marksman. This is another way to clear the wave again.
They still have Pi, who have the physical damage to destroying the base of Bigatron Alpha, but is it enough if Bigatron Alpha use the Zaman Force to use all of their resources to clear the Lord who's coming on their base?
I don't think it's enough. They don't have any siege power here. No Nino means no fight. Sully Boy getting chunked. Oh, Alter Ego. They need to back away. They need to respect this. Oh, there's some good damage though on the Astral Sphere. Let's see. Lord taken low. Super Ken falling to the ultimate. He's getting burnt down. Sully Boy joins in the fight. Super Ken buys the immortality. Holy moly. Sully Boy was a bit late to the immortality duel, and Ken outplays him.
Oh no. just the same story over and over again between both of these teams. This constant ping pong battle going back and forth. It's always a Bigatron Alpha being able to secure a Nino, a kill onto Nino, Alter Ego picking up a Lord. A stalemate though. Without Nino, Alter Ego can't push. Without the Lord, neither can Bigatron Alpha. If nothing changes, it's just going to be the same story over and over again. But if it drags into the late game, who will it favor?
It depends who's...
We're already in the late game.
Yeah, we're on the late game. That's why the winning condition for Bigatron Alpha is picking off the Nino and Udil. I think that's the main problem from Alter Ego Esports if they want to win this game. But for the Alter Ego Esports, yeah, Super Win is the key and Saken. Because if I said before Saken is not shining, and now Saken is shining.
He's been able to outplay a lot of maneuvers coming in from Nino, which is a good thing in these team fights. If Nino survives, that's a huge issue for Bigatron Alpha. They're banking on Supervin going in. And it doesn't matter, 3-11-9 KDA so far. So good. The fact that they're able to take Nino down, I feel like that's quite a worth it trade. Your tank for the enemy gold laner as the real-time win probability. Oh, Sally Boy.
Oh, that's a taunt. This might be bad for Vin, but he gets out with a flicker. And Sully Boy gets out with no resources burnt. Just an Astral Echo and a Bandit's Rage that is going to be up very, very quickly.
If the Bigatron Alpha member didn't show up on the map, I think Alter Ego needs to be careful when they want to open the bush. Because if like the positioning is far from the others, it's gonna be dangerous for Alter Ego side because Supervin can easily pick off the Alter Ego's member.
So who's supposed to open up vision here? Do they still rely on Supervin from inside Bigatron Alpha, or do they go for Sorizo?
Oh, from the Bigatron Alpha side?
Yeah.
I think they just can go together using the Super Sorizo or even the Supervin to go inside the bush together.
Look at Ken, look at Ken.
Yeah, he's trying to play the split push game of managing the wave, so Ken will joining the Lord fight right now.
That extra movement speed, it does give them a little bit more to work with. Especially Bigatron Alpha having a lot more homework to do to utilize that bottom wave. But here we go, concealed play. They don't find Nino. I don't think they want to commit until they do.
Now the Astro Echo only connects to Super Ken, so they still don't know where Supervin is. And look at Supervin. In the midst of it all, he walks up in front. Now the Earth Shatter gonna be able to knock out Pi. Only Pi though. Super Saga with a hard guard, jumping in with his Zaman Force. Appraiser's Wrath dodges away from Super Sorizo. What? He runs to his death. Now Saken flickers out, but Pi jumps in as well. This might be a disaster here. Aggressive strike. Super Saken buys the immortality. Meanwhile, Super Ken, look at what he's doing right now. He's splitting it up right now. It's a shutdown for Nina, but Super Ken gets that immortality for Sally Boy. Winter Trunching to be bought. Superman gonna lose his life, and Alter Ego will push forward on the Lord. A miracle is what Bigatron needs, and a miracle will be taken away from them as Alter Ego secure possibly the final Lord in the game.
It's gotta be disaster for Bigatron Alpha Eterna because they are lost 3 heroes right now and only counting on Super Ken and Super Key to defend from the Evolved Lord on the 30 minutes.
Let's see. Ken's able to clear out this way for now. No shots onto the turret. This is, they need to pull off what Albert did in Season 6.
The death timers are their ultimate demise here. 35 seconds for Super Vin, Super Saken, one of the last and final hopes for Bigatron Alpha. As both of the waves are crashing in, the final stand is here.
It's over. Super Ken getting dove in the base, and Alter Ego against all odds takes the W 2-1.
Standing at a 2-time lose streak, Alter Ego, they bring back the momentum into their hands.
Look at Ayahodil face. He's so relieved when winning this match. And it's a second fail for Bigatron Alpha to using a debut hero.
Not the best send away for Bigatron Alpha here, right before they go to ISF.
But yeah.
Definitely not a good showing, but it was a valiant effort in game number 3. Both of these teams went all out.
Okay, but yeah, with this kind of winning, I think it can will bring more fresh win for the Alter Ego side because tomorrow they still have the match. On this week, Alter Ego gonna play 4 match. And today is their 3rd match. It's gonna be a long day for them. They're gonna be tired, but look at them. How relieved they are.
A long week.
Long week
A
for
long
them.
week for them. But we are graced with their interviews once again. Notoriously spicy, notoriously very confident. I'm excited to see what comments do they have about that particular match. And tomorrow, they are going to be facing Onyx. So they should have some messages for the Kings of the Skies. It's going to be very interesting here.
Wow. Because, yeah, like you mentioned before, Eternal, tomorrow is the King of the Sky, but they need to enjoy this moment right now. They need to enjoy this day moment because it can be their mood booster for tomorrow's match because they know they're gonna face Onyx. We didn't know what kind of roster that Onyx will play tomorrow. Are Albert gonna play again, or are they gonna be using another Kyrie?
Not too sure what roster will show up for Onyx, but here, man, you can see the fans go crazy for Alter Ego.
And with that, let's take to the interview. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Akhirnya yang dinantikan oleh Alter Champs dan juga Alter Ego, kemenangan di minggu kelima. Akhirnya dengan cukup sepertinya panjang dan berat ya untuk kalian di hari ketiga ini.
Sangat Bude, sangat melelahkan.
Apa gamenya, matchnya atau minggunya?
Minggunya juga sih, matchnya iya, minggunya iya.
Minggu ini kalian 4 match, masih panjang. Dari win streak 3 kali, terus kemarin lose streak 2 kali. What happened nih kemarin nih?
Kemarin lebih ke arah kaget aja sih. Kaget sama musuhnya ngeband cowok Adita Rasi, udah gitu cuman bisa itu kan. Cuman bisa itu Bude dia, makanya kita kalah.
Tapi sekarang udah belajar lagi ya jadinya?
Alhamdulillah udah belajar sekarang.
Oh, terkejut dengan lawannya. Terus
Iya.
bounce back hari ini ngelawan Bigetron yang berat banget kayaknya juga dengan 3 game yang sangat panjang. Tadi bahkan udah ada yang sampai mode jongkok juga dari Saken. Kalian sampai mode apa nih? Sampai ada yang kayak, adrenalinnya udah ras atau apa?
Oh mode inget Tuhan aja sih Bude. Istighfar terus, istighfar. Astagfirullahalazim gitu terus Bude.
Gitu terus?
Iya.
Sampai pada akhirnya menang.
Sampai pada akhirnya ditunjukkan jalannya.
Ditunjukkan jalannya. Tapi apa sih jalan kalian di match hari ini untuk bounce back? Apa yang kalian lakukan mungkin tadi sebelum match kah? Atau mungkin ada sesuatu atau karena semangat dari ada ayahanda, ibunda. Banyak sekali yang datang hari ini. Apakah hari ini hari spesial?
Enggak ya, enggak jawab ya, gue lagi ya. Jawab enggak sih, masa gue lagi? Apa Bude?
Apakah hari ini ada hari spesial ayahanda dan ibunda datang?
Spesial ya. Ya kalau misalnya datang, kalau match kalah kan nggak enak juga kan Bude jauh-jauh. Jadi berjuang lebih aja buat di match ini.
Wow, dengan dukungan ya.
Ya.
Nge-push lagi, merinding semuanya. Ada mau disampaikan gak sih ke papa mama, ke ayahanda, ibunda?
Off cam aja gak sih Bude?
Off cam aja ya? Udah tatap-tatapan loh. Udah tatap-tatapan, tunjukkan dong.
Gak bisa Bude, gak bisa Bude.
Udah Bude.
Udah.
Nanti aja.
Nanti aja ya?
Biar nanti aja. Ya gak apa-apa.
Ada ayahanda dari Nino juga loh.
Oh iya?
Iya,
mana?
Ayahanda.
Mana ayahanda Nino Bude?
Bukan Nino.
Ayahanda siapa?
Jauh dari Sukabumi Bude.
Oh gitu ya?
Iya. Dia yang kaget nih.
Dong. Oh dia. Ada dia. Ini ramai banget di sini. Dan kalian bisa dibilang kan setelah menang 3 kali terus sempat lose streak. Jadi ramai nih sosial media kan.
Cakep, benar.
Kalian ngeliat gak sosial media? Atau memang untuk minggu ini kalian nutup sosial media?
Yang mana dulu Bude?
Kan banyak kan.
Iya, ada
Mana
Twitter
nih?
ada, IG ada.
Semua deh, semua platform.
Ngeliat.
Kalian baca semuanya.
Baca.
Bagaimana?
Ini baca yang mana sih?
Ya kan banyak banget respons nih. Wah habis menang tuh pada saat kalah dipertanyakan.
Habis menang.
Lalu kalah.
Ah.
Dipertanyakan seperti apa ini alter ego.
Mesin tua Bude, bensinnya habis.
Menang opsional aja sih Bude, yang penting interview.
Kalau udah
Menang
menang,
opsional.
udah menang pasti interview sih Pak.
Iya kan, makanya
Udah
opsional.
pasti,
Iya.
udah wajib.
Cakep.
Iya, cakep juga. Tapi ada yang lebih cakep nih, player of the match. Siapa? Oh, Nino. Nino kah? Semuanya teriaknya Nino. Akankah Nino menjadi player of the match? Mari kita cek bersama-sama player of the match dari Alter Ego.
Anjay, Sukabumi.
Coba bahasa Sukabumi dong Nino. Bahasa Sunda ya Sukabumi kan?
Akhirnya Bude, Goldland gue dapat player of the match juga.
Baru
Artinya
pertama?
ngegendong kan.
Gendong banget.
Alhamdulillah dapat MVP Bude. Soalnya kemarin dihabisin sama Rasi kan.
Akhirnya jadi MVP.
Ya.
Gimana punggung berat?
Enggak sih, soalnya ya mereka juga yang bantu gua farming kan. Gak mungkin gua gendong sendirian.
Ini menarik ya. Tapi bahasa Sukabuminya keluarin dong.
Hatur nuhun sadayana nontos ngedukung.
Halus.
Udah itu aja.
Udah itu aja.
Gak ada lagi.
Udah.
Oh, mereka berteriak semua itu.
Tiris Bude, itu produk tiris.
Tiris itu dingin ya. Tiris itu dingin. Minggu ini kan 4 match. Nino udah 3 nih. Selesai. Nextnya ada satu lagi besok. Tim Oni.
Ya.
Bagaimana kamu mempersiapkan untuk hari esok Nino? Apakah kepengen jadi player of the match lagi?
Kalau jadi player of the match sih itu bonus ya. Yang penting menang aja sih Bude.
Yang penting menang aja?
Iya. Yang penting interview katanya.
Iya menang ya sama dengan interview.
Benar.
Tapi kalau interview kalian nyiapin gak sih untuk jawaban-jawaban gitu?
Buat
Kan banyak yang bilang nih, alter ego katanya gak nyiapin menang, tapi nyiapin buat interview.
buat beberapa case nyiapin Bude. Iya, buat beberapa case. Kalau ada yang perlu disampaikan ya disampaikan. Kalau nggak ada ya udah. Sekarang nggak nyiapin sih.
Gak ada nyiapin apa-apa?
Nggak ada nyiapin apa-apa.
Nah,
Nyiapin gameplay penting, nyiapin interview.
nyiapin gameplay.
Iya, benar.
Minggu ini full gameplay.
Iya, benar.
Dan Pai, sahabatmu, trio akan berangkat nih sebentar lagi ke Romania.
Oh iya.
Untuk Ki.
Di
Ada yang mau
Boban ya?
kamu semangatin gak sih? Atau mungkin ada sesuatu yang ingin kamu sampaikan?
Buat Boban, Hengki, dan BTR semuanya safe flight ke Romania sama good luck. Pokoknya dapetin pialanya. Buat siapa? Buat Indonesia. Cakep.
Buat Indonesia, cakep.
Mantap.
Udil udah nyiapin sesuatu belum Udil?
Udah.
Udil? Kalau Udil belum ngomong, belum closing katanya. Apa yang ingin kamu sampaikan mungkin untuk penutupan hari ketiga? Besok masih ada match lagi nih, ngelawan Onyx. Ngelawan Onyx loh.
Lagi jaga lisan Bude, jaga lisan dulu supaya besok semoga menang. Jadi jaga mulut dulu. Tapi gue pengen berterima kasih kepada Alter Champ udah mendukung kami. Terima kasih banyak guys kalian. Meskipun keadaan susah sebagaimanapun kalian selalu ada di sisi kami sangat berterima kasih. Udah kurang lebih seperti itu Bude.
Cukup. Dari Alter Champs, minta tepuk tangannya, minta semangatnya. Dan itulah dia Alter Ego akhirnya memecahkan lustrik mereka di minggu kelima ini, minggu yang sangat panjang. Mereka harus kembali lagi ke MPL Arena esok hari. Akan seperti apa? Tapi kita akan lebih dalam lagi tentang match mereka hari ini kepada para caster. Break it down.
Alter Ego woke up, choose the mask for violence, and put it on. Man, wow. 2-1 against Bigatron Alpha, who for so long have dominated the early stages of the MPL ID Season 12. It's truly a remarkable feat, and being able to go for a win after a 2-0 lose streak already here with one more match, which is Onyx. It's definitely pushing them in the direction, and momentum is on their side.
I think mentality is the option, I think, for the Alter Ego side, because yeah, how fun they are, how spirited they are. And look at this. The player of the match by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G goes to Nino with 68%. Using the beat tricks on that last game is a really important one because look at how Superfin always aiming, looking for Nino.
I think that's the loudest photo I've ever seen.
That's a photo you can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I think it's a bit louder than that. I think it's a Nino scream that we couldn't hear. You know, we've seen his mic checks before, but 14-1 was or 14-2. I forgot the score in game 1, but now he's like, you know what? Another double-digit kill stat, 12-5. What the heck, man? This guy is a maniac.
Because if you look at how Nino play during the team fight, it's a very good kiting moment from Nino itself. He knows when to go back, when to dive in, or even using the flicker to chase against Super Saiyan before.
I like that. I like the fact that he has like that game sense. That
Here,
how do you not die here?
the taunt from Charlie Boy is helping Nino to run away.
But there were so many moments where he was able to bob and weave. I think Super Saiyan was able to get a little bit of a benefit in 1 or 2 moments, but
Oh
for
my
the most
God.
part, look at this.
Yeah.
Again.
The side steps were absolutely insane. And I think it's understanding the hero to its full limit, right? Because in the earlier skirmish where he was able to get Super Ken down, he went for a basic attack, and right after the basic attack went on, the animation, he went straight for the spray. So there were no moments where he actually wasted any of the time to go for any unnecessary movements.
Yeah, because as we know, when facing against Beatrix, if you didn't have any crowd control heroes, that Beatrix is a really, really good heroes again to play 1v1 or even 1v3 situation.
Yeah, we saw that being played out. I think earlier on when he was taken out, the fact was he was able to create the space necessary for Sally Boy to get the Lord, the Turtles, over and over and over again. And that amount of just economy in general snowballed out of control for Nino in particular, being, I think, 2,600 gold lead at some point against Super Saiyan on the Harris.
Yeah, with that lead, even like this, Nino is using the flicker, like I mentioned before. Super Saiyan is a really important heroes that been down. And with that lead, Nino is always looking for the opportunities of giving the enemies more damage, even with the Husk Claw built by himself. It's a really important moment.
Truly was. And all in all, congratulations to Alter Ego. Did not expect 2-1 for them, but very proud. But there was no like stuff said on the interview, which is what I'm kind of sad about.
It's okay though, right? You don't need to trash talk. You just need to have personality. And Pai, he's an entertainer, like you said, Kolios. That's why he's so good on the mic. Even when he's not trash talking, he's being humble and he's fun.
Yeah, but there's usually always a closing statement by Udil. And then this time he was like, no closing statements for me. Maybe tomorrow.
He wants to beat Onyx first. That's what he
Yeah.
said. Like, if we beat Onyx, then we'll have some fun. But yeah, that's a tough match.
Yeah, but so
I think it depends, sorry.
point is, if you do the interview, is be yourself. Don't fake it. Just try to speak more.
Okay, so Eternity, you want to clarify? What do you mean by depends?
No, I'm just saying depends.
Depends on what?
Depends on what?
No, it depends, just depends. Does it not depend?
I think it depends, yeah.
It
Now that
depends,
we've
yeah.
seen game 1, match number 1, yeah, kind of depends.
Depends. Like, what's your favorite number between 1 and 6? Because 6 ain't it, I think. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a break before we head into the conclusion of today. It's going to be RRQ going against Aura Fire. I'm sweating, I'm nervous, but it's okay because we are going to go on a short break once again. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere for more MLBB action. Bye-bye, guys.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time. I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau! Ih, tombe basah!
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
push. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop! Or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau! Ih, Tombe basah!
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Push. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded! Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call to flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau! Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The Kings of Kings once again stepping into the Dragon's Den here in the last match of the day at MPL ID Season 12. And of course, once again, back at it here on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Kolius. Welcome once again. But here it is. Will it be a different story between both of these teams in RRQ as well as Aura Fire? Last time around when they met, it was a 2-0 victory for RRQ. But now, things are a little bit different. Things have kind of shaken up a bit since the last time that both of these teams have met.
Because one of them gonna lose on this match. But who is it? Is it gonna be RRQ or Aura Fire?
Will it be either or? And before we get into the tidbits of this match, we'd like to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner is UBS Gold. We have our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast in Maxstream, Deputy Sports, as well as video. We have our suppliers Inamart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by Pebe SE. Now, let's talk about the changes that both of these teams have undergone since the last time that they met. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for the side of Aura Fire, it's Aran and Samo.
Yep. It's revenge or sink in the video game. Because Aran with 6 match with 66.7 win rate. But Samo, we already see his debut yesterday. 1 matches, 100 win rate when against Dewa United.
Samo, HT, back in Onyx, he was actually the final MVP for MPLI up against Geek Fam. He was one of the key factors as to why they were able to get that dub. And I think for Aura, they kind of need a conventional tank, a conventional roamer player. With High, he's special, he's unique, but his hero pool just stays that way. It never really changes, and he's never really able to find those conventional tanks. But up against RRQ and Naomi, playing all the flashy tanks in the world, making the plays happen with the shot calls from Dead from Bogor. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Kings of Kings, Rex, Regum, Kaon.
The Dragon Slayers of leg number 1, making them bow down to the Kings of Kings. Will this team continue on their straightforward push, or will Aran and Samo be the thorn in their side and force a different side to the story?
They're on the top of leaderboard right now, and now here is Team Aura Fire.
The Prince Aran will be challenging the King for the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Dragons, Aura Fire!
Wow. With Aura Fire, who's gonna try to beat the throne of RRQ with Samo HD, who are still having the 100% win rate. Are Aura Fire gonna win this match easily, or RQ gonna give them nightmare tonight?
That's definitely the $1,000,000 question here, ladies and gentlemen, as we do welcome the coaches as well onto the stage. I'm excited to see whether or not we are going to see more unique picks occur as we welcome the coaching staff from the side of Aura Fire. It's Coach Saint DeLucas with Coach Palevi. Alongside here from the side of RRQ, we have Coach Zaya as well as Rave.
These coaches have facilitated their teams with similar picks, I would say, especially in the gold lane. The Claude and the Beatrix. Both these heroes are always prio for both RRQ Skylar and Aura's Kabuki. This time, will we see that ban come through? Beatrix and Claude.
Yeah, both of that hero are their favorite one. So, are we gonna see another Claude ban, Beatrix ban, all the ban goes to the Skylar? Or they gonna let it free? They're gonna have a strategy to meeting against the RRQ itself.
We saw yesterday that RRQ against Alter Ego. Alter Ego tried to do that, but it didn't work out. So what will work for the side of RRQ here as we take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G?
Limiting Aura's pick of heroes, providing utilities jungler for Versik to sustain on front-to-back gameplay. If you are talking about Aura pick of heroes that we know, Samot can use the Kaja, can use the Kadita that might be banned by the RRQ. And for the utilities jungler for Versik, as we know, Versik can use the Baxia, Fredrin, or even the Martis on this game later. So, without any assassins for Team RRQ, are they gonna picking another utility?
I think it's safe to say that utility has been the best route for them, right? Assassin, sure, we've seen it work once, that Ling. But aside from that, the front to back composition that RRQ have been playing for with Clay and Skylar as their two main carries just seems to work best. If they go for the Assassins, they're going to have to pull back one of these strong points. By the way, Phil, the ex-coach of RRQ in the building today, supporting, of course, RRQ.
I'm surprised. Because
Why?
he said that he was on tour.
Oh.
Right?
Well, he was on tour.
RQ watch parties all around Indonesia as we now take a look at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
For Aura, giving Van space to contest Retribution against Versik, and Auron's hero win the matchup against Banana. Like Miruka mentioned before, maybe the Paquito, or maybe the others Auron favorite heroes will show tonight. It depends on what kind of traffic that Aura want to use.
It's funny that we no longer see the contest bans and picks for Skylar's hero, right? Because I think earlier on to the series, it's always like contest Skylar's Beatrix or contest Skylar's Claude. And it's funny because yesterday, we saw that actually fail in front of Alter Ego's eyes. Him being able to pull out something crazy like the Bruno, and it actually working gives RRQ a layer of just more of layers towards their gameplay. And what initially we thought was the weakest lane for RRQ has now kind of filled in its own hole.
Another dimension to their, well, not dimension, it's still within the same dimension, a gold lane pick for Skylar, but this time, yeah, the Bruno. If you get banned completely, Carry, Brody, Beatrix, Claude, and you can pull off a Bruno, then you're pretty good. You're pretty good at the game, and maybe you don't want to go just for the bans towards him, especially considering Clay got the player of the match. We're talking about Skylar a lot, but who got the player of the match? Who stayed consistent, and who was able to bring stability to the team when Skylar got banned out, respected in the drafts?
Because RRQ have two tip of the spear. It's Clay and the Skylar. And don't forget that Skylar can use the magical damage gold laner, like maybe Harriet or even Lunox. But here it is, a daring newcomer, because Banana said he's a discipline of R7. I want to challenge him. We can prove who the best students of R7 is. I'm R7 students from YouTube. Aurora the exclusive interview. One is for Heidi.
That's kind of funny. And in the interview from RRQ, when Banana was talking about Iran, he was like, biasa aja. Basically saying that, no, he's nothing special.
He always says that though.
Yo,
he's like a clone of Lemon.
He truly is.
Both amazing, but maybe not too good on the
mic. And both fruits.
Oh, one sweet, one is sour though.
Which one do you prefer?
Sweet.
Sweet? What about you? Sweet?
Sweet.
Okay, I'll take sour then.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
fine.
You like lemon, the lemon scent for Head and Shoulders. You like this. You're a lemon fan, girl.
Maybe I am.
So you're hoping that Lemon will play on this regular season?
Do I want RQ to win or not is the question.
Okay, we won't answer which. Yeah, it's fine. Leave it at that. Leave it gray. No one knows.
Okay, so back at this again. I understand that Skylar and Clay, they're both anchors towards RQ, and that is what makes me more concerned for Aura Fire. So far, Kabuki's only found success on the Beatrix and the Claude, and it's like a similar situation with Skylar, but Skylar has evolved. So let's hope that Kabuki has evolved too, because at the end of the day, he is the main anchor for Aura Fire. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the drafting phase of game number 1, and the instant respect comes through. But surprisingly, it's from Aura Fire. Claude, taken off the board.
As we know that Naomi performed very well using choke yesterday when facing against Alter Ego. Or Aura Fire gonna ban Naomi Cho. or they gonna ban another Naomi heroes like maybe Franco or the Natalia. There's a lot of heroes from Naomi itself.
I agree. There definitely is. And I think Aura are putting RRQ in a position where they have to choose. Do you want to ban out the Beatrix first phase? Or are you going to leave it open and allow Kabuki to pick it up? Especially with the Irithel setup here.
They're setting up for a Beatrix first pick here for Aura. It may be an illusion though, right? Maybe they go for something different in the first pick here, but for RRQ, it will always just be the Fanny and the Joy. Whether they're first pick on blue side or even on red side, this is just a template ban for Xayah and for RRQ because these are the two picks that can dismantle a front-to-back composition.
So, are they gonna first pick the Beatrix from the Aura Fire? So, they didn't give the chance for the Skylar to use the Beatrix because on the other side, RRQ maybe can pick Redrin and Valentina or the others power heroes because there is a lot.
Oh, Edith ban.
Okay, giving respect where respect is given. Definitely can be flexed for the side of Aura Fire. We've seen Iran utilize it. Initially it was high, but with Samo, I'm not really sure if Samo would use the Edith here, but in the first phase now, was it all a bait? Does RQ actually want Kabuki to pick up the Beatrix and then try to counter it with something else?
See? It's an illusion. That Beatrix first pick, the setup with the Irithel ban as well, it almost seems like they're giving it over to RQ. They want RQ to pick the Beatrix. It's a bait.
For what?
It needs strategy to facing against the Beatrix later, Aether, I think, because with Eve, it's a high ground heroes that can use the remote manipulation to aim for Beatrix, but it's not enough. As we know, sometimes Eve is fail when facing against Beatrix.
Okay, with that being said, RRQ, they love to bank on that front to back. With a Eve being picked up, does it disrupt in their pattern? As RRQ have opted for a Beatrix and Paquito. This is interesting. It's already a change from RRQ since yesterday's match. They always usually pick up the Fredrin in the first phase, and now they no longer do that. Paquito and Beatrix, their choice.
And this Paquito is flex too. He can play on the jungler or even the XP lane, but mostly Banana will use it.
This Paquito is a really good pick from RRQ. It sets Banana up for success, but it also is a flex pick. Still, Paquito is a flex pick, though. I will definitely say that it is mostly used in the XP lane and maybe even better in the XP lane. But now Aura, it's up to them to go for, Brody and Fredrin. So a flex with the Fredrin, but again, this one is kind of the same. It's not Iran. It's not Iran's style to go for a Fredrin XP. And you know, if Miracle's on the desk, I'll always say this, don't pick Fredrin XP. It's Garbo.
It's Garbo.
But we gonna see later because Fredrin on the EXP lane, at least it can hold the enemy's XP laner. Like if Paquito gonna play on the EXP lane, then they gonna pick an assassin jungler for Van because they already have Zamot now who can play a tanky hero.
I agree. That's definitely an option for Aura Fire to utilize. Capitalize over Samo. The fact that he can play these conventional tank heroes, it should help, especially looking at RRQ's very vulnerable backline. You have options here. Yuzong for Iran is definitely up in the air there. You can even go for Khalid. Just anything to be able to dive into the backline, I think is worth it for Aura Fire. So RRQ now have a chance to take those options away.
What are those options, right? Right now, I think XP lane is definitely the lane that they want to try to target. And there you go, the Terizla, a hero that we have seen, not Iran, but Fluffy, utilized to counter Iran's Paquito.
Yeah, with Terizla, it can have a good initiation too, using the flicker and the penalty zone. That's why it's very dangerous, especially when facing against Marcia and Beatrix. It can easily aim for Marcia and Beatrix using that combo. But we're gonna see the Aura Fire's gonna ban the jungler or even the roamer from the RQ side. As we know, Cho is still open. Franco is still open.
I think Franco or even a Kaja could be an option here. I mean, they need something to... If they want suppress for the Eve, then I would recommend Franco for Naomi or even the Kaja. Maybe Franco leaning towards more to the Franco, but there you go. Kaja taken out of the board, eliminating that as an option for RRQ to take. Yuzong is still an option for Aura Fire here.
To be banned out from RRQ, if they're thinking about that too. but because the flexibility of Fredrin, they need to think like, are we gonna ban the assassins? Because Farsha and Beatrix are very weak against the assassins on the early game. That maybe it might be the option or the strategy from the Aura side.
You want to flex it? The Fredrin?
Why not?
No, I don't think so. It's Garbo in the XP lane, to repeat my answer earlier. Uranus, though, going to be banned out here. And again, this is a perfect Yuzong game. It looks to be a good Yuzong game with a Baksha ban as well.
Do it.
Hey, come on. It has to be the Yuzong, right? Against a Forza, against a Beatrix. You can see it in Uran's eyes.
Unless RQ want to pick it up for themselves.
And flex the Paquito into the jungle.
Yes.
The night pick.
First has used the Paquito in the jungle this season.
You're right.
They still can pick Martis though for RQ. It's a good hero when facing against Fredrin or the Yves.
I think that's a lot safer, to be honest. They go for the choke first instead. All right, that is a power pick for Naomi, but Aura Fire, come on, give me Yuzong. Yuzong and what are we missing here? Roamer for Samo.
Kufra might be good.
The Kufra will be really good against the Cho and the...
Go Atlas.
The Atlas will be great. I agree. That's what I was thinking about as well. The Atlas is going to be great against the Beatrix. Not so much against the Farsa, who can go Purify. Let's see, though. Final pick for Samo and for Aran. Maybe it's something...
It will be a good combo.
Outside of the box. Is it?
But
Khalid,
okay.
there you go.
I mentioned that Khalid as an option other than Yuzong. The Collide. Come on. Give me us Atlas.
Is it gonna be Atlas?
Kufra Atlas.
Is it gonna be another pick of here and it's
right.
Rock? Yeah,
Not as
we know, Rock with the Gardens of Barrier can just disturbing Farsia Feather of Air strike stance.
Yeah, it works. It's just not as fun. But it works.
The Khalid is fun enough, though, right? I mean, they're holding on to it. They're like, you know what? We already have a lot of fun with the Khalid, and I think with the Khalid pick here, better lane against Paquito compared to Yuzong. Yuzong kind of gets bullied in the early phase of the game, so the Khalid actually has a way to win this 1v1 against the Paquito early, though. Only early.
But now Martis is look promising
Yep.
for RQ. It can jump the wall from the Grok. It can just running away from the Raging Sandstorm, from the Khalid itself.
And it's
it might be
really
perfect
good
hero.
early game pressure as well. There's no other choice, so they do go for the Martis last pick. And I gotta say, ladies and gentlemen, I honestly love the drafts from both of these teams. Help us out here. Colius, our beloved analyst.
Wow. With this kind of playstyle, I think RQ gonna play more aggressively on the early game, especially with Martis. They can contest the turtle more easily. But meanwhile, on the Aura side, using the Brethren as the jungler, there might be a contest, but we are looking for very high mobility on the mid lane because Yves and Grok, they can easily clear the wave minion and moving either to the gold lane or to the EXP lane.
And remember the keys to victory, Colius as well as Mirko. You need to be able to open up space for Van in these retribution contests. They don't have many tools. They have Grok on Samo and they have kind of the Raging Sandstorm from the Khalid, but in a full 5v5 or even a 4v4, I do believe that RRQ has what it takes. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to game number 1 of RRQ and Aura Fire.
Well. What kind of gameplay that they want to show on this match? Because using the Martis, using Fredrin, both of them are utility junglers, so we might be seeing that there is a kiting gameplay, but look at the bottom lane.
Oh, this is really good already. Aran might be first blooded. Oh, 1 HP. Banana's looking for a flicker here. Let's see if he can get it. The body blocks, but the angles from Banana. He does not slip. Well played, first blood.
Wow. The ideas are it's make the Clay having a level 2 on the XP lane, but they got the first blood. What a bonus on the early game.
Oh no. That's not a good early game here for the side of Aura Fire. RRQ steamrolling for the moment. Looking for another pick. Samo!
This might be another. Naomi's looking for the solo kill. Flickering forward. Samo with another flicker as well. Flicker for flicker, but it's a win for Naomi. Forces Samo to recall.
At the moment, we do have a little bit of time here. Sure, Naomi's been an issue, right? He's always doing this on the Cho, opening up vision, giving information for the Beatrix. But look at the emblem for the side of Grok. Very interesting here. Very different.
I want to point out not the Grok here, but the Fredrin. Usually we see Quantum Charge on Fredrin. Now for Van, he went for Brave Smite.
I think he's trying to be more sustainable during the team fights happen. And yeah, I'm quite agree with you, Aeterna, that Grok is using the pull yourself together and the weakness Vinder. Maybe it will help the other teammates to like following up the movement from the Grok itself.
He's looking to facilitate his team. That's what differentiates Samo from all the other Groks that we've seen so far. But look at this, already a collapse onto the next turtle. Van and Versik are equal in level. It's a 50-50, but it looks like our Fire's outnumbered.
Definitely now. Way the Dragon locking him down. Whoa, what? How? Van didn't even use Retry! A blunder from Versik as Iran goes in. Appraiser's Wrath and one more Raging Sandstorm. And Van gets it as well. A big win for Aura Fire. My goodness. What happened with the Retry on Versik?
Wow, it's one turtle, one kill points, even the retribution. Even he already got the Way of Dragon, but now Banana is losing his life too.
Uh-oh, Van walks up. Oh, he steals it again! What in the world, Van? Who let this man cook?
Aura Fire strikes back here in the first 3 minutes of the game as he goes in aggressively onto Clay as well. What?
Yo, Van is the man for sure. Clay's walked down by him. Town prediction though. Yo, Choji and Coleus, the only two RQ votes.
But yeah, if you're looking at the RQ drop, I think they can play very, very stable, using like the Farsha as the high ground defensive, having the Beatrix. It's one of Skylar favorite heroes. Even if they want to pick playing the pick off playstyle, Naomi has it, using the Cho. That's why I'm choosing the RQ. Might be win this first game.
Yeah, it should be different after all those heroes are level 4, right? It banks on those ultimates to come through. And we'll see if Naomi's able to pull it out. Because so far, Naomi has only been focused on allowing and giving Skylar the space that he needs to farm. Not really looking for any pickoffs on the board or translating it onto the objectives.
But using the Samot's ability to clear wave the minion very quickly, they can just waiting for enemies on the jungle like they have right now.
Oh my god. Wild charge ban? Oh, what? That's a violation! Clay got dove under the tier 2 and the base turret in the 4th minute of the game.
They are playing very quickly, diving into the enemy's jungler, waiting for someone to go pass by because they have enough crowd control, because they have enough damage on this early game. As we know, Power of Nature from Grok, it can make someone have losing like 2 bar of EHP.
Let's see though, Naomi's looking for an opening once again. Has the Jikundo ready, but Van just picks it up for free. Still comfortably in the lead. Aura Fire holding on to it.
2 turtles for Aura Fire is not a good story, Aeterna, because they are losing the level, they are losing the advantage from the turtle itself. If you look at the goal difference, it's 2k difference now, leading by Aura Fire.
And the problem is, Amardis needs to snowball, man. Very difficult when you're playing in from the behind. Look at this, Aran and Banana in a 1v1 situation. It looks like Banana is looking for that pick, but he might be taken out, still able to dash away for now, leaving Iran a little bit behind in terms of rotations. And Banana can move forward here as RRQ look for something in the top side.
That's worth it though. Iran actually denied a whole cannon minion of XP from Banana.
Yeah, he just wiped them up, so he didn't have the chance to destroying the outer turrets yet. But waiting for the third turtle. The movement from Aura Fire seems more not too aggressive because they know they need to wait for the momentum.
Also, they have kind of shifted their focus. I don't know if this is an ongoing thing up until the late game, but earlier on, you saw the constant pressure that they were putting on it to Clay. And the fact that Clay couldn't rotate as much as we usually see him, and the fact that Clay is usually the main shot caller and the man who anchors RRQ, it looks like RRQ a little bit disheveled here in the first 6 minutes of the game. But now,
Power of Nature gets him out of harm's way. Naomi wasn't able to find a Jeet Kune Do to Samo. And look at the collapse up top. They're trying to enable Kabuki, get him through these sieges. Again with the Brody, it doesn't matter if you get kills in the lane, as long as you get these turrets charged and a flicker combo. Now Skylar's taught it up. He flickers out, but it's into the real world of Blaze. He gets knocked up, and Kabuki with a flicker and a double kill. What a play from Aura.
Beautiful, beautiful wild charge there from Samo as they go in for more. Versik gets taken out just like that, and that is going to be another pick for the side of Aura Fire. 3-0.
Looking at Samo playstyle, I am having some kind of deja vu. It's like Donkey who are playing the Grok right now. Do you remember when Donkey is using the Grok, he always go into the enemy's jungler, always locking his eyes to one heroes and always follow the heroes no matter what happened.
That's how he got it, the moniker Barbar. Donkey Barbar was the name because it comes from barbaric, because that's the way he plays, super wild. And it suits Grok, wild charge, you know?
Yeah, even back in the day, Grok cannot use the flicker and wild charge at the same time. But now, with Samoet trying to locking at Clay, I think it's a very important, like Aetherna mentioned before, even the audience prediction is all on our 88% against 12%.
Poor Aura Fireman, only 12%? Where's the faith? Ladies and gentlemen, but I do understand RRQ support is all around the world. They're global. As Aran here, still able to get out, but he might not actually Naomi. But no, still, Van, as well as Aran, they get out.
Looking for invades here. Versik is 2 levels below, and Van is just manhandling Versik on that Martis, man. Right now, they're going on to the purple buff. Both junglers have retry, but again, Versik is just forced out, and Van will not retry this. He's just going to take it and walk around to the orange buff. He wants to deny everything from Versik.
RRQ is having a bad time, Mirko, because on this early game, they are like very hard to get the farm pattern. Even Clay already 2 times taken down. And with this kind of gameplay, Aura Fire will keep their snowballing momentum until the Aran and Kabuki can join the team fight. Kabuki already got 2 kill points, and it's really important.
Under the turret, Naomi, though, finds a very good Jikudo wave, the dragon onto Kabuki, but the wild charge of Samo! And Kabuki gets out, gets a beautiful torn apart memory to get a double kill. Samo Barbar is online.
Samo again, ladies and gentlemen, 106 already. The second game of his career here at MPL ID Season 12 for Aura Fire, and he's making all the difference. Remember, the last time that RRQ and Aura Fire met, it was a clean game by RRQ. 2 games in a row. And already you can see RRQ just disheveled. A 7,000 goalie for Aura Fire. It's a completely different story. You feel the impact from Aran as well as Samo. These 2 players, just all the difference in the world.
Samo is just like jack of all trades. You want Samo to play a pick-off hero, so be it. If you want to play Samo play the like the attention seeker hero, so be it. Because with Grok, and yesterday we see it using Kaja, and now with Grok itself, it's really shining during this early game.
And back in the day, he was known for his Diggy. Every time Samo plays, you're always like, all right, there's going to be a Diggy ban. Or he picks it up, and he's already progressed, he's already developed afterwards, and now bringing light to Aura Fire, reigniting the flame that once was lost. Aura Fire, 8,000 gold lead, Lord marching in the top side, and I think Skylar is quite behind. BOD, I think that's it. What else does he have?
He's even 2 levels behind of Brody. Not something you usually see. Retribution used up by Versik in the mid lane to clear out that cannon minion, but again for Aura, the main lane they'll be playing with is the top lane, and they're not. Are they going to shove this? Yeah, it seems like they want to shove this. I thought they would try to delay it a bit, but it seems like they're just aiming to get the base turret passive with this Lord, and they successfully do that, creating also space to get this tier 2 for free. All tier 2s down in the 10th minute of the game with the first Lord. Value for the Dragons.
Even look at that damage from the Clay, Mirko. He didn't have any items yet, that's why the Feather Airstrike is not painful at all.
Wow, look at this zoning. Crisp clean. Samo just walks up with the power of nature like an absolute Chad. And RRQ, they're forced out.
Yeah. And it reminds us of what Kimura did on the Grok.
No, it's like the opposite.
Exactly.
He actually uses the power of nature. And that's why the anti-CC is such a... Oh my goodness! Banana loses a chunk of his HP. That's a cancel as well on the Feathered Airstrike with a good barrier placed down by Samo. And Aura now, I don't even think they need to look for any aggressive maneuvers. 2,000 gold lead for almost everyone, even Samo! What?
Oh my god, it's really a one-sided game because even Clay didn't have that lightning truncheon yet. And yeah, Aetherna already mentioned it, that Skylar just have the BOD Swift boots.
11
not
minutes.
Yeah.
It's already been 11 minutes. Finally, he gets the Malefic Roar, a little bit more firepower when the sieges from the side of Aura Fire happen, but I don't think I've seen this before. Aura Fire, 10,000 gold lead against the Kings of Kings.
This is
number one in the standings, by the way.
Exactly, what is this season?
I think it's all because the strategy. With this kind of gameplay, Aura Fire just want to shut down Clay. Yeah, Mirko already mentioned before that Clay is the radio tower for RRQ team itself. That's why they just want to shut down Clay, so Clay cannot give any information to his team.
And no damage output. Every time he goes in for the Feather Airstrike, Samo, without a care in the world, with just being unbothered, whips out that wall and cancels it out. RRQ, they need to figure a way to bait these resources, I think, before they commit with their heavily reliant ultimate composition. They need that damage from the Feather Airstrike. Somehow, they need to be able to do that.
But yeah, this second Lord, there will be no contest for Team RRQ because they know the lack of the level, the lack of the gold right now. It's far behind from Aura Fire, too far away. Now it's 12k gold on this almost 30 minutes.
Wow. I want to take a look at the gold charts again, man. I wonder how much gold individually they have over the individual members of RRQ head-to-head. Because earlier, the smallest gold lead was Samo versus Naomi. It was 1,500. That's the smallest, and you don't usually see these roamers have that much of a gold lead. The roamers are supposed to have this much gold. Samo is a beast.
He's investing, man. He's investing in UBS gold.
So tonight, Samo gonna have a new title, Samo Barbar like Donkey.
Oh,
I like it. Maybe he can play the Cho next to, you know, display that legend performance at M1. But here in Fursic, Retribution already used up, and the Lord is still marching up top. Aura looking for the siege in the bottom lane. Kabuki still going for the hit. Sword Apart Memory used up. No stacks though. I think it might be a bit of a mistake now as they have left the Lord all alone. Skylar will be able to just dish out the damage on this Bennett using, or going on the Lord. Banana, whoa, getting chunked. The focusing mark has actually done so much for Aura Fire.
Yeah, without any base start on the top lane, Aura Fire just can easily into the base of RRQ. Even they are aiming for the base middle turret right now.
Banana with a good shove back. Look at Naomi. They finally spot him though, and yeah, now it's just perfect for Aura. They just rotate to the bottom lane, forcing him for the airstrike. One more shot should do it to take that base turret down. Van caught. Banana goes in for the knockout strike, but Van just, it tickles him. It doesn't even, whoa, he retries and he moves forward.
That's the confidence, that's the zoning capabilities that Samu and Van have at the moment because of how far behind RRQ are. I think Clay needs a little bit more items to dish out that damage as, oh, real world manipulation.
Pop down, then that's a free base turret. Clean, surgical gameplay, clinical gameplay from Aura Fire.
No casualties.
Yeah, and Aura Fire really do their homework because they know when Naomi is using Cho, Naomi is always trying to flank to the back line. And Aura just give that job to Aran to looking for where is Naomi at.
Yeah, they don't want to make the same mistake that Alter Ego did yesterday. With him being spotted out, it does give RRQ a losing position here. Aura Fire a little bit of an edge when they know where Naomi is.
How many buffs have RRQ taken? Because the purple buff, I think, hasn't been taken by RRQ since the 5th minute of the game. Good wall. Naomi forces Chunpu out. It's another buff going to Aura.
A lot, Mirko, a lot. I think RRQ, even Parasic is only just got 2 or 3 buff before. And then they didn't have the chance to get that buff anymore. And with this third Lord, it's still an enhanced Lord, but I think it's really important to end this game if Clay is taken off.
But remember, Clay already has a Divine Glaive, so you need to start respecting that damage coming from RRQ. They're slowly reaching that power spike by Naomi.
Where the dragon for the airstrike, penetrates everything used up. Now Fursic gonna be taken down. That's a value trade for Aura. Oh, torn apart memory. Fade away, picks him up. Now Van with a taunt. Clay locked down. They might not even need the Lord. Oh, Sid with a flicker and the real world manipulation locks Skylar in place with a mobility. Samo with a smack, but when nature comes in, Kabuki flickers forward as well. Now Naomi is next on the chopping block. Kabuki needs one more shot. Torn apart memory, fade away. Bottom lane pushing in. Aura Fire should be able to secure this game.
Banana versus the world here. RRQ versus everybody. Is it going to be enough?
Make him slip. The focusing mark is there. Game 1. Wow. My Aura.
Clean cut. Discipline. Just beautiful game there by Aura Fire. Not allowing a single breath for the Kings of Kings to utilize to look for any opportunities on the board. What was that, 12, 13K gold lead?
Every members of Aura Fire know what their job desk is. That's why that you mentioned before, Eterna, the gold lead itself by Aura Fire, it didn't break at all. I know Aaron is getting picked off on the during the late moment, but it's not enough for RRQ to making a comeback moment.
Unfortunately, they were able to take out Versik, right? So even though they lost someone at the later stage of the game, they were still able to trade it back with something of more value, someone of more value, your literal walking retribution.
And finally, we know the answer. That's why Aura Fire give Beatrix to Skylar.
What a performance as well by Samo.
And you know, me and the scriptwriter, we actually spoke about it. I told him that Beatrix will not be banned this game. But I told him Beatrix will not be banned for a different reason. I thought with Samo stepping in, they can go for assassins. And that's why I thought that Van would be able to just go on these assassins. But no, he's like, no, I'll play the Fredrim and I will do the same thing. I will be the backline. Well, no, it was Samo who became the backline diver.
Yeah. Samo always be on the backline, aiming for Clay, aiming for Skylar. He didn't even get the chance to even for Clay to use the Feather Airstrike more. And the Feather Airstrike didn't have enough damage. Even though Adrian already mentioned he's already having the Divine Glyph, but yeah, when facing against Grok, it's hard.
So now I'm kind of curious, right? Because a lot of teams, when they face RRQ, they either try to shut down Naomi or they go for a shutdown onto Skylar. But I feel like the early game focus for Aura Fire was mostly in that mid lane for Clay. Is that the new just formula to take down RRQ?
It might be. Because a lot of teams using their formula to shut down Naomi, to shut down Skylar, but it doesn't work very well. Sometimes it's just failed to execute it. But now, with shutting down Clay, it works.
And Samo.
Yeah.
Samo Barbar with the wild charge and the signature Barbar Grok. 1-0 and 9. 83% KP. Look at him. He's a fighting man.
And he must be ecstatic, right? I mean, he's been on the bench for Onyx for so long.
And even for Aura.
I think 2 seasons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Was he there for the season before that? Because last season, he didn't even play a single game.
He was in the roster
2 seasons ago, when Aldo was coach, he played, I think, once or twice.
Yeah.
But then other than that, he was given no game time whatsoever. And he finally makes his debut here at MPL ID for Aura Fire. And he's already winning the player of the game consecutively. Like, he must be like ecstatic at the moment.
So Samo is my ex-player when I was a coach before at Dewa United. So that's why I'm quite close with Samo. And before he's joining Aura Fire, we are just having dinner together. And he said, I don't want to be a substitution anymore. I just want to be a main player. And he proved it. Now, on Team Aura Fire.
That's super cute. Was it a romantic dinner?
Nah. Just friendly dinner.
Oh, okay. No,
not
sorry.
romantic.
All right,
Samo just got bro zoned.
Poor Samo. But it's not poor Samo. When we take a look at the highlights, the amount of times he was able to get that wall charge, oh, it's beautiful.
I mean,
it's beautiful.
In the start of the game, it was poor Aran. Look at this. These mechanics were absolutely phenomenal. And then Aran was like, no. You do that, I'll take another fighter on. And even here, we got to give Van and Samo. It seems like, dude, Van has been playing with High. How do they have this much synergy together?
Maybe they just got trained. That's why Samo debut is on the week number 4, the 4th week. And using this kind of communication, I think it's very important to make Van shining too, because he's just following what Samos do.
I wonder if Samo is now main shot caller.
I think so.
Yeah?
With his ability, I think he can be the main shot caller on Aura Fire.
Yeah. He's very vocal. He's always been a very vocal player. And again, these trades that happens, right? Oran gets picked off, but Aura never gives anything for free. Heck, they don't even give it for a trade. They're like, you want to buy my product? You got to sell me your whole house, your whole kingdom. That's what Sin did. He was like, no, we're not stopping. Everybody was probably calling, yo, we can get the Lord. Sin's like, no, fight. Fight.
And it really brings me back Miracle, Eterna. It's really like I'm seeing donkeys playing right now. Because Samo I just lock on Clay every time.
He hates Clay and Beatrix. He hates Clay and Skylar.
But yeah, Beatrix is the bonus, I think, because Beatrix, Skylar is standing beside Clay every time.
That must be so annoying for Mr. Deden from Bogor. Usually the only one that RQ relies on when things go northeast up. When things go south, and it's gone super south for RQ here in the first game. It was a 16-minute game with a 13,000 gold lead.
13,000 gold lead, 16 minutes game, but it's a very disciplined gameplay from the Aura Fire itself. If you look at the items, even Sin is not like getting killed and building like the Ice Queen one, the Divine Glaive, the Winter Truncheon, and even the Glowing Wand. It's really important. Even Samot, he didn't build any damage item because he needs to be sustainable. He needs to be like giving his presence in front of the lane.
He's the main utility for Aura Fire, the main initiator, looking for the plays. And then because of, like we mentioned in the game, right, the choice of emblem that he opted for just really facilitates the damage from all the other members. And so Brave Smite Fredrin is a thing?
It's definitely a thing. I mean, did you see the sustain? But man, that Brave Smite Fredrin, it gave Aura these many buffs. Look at the buffs that RQ took. I told you, keep track of this. We'll see this later. 6 total buffs. When have you ever seen 6 total buffs in a game taken by a team? Meanwhile, Aura, they were so rich. They were giving Sin the purple buff in the 10 minute. That's not what you usually do.
Like I mentioned before,
22 buffs.
RQ already got 3 buff. But with this kind of emblem settings, I think it can be works only on situational like this game. Like for example, because they have the Grok, who have the mobility, who have the utility, or even Aaron who can use the Raging Sandstorm. That's why he didn't use that Fredrin using the Quantum Charge to having a boost on his movement speed to catch someone because they already have Samot and Aaron.
That makes sense. But now let's take a look at the post-game statistics. Okay, so Sin was actually the #1 most damage dealt, with Kabuki just really snowballing from that early game.
Yeah, even Kabuki. Gold per minute is 841. He really loves investing at the UBS gold.
He really does, and Aura Fire love investing in those just neutral objectives. 3 turtles, 2 lords, 9 turrets compared to RRQ, who were only able to get 1.
So only 1 objective at all that RIQ can collect on this game. But it's only the first game, Miracle.
It is only the first game. You can never count them out. RQ have shown that they can come back from these circumstances, but it's just shocking to see Fairsick, the utility jungler who's done so well, I think has done the best so far, right? Van is #2 in terms of statistics, and Van is on his way to overtake Fairsick. Fairsick lost the turtle fight, the first turtle fight, despite Van getting kicked away.
Yeah, even Naomi is facing a hard time because it's really hard to make show to aiming for the Grok itself because of the power of nature. It always like immune from the crowd control.
Wow, right? Like, that's knowledge to some players.
I wonder who. Well, we don't talk about it. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out Grab, because you guys can come to the venue and get a 90% discount on Grab Bike or Grab Car. Unfortunately, there's no Grab Plane just yet. We'll talk to Grab maybe to make that happen.
For all you millionaires out there.
For all you millionaires out there, especially you guys. And if you guys are like, man, I'm too lazy to go to the venue, that's okay too. All right, we also have a discount for you that you guys can check out with the promo code. It's grb.to/MPL. And you guys need to stay tuned for the Grab challenges, because you guys get a chance to win free diamonds.
Ooh, I love diamonds.
Or skins.
free diamond skins, whatever. You can use the hard way there by typing in the URL or scan the QR code below Mr. Leos over there.
No, grb.to. grb.to
No,
slash MPL.
stop. OVO.
No, yeah.
That's what.
With Grab will comes OVO, right?
That's true. OVO X Telkomsel in collaboration. If you guys want to get special promos with a cashback of up to 10,000 OVO points, you guys can. Because all you need to do is check payovo.co/dataovo, because with buying data packages you get points, and those points can be traded for a lot of other things. Unfortunately, you cannot buy Miracle, but what you can buy is Head and Shoulders. Take a look at that beautiful hair.
Oh,
again?
Okay.
How many times did they do this to us?
I mean, I gotta be honest with you. Right as I saw the hair, I was like, "This is a guy," but you know, it's gonna be very offensive if it's actually a girl. So I just kept my mouth shut. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna gamble. Yeah, beautiful hair, man.
Even he's a guy, I think he have a beautiful hair. Look at that, because he's using the Head and Shoulders. It's using the old Tigreal version. The mental. The mental one.
See, Tigreal is a guy with long hair, fabulous hair. This guy, he has fabulous hair too.
Aran has fabulous hair.
Yeah.
He's using Head and Shoulders too.
Hey,
He
Tserna,
must.
does he remind you of a certain someone from Singapore? After that Khalid game with the blonde hair, he's played Badang too, and he's coached by Saint Delucas.
Diablo Bay?
Diablo Bay?
The handsome devil is what people call him. That is his nickname. But let's take a look at the situation here with RRQ.
Yeah, they are praying right now, wishing for the best on this second game. If you are mentioning about Diablo Eterna, is there any possibilities that Aran gonna use Badang on the second game?
I mean, let's hope. Well, actually, no. It really depends. I actually want Aurafire to win now. So let's wait until we see, because of course Badang is very situational. We saw that Aran was able to utilize it to success, but I don't really believe that it is because of the Badang pick in particular, because he did win that game with a split push. I don't remember who it was against though, but that's how he won.
But the win is still a win.
That's true.
So no matters what
We'll
happens.
take
I
it.
think. We'll take it.
But coming back, RRQ got baited a little in that early game of the drafting phase.
Yeah, it can be a surprise strategy from our side, but it works on the first game, but no, on the second game. What kind of result that they want to play? What kind of strategy that maybe RRQ already think about it, like don't give Samot the Grok, don't give Samot another pick of heroes, and maybe RRQ can play another playstyle, like give him Ferocic the Assassins if they want to.
So what do you think they should do?
I think they should steer away from giving Assassins to Persik. If he wasn't able to really do much against Van on a utility, on a counter matchup. Remember, Demartis is a good matchup into the Fredrin. How is he going to do on these Assassins who get bullied by these utility picks? I think I don't know what the wise choice is for RRQ to go for now, but I think they need to start respecting Van. Take away the Fredrin, take away the Lancelot. His comfort picks have been troublesome for every single team going up against Aura.
Like for the Fredrin, for the Lancelot, but Van can use another Assassins, right? For example, if Vanny being open, are Van gonna use it or Kabuki gonna use it?
Oh,
I've
you're
seen
right.
Fanny on Van before.
We haven't seen Vanny.
What about Kabani?
Kabani.
That was pretty bad.
That was horrible.
I'm so sorry.
Kabani.
I realized it as it left my mouth.
You know, we already had like a nickname for him. He played Vanny before. It's Kabuki Ackerman, bro.
Kabuki Ackerman, yeah.
I'm not gonna say that again.
Max, anti-mage. The ex-player from Evo said it's Beibuki.
Beibuki and Jonathan Liandi as well. You know, they love them some Kabuki, but here we have Banana and Prince Aran.
The player head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. The average damage taken is lead by Banana itself, but the average KDA, it's quite similar data for both of them actually.
Quite similar.
So, everybody was hating on
difference
Aran, right? Like, low KP.
No.
So, Banana has low KP too, so... Double standard, haha. You haters, nerds.
Oh, you're right.
But
Very
yeah,
similar stats.
because both of them love to play maybe the split push or even like giving the space to Skylar or the mid lane to grow during the early game.
But why is it that Aran is a standout? That's a good point.
Because Aran actually has personality.
Oh god.
Okay, Miracle. Nice try.
Anyway, so let's talk about Naomi, right? Naomi on his signature Cho, he was able to give out vision in the early game, try to facilitate Skylar, but do you think that there could have been anything different towards his gameplay in that game?
Nah, because it's hard to counter against movement, somewhat movement, I mean. That's why maybe if they want to pick Cho again on the second game, they need to ban the Grok. Because as we know, Grok really loves to facing against Cho.
So let's see the changes made by RRQ here as we enter the drafting phase of game number 2. Aura Fire still sticking to the same side as well as RRQ here. Kadita, Claude going to be choice of ban from the side of Aura Fire. RRQ with the Fanny and the Joy. Wait, no! Fanny and Edith. Joy is still open here for the taking.
Fanny Edith. Haven't seen that in a while, man. It's always Fanny and Joy, but for Aura, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Irithel Claude ban worked perfectly. The Beatrix is a bit immobile, but there you go. It's just delayed.
Yep. And now, are they gonna using the same strategy that gonna pick Yif again and RQ gonna pick the Beatrix and Paquito? Or it's gotta be different on the second game?
I don't know. I feel like Syndrome on the Yves, there were so many moments that he was able to create with his flicker real-world manipulation. I think one moment stood out for me the most towards the end of the game. The fact that he was able to deal out the damage. I think it's a little bit too expensive to let go, especially for Clay. So it is going to be prioritized here by Aura Fire for that first pick. RQ sticking to what they know best. Fredrin gonna be utilized here in the first phase of the drafts.
Yeah, they are answering what Miracle said before. It's either Ben, Fredrin, or Pickett, and they're gonna pick the Fredrin instead. But our buyers still have the Lancelot if they want to pick.
Yeah, see, that's a big problem now. You put yourself on a Fredrin, you pick up the Valentino, which is a good response. It's no longer that Farsa. Now you have the real world manipulation as well. Something that's really good here. And what's best about it is it's something that you cannot cancel, unlike the Farsa. That's why I think the Grok worked so well. Because yeah, you bring the Purify, but once that barrier hits you once, when you Feathered Airstrike, you're done. You can't pop in the Purify. The Feathered Airstrike is already gone by that time.
And if we take a look at both of RQ's picks, it kind of denies the Lancelot from Van. So you're killing two birds with one stone here. You're taking the Fredrin away from Van, but you're also denying that Lancelot. Aura Fire here, they respond with a Terizla and a Beatrix.
It's a horrible combo wombo when the penalty zone is connected to the enemies and it will follows up by the reward manipulation.
And a Bennett's Rage.
So a lot of AoE source from the Aura Fire sides. That's why are they gonna pick another hero that might be countering that Aura Fire already have?
Like what? What do they go
Diggy?
for here?
Yeah.
Naomi on Diggy? Nah, I don't see that, man. I mean, it's not Naomi. Kaja, though, that's more Naomi.
But yeah, they gonna play like picking off game, like try to shut down the Yves or even the Beatrix later during the game.
There's a lot of tools that RRQ can utilize just because of the Valentina pick. Remember, what looks like maybe a pick-off comp, it still could transfer over to a team fight, depending on how this goes. With that being said, RRQ, I don't think they need to ban the Lancelot here. I think just leave it open.
Usually when Kaja shows up, the enemies will pick Kufra, right? To counter the Kaja. So Cho is banned by RRQ. Are they gonna ban Kufra on their second ban?
I want to see Aura more than I want to see RRQ's bans here. For Aura, they banned out the Irithel Claw, they picked up the Beatrix. Now, do they want to commit fully on Skylar? Do they want to hack a Skylar? Okay, yes, very quick answer there from Aura. Now it's a carry ban. Final ban, Brody? No, I don't think so.
Brody or Bruno?
The Bruno, maybe, but the Brody, I don't think so. They already have a Terizla, and the Terizla is a phenomenal pick against the Brody.
Because of the momentum that Terizla can create. Using the flicker, the penalty zone, it will making Brody needs to avoid, even if you have the corrosive strike, it's not enough to stop Terizla.
So, what do RQ want to ban here though? Cho, do they want to take away the Franco here? deny it away from Aura Fire. Unless Aura Fire wants to once again go in for the take. Rock band out.
I'm thinking about Minotaur, but
Hellcurt.
Hellcurt. Yeah, because they have the Valentina, so Minotaur is not something they need to be afraid of.
Last time they picked up the Hellcurt, it was a setup for Bruno, remember? Hellcurt ban to open up for the Bruno pick that will be safe in the back. So they want to try to play front to back. 1-1 ban comes through. Final, last pick Bruno is a possibility for RRQ again. And if Aura Fire do not pick up an assassin who can dive the back, this is going to be trouble.
They are not picking any roamer and the jungler yet. This might be a good option if they want to play Ling and Angela.
Who? For who?
Aura.
I don't think...
Ling and
Is it
Angela
enough
can
setup?
play a very aggressive game, but it's need to be careful against Fredrin, I mean.
Against the Kaja as well. It's very risky, but maybe they'll go for it. RRQ. I think they're just going to go for a marksman pick first. Oh no, not marksman, sorry. They're going to go for a jungle or XP lane pick. No, they pick it up here! Oh, I called the Bruno again!
Is it too early though?
But yeah, that's the thing. I think at this point they know, like Aura will know that we are going to pick up the Bruno. So might as well pick it up and flex this Fredrin all the way to the end.
Mirko is the witch doctor, guys. But yeah, two last heroes, the roamer and the jungler. What kind of heroes that they want to pick? Is there any picking the utility jungler? Because we see it yesterday when Alter Ego facing against RQ. They are facing a hard time to reach Bruno itself, but Kubra and Lancelot is there.
Oh, the Lancelot pick. It's doable.
Chalimo is using Lancelot too, right? When facing against Bruno yesterday.
I get it, but against a Valentina and a Fredrin, those mini taunts, man. The Terrify from Valentina and the taunt from Fredrin, it causes just a slight mismechanic that can be capitalized by the Kaja. I mean, we'll see. It all comes back down to execution. I'm quite 50-50 on the Lancelot last pick, but RRQ here. So Fredrin jungle, yeah, no flex. EXP lane.
I think an X-Board could be a very good option. If it's not the X-Board, maybe the Paquito. Oh, no.
All right, it
This
makes
is what they used yesterday, right?
It's really good.
Okay.
It's good against the Beatrix to be able to dive into that back line. It does deal the damage in order to one-shot and combo the Yve. Doesn't necessarily cancel that real-world manipulation, but the damage does do its job. I feel like RRQ have all the holes answered out here.
Yep. Because it's gonna like Aura Fire gonna play a different gameplay during the second game. They didn't have any grok to clear the way very quickly on the early game, or even can dive into the enemy's jungle because they are using the Kufra right now. Kufra is the typical of the counter setups initiation heroes during the early game, but on the late game, Kufra is the initiator.
I'm nervous here. What do we think, Mirko?
Well, I think for Aura, this time, this is very similar to the Alter Ego lineup in terms of draft going up against the Bruno lineup of RRQ. But they have more answers to the dive now. They have more dive to play with. And they have a very balanced composition.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. The Kings of Kings going against the Indonesian Hydras. With Aura already at 1 point, all they need is another to secure this best-of-3 series and turn the tides in history. But if RRQ can force a game number 3, it surely is going to be an epic night.
Yesterday, we already see that Alter Ego is facing a hard time to just reaching the Bruno itself. And now, our Aura Fire, are they having the solution to facing against that? Because the Bruno is using the tenacity. It's making Bruno more sustainable, especially when the HP is below 50%. And the Kaja is using the Brave Smite.
I think one of the reasons I actually didn't like the Yuzong pick or didn't think of the Yuzong pick was because this is a very good lane for the Terizla. Terizla is a winning matchup up against the Yuzong, and with this, they might be able to actually stop the Yuzong from going for these aggressive rotations early on, and maybe Van can rotate up top to get a cheeky little kill.
Does it depend on level 4 or pre-level 4? Yuzong already has difficulties in the lane.
3.
All right. So that's definitely going to be a thorn in the side of RRQ in terms of how they go about in these rotations. Last time around, Aura Fire, they went in for just pressure into the mid lane. But look at the counter aggression coming from RQ in game number 2 with Clay and Naomi. Quick wave clear, faster rotations as well. Aura Fire falling a little bit behind.
And I think the important matters is like making Banana have his level 4 to like using the Black Dragon transformation, joining the Turtle initiation from both of the teams. That's really important. But there is like is making him hard during on the laning phase. Even Sin is moving there.
Getting that level 4. Aran is actually just a pinch off of level 4. Fair6 first onto the Turtle. Having a little bit of a level lead. Real World Blade can be used up right now. Van gonna be petrified. Oh, he's able to dash forward. Oh, that's first blood by Clay. A good splash. And RQ wins out the first Turtle fight. Now Aran gonna be knocked up. Forced to flicker defensively. The Appraiser's Wrath stops him in his tracks. Oh, he's still able to survive just for a bit. But the Dragon Tail will connect. Banana just whips him to death.
That's a 1-for-0 trade in favor of RRQ. 1,100 gold lead as Fursic looks to claim this purple buff away. But Samo says no.
Yep. He just tried to stop Fursic from stealing the purple buff.
Oh, what?
Even on the bottom lane, yeah. It's a pick-up game. Kabuki from the RQ itself. Naomi using the Divine Judgment. Kabuki needs to be careful, or even Samoyete needs to be there to stand by to covering against Kabuki.
Truly does. I mean,
same prediction.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. The same prediction coming through here. No one has opted for a different prediction in terms of the casters. But RQ still with a 2,000 gold lead. With Kabuki being picked off like that, if RQ can continue this, Aura Fire with a better setup and better just chance in team fights, RQ might snowball.
It's a 2,000 gold lead, and it's on Banana, Clay, and Skylar. Yeah, very, very good members to have this gold lead on. And meanwhile, I'm just tracking levels here for Van and Fairsic. It seems like even with that first Turtle, Van is able to still be even in levels.
Well, yeah. Even in levels, it's not enough miracle. They need to make the movement. They need to make the initiation because with this kind of gold lead, it's gonna be hard.
Divine Judgment, and there you go. Skylar just wreaking havoc. Second kill in this game already. Snowball for Skylar. This is what happened last time against Alter Ego. It's happening again against Aura.
If they keep this lead, I think they just can't eat anybody who's in front of him. Like using the Divine Judgment to anybody, even Salmon or even Aaron later. Because they have enough damage to secure the kill points.
They do already here in the early game, and remember that both these teams are going to start centering around the Turtle. I do believe that Aura Fire have a better fighting chance when they group up as 5 with their RRQ. See, they don't even want to commit onto it. They want to look for a pickoff first.
They certainly don't. Here, they didn't even use the real world manipulation, so they're winning on both fronts here. Getting a turret for Skylar and even getting a free Turtle up top for Fairsic. But it seems like it was resetted, or is Fairsic holding on to it? Okay, so it was resetted earlier, and Fairsic now has the control back. Black Dragon form going to be used up. And it's a free Turtle for RRQ. All the dubs in the world for game 2 RRQ.
2 Turtles, 3k gold leading by RRQ. It's Aura Fires are facing a bad time during this early game. They need to be careful. They need to play the counter setups thing, waiting for maybe the RRQ is like getting like not together and picking up some hero because Skylar already have his 2 kill points. Like we already see it yesterday. When Skylar have the snowballing moment, it's gonna be dangerous.
Sarah's Revenge and the Rage. Real world manipulation used up as well, but Fairsic now with a flank, good one. Locking down. Now it's another real world manipulation as that's gonna be the Divine Judgment, locking Samo down. Fairsic able to just stand there and zone Aura as it's a free one for RRQ, free trade. Samo for nothing.
This is literally the same story as game number 1, but reversed. Right? You see Aura Fire just being asphyxiated in their own base. RRQ doing the exact same thing Van was able to do onto Fursic. And Van might not be able to get it, and he doesn't.
Nope.
He loses the purple buff again. Fursic. It's personal now.
Yeah. Fursic is just trying to get his revenge on his first game. I think by trying to stealing all the purple buff or even invading the jungle of Aura Fire, that's what RQ wants to play. Especially when they have the Naomi using the Kaja. So if Aura Fire try to open the map, the Divine Judgment will be there.
That's a 2,000 gold lead between the gold laners. Skylar already at 5,700. I think he's secured a few items already. Berserker Fury as well. That's definitely a good start towards his damage and the way that he's able to snowball. Kabuki just got BOD here.
Late, very late.
Yep. On almost 7 minutes, it's very late to secure the BOD because he already have 2k gold difference with Skylar, right? That's why Skylar is very rich right now. You need to be careful when Skylar get all of these maybe 3 or 4 items so he can join the team fight. And it will be hard to touch Skylar, aim Skylar during the team fights happens.
So for Aura Fire, they can't even look for a trade, they can't even look for a contest. At this point, they're just going to have to accept what RQ are doing to them.
Until maybe RQ is having a blunder or tilting moment. That might be the answer for Aura Fire. They need to play very defensively. Because remember, they have Kufra, they have Terislam. The counter setup is the only option now.
It's literally a story of revenge. Another buff. All right, wait, Van is holding that purple buff, but Banana. How? What do Aura Fire do? What are they waiting for? Is there some sliver of hope? Maybe later on, a power spike that we're waiting on?
Oh, there you go. Touch and the Rage. Oh, miscommunication. The Venus Rage did not connect, and Fairsick now will still be able to survive. That's a flicker backwards. Real World Ablation going to be coming down, and a penalty zone as well. Black Dragon forms in, instantly flickering out, but now Aran is going to be caught in the Petrify, able to flicker out to safety. The passive just ticking down, and both teams disengage.
Aran is left behind, but luckily he still has the flicker, so the Petrify is not connected to Aran, so he is still safe there. But the turret on the top lane has been destroyed again for Team RQ. I think they will wait for the first lord later, so the first lord gonna help them to like collecting all the objective like for the inner turret, like the middle lane or even the bottom lane.
They need to buy some time for Kabuki, man. Only with a BOD. Does he at least... Oh man, no, Samo! Alright, still able to survive, but does Kabuki at least have Malefic Roar at this point? I want to see the items. I hope we get to see it as soon as possible. No?
No. He doesn't even have a Legion Sword, they turn out. So he's still quite far from hitting that Malefic Roar in 9 minutes. Meanwhile,
Skylar.
Great Dragon Spear.
There it is.
Well, that's so fast. Great Dragon Spear, Haskell, and Berserker Fury.
What? 3 items!
3 items. Like I mentioned before, Mirko, that's why Skylar will be dangerous if he's joining team fights now. But he needs to be careful where Samot and Aran was. Because, yeah, he have a bodyguard like Banana and Fairsick who always stand beside him, but if he get caught using the Tyrant Rage, Skylar is not using Purify.
That's the only loophole. Can Aran find it enough though? Fast enough? Can he open up the map? Can his teammates facilitate this though?
Not now, Aetherna. Because even Aran find the gap, it's gonna be hard for our Fire member to follow up what's Aran movement. Because they didn't have enough damage, they didn't have enough level. They just need to play very patiently until all the items from our Fire is there. Because they have to high ground defensive, Beatrix and Yves. It's good to when to clearing the minions wave.
So you're saying there's still hope for Aura Fire here?
Still hope, but they need to play the patient game.
You need to play the patient game, but it looks like RQ, they keep forcing these just conflicts all around. Fairsick not giving any moment, any opportunity for Aura Fire to catch up on that gold. Finally, Van does get a sliver of it. But is that enough? 8,300 gold lead now by RRQ.
I mean, I don't think there's much counterplay for Aura. The only counterplay, like Kolyu said, is to wait for RRQ to make a mistake or just turtle in the base until they get to that power spike or when they get equal. And that's still a long road to go.
Yeah.
Very long. Look at the way that the wave actually crashed in the top lane. So the Lord will still be able to crash in without the base turret passive. It was used up earlier, but it still doesn't do anything. They are able to clear it out. First Lord, this time for RRQ, only getting the tier 2s. No base turrets, unlike Aura in game 1.
It's disciplined gameplay from RRQ because they know Aura Fire have Beatrix and Yves to clear the wave very quickly. That's why we just got the inner turret now and wait for maybe the other Lord to secure the base turret later.
What about now, though? Let's take a look. Let's catch up on these stats, right? 11 minutes in, and Aura Fire have not been able to get a single kill in the game, right? 5-0. Everyone from RRQ has remained untouched despite how aggressive they're playing. And here we go, another play.
Flicker Divine Judgment, Petrify. Oh, a run gets out. DPZ. Defensive penalty zone used up. And even Van there was able to secure the orange buff some way, somehow. And Appraiser's Wrath to zone Sin. You know, get away. Get out of here. But it's a small win for Aura, that one.
Because it's a very small gap for Aura Fire to find his farming time. Because RQ just freeze the lane. He didn't even give Aura Fire the chance to go into their own jungle. They always be there to like picking off some some Aura Fire's member if they're there to go into the jungle.
They're ruthless, man. They're ruthless. They're forcing Aura Fire out of their safety zone, their cage that they have built for themselves. Samo.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I think that might be a mistake here. Clay has the penalty zone. Samo needs to sacrifice his life. Penalty zone flicker coming down. Only Samo caught. Immortality popped in. Samo should die for free. And that is a bad time for Aura to lose their roamer. Renner's Apathy not connecting. Clay picks it up, and this should be a free Lord. No way for Aura to contest.
Yep, that's a miscommunication. I think when Samo just go into his Tyrant Revenge, but when Aura Fire sees that Clay having the penalties on like Miracle said before, they just think, oh, okay, this is gonna be bad for us. The RQ even can wipe out us. That's why they just sacrifice Samo in front of them, and they just choose to go back.
But he needs to look for those plays, doesn't he? Samo. Did Van get it? Oh
Nope.
my god, it was stolen by Versik.
Well played by Versik. Didn't use the red tree on the enhanced Lord. He knows that it's uncontestable. Might as well use it to invade.
12k gold difference, Miracle, and with this enhanced Lord, it will go into the middle base turret. I think Aura Fire, they need to play using the resources like the Banner's Rage or even the Root Manipulation very carefully.
Very, very carefully. Precise gameplay is what Aura Fire needs to rely on right now. Like Skylar besieging that top lane base turret easily. Now Versik with a taunt, getting around very, very low. Praiser's Wrath, nope, not connecting, but used up. 2 base turrets, Phantom Execution to try to zone RQ away. The bottom wave has been dealt with by Aura. And again, it is a game of discipline. RRQ, no reason to risk it. And for Aura, no way to try to even team fight.
I don't see a world where RQ make a mistake here with the way that they've been playing for the past 14 minutes.
They can just go back to lane pressure, wave control, housekeeping as you like to put it, and that's it. That's proper setup. It's forced errors across the map, but the late game threat is still there. It's lingering. Aura have been able to withstand the last 4 minutes of just defending. If they step out and they die to a pickoff, that will be the ticket for RQ to end the game. But if Aura constantly play in this base, the base turrets will fall, but with an RWM and a Beatrix, I don't think RQ can end the game. They do not have the range to actually do it.
They don't even dare to initiate the team fights back when the Lord is coming to the Aura Fire base. Naomi have the Flicker, have the Divine Judgment, but he didn't want to start the war. He just want to get all of the objective like the base middle turret and base top turret. That's why, okay, after we got it, we just go back. We didn't want the fights.
It's definitely within Clay's kit to be that high ground though. That's definitely something that they do have to play with. And if they combine it with Naomi, Flicker, Divine Judgment, that just might be the answer to crack open the base of Aura Fire. Which is why RRQ still a 13,000 gold lead. Look at how both of these teams are posturing. RRQ trying to look for a pickoff, realizing that they have Frozen at that bottom side. Is Beatrix anywhere near ready yet?
No.
4k gold difference.
Yeah.
Against Skylar, it's too much, babe. But yeah, slowly but sure, Kabuki have his items. So it's like a ticking bombs when Aura Fire is just successfully drag this into the late game when Aura Fire members have all the items. it can be bad if RRQ do the mistakes during the team fight.
What is he building here?
With Javelin, Wind of Nature maybe?
Yeah. Okay, so he's going towards Wind of Nature. Oh, and he severely needs it as well.
And look at this, free. You can hear the RRQ fans. There you go. The C together as Skylar picks up. Well, it was Farisic who took. No, it's Skylar who took it. And now it is a waiting game again. Clay has the winner truncheon. I think it lies on Naomi. Naomi needs to get a good pick on either Sin or Kabuki. If he gets that, then RQ can end. But if they don't, Aura can defend.
It's really a passive game, Miracle. It's all about objective from the RRQ team. That's why Aura Fire, like you mentioned before, needs to be waiting. Maybe it needs the miracle when Aran or Samot do the initiation.
Oh, it's nerve-wracking. All spells are up, all resources are up. Like you mentioned, it's all gonna bank down onto Naomi. Can he get that flicker engage?
Black Dragon form, there you go. Divine Judgment blocking around down. This might be the end right here. Van gonna be melted down. Thorn Rose getting him out. Now the base is wide open. Yep, they're just going to straight go at it. Easy end for RRQ. That RWM, that front to back, was never created. It was messy because of the Black Dragon form.
Ruthless. It's a very disciplined game. Ruthless, yeah. I like that word, Aetherna.
Ruthless. Revenge. RRQ. They were waiting for this moment after what Aura Fire did to them in game number 1, getting what, a 12, 13,000 gold lead. RRQ say, hey, in game number 2, let's see how you feel about this. Let's see how you feel about a one-sided game. Let's see you drink your own medicine. And now RRQ have forced a game number 3.
Eat your own strategy. Yeah, that's what's happened on this game number 2. That's why Aura Fire, like I said before, it's gonna be different movement, mobility from them since they didn't have any grubs like the first game. And because they have the Valentina, it's going to be dangerous if they want to pick the grub itself. And on the second game, RRQ just put the pressure on our Fire's side.
I agree.
I'm trying to think right now
Me
in
too.
that game. RRQ, they played so well, but everyone played so well. It was a deathless game. Technically a perfect game. Who was the most impressive?
Not too perfect because the outer top turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, but in terms of kills, in terms of, again, their end as well, much smoother than Aura in game 1. Aura took, how long did Aura take to end game 1? It was much shorter in game 2, right? I think only 14 minutes.
I can't decide.
On the game 1, if I'm not wrong, 16 minutes, it's quite the same with RRQ on this second game, but yeah, it's a sweet revenge for from RRQ.
Wait, I'm deciding.
Might as well give it to the flashy player, like.
Okay, well, I went for a different route.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what you went for, so we'll see. But this one was a very anticlimactic Sui, right? Yesterday, triple kill against all odds. Now it's like, Sui.
It's like he didn't need to do anything.
Yeah, he was just
flashy.
like kicking the balls in, you know, as a striker.
But yeah, for the audience who love the action on Mobile Legends, it's gonna be a disappointing game on the second game because it's all about objective. But win is a win.
A win is a win.
As long as the best is destroyed, they don't care what happens in game. Even only
They
have
don't
7
care.
kill
Take
points.
Skylar's the best football player in the world. They don't care.
That was it. It was so one-sided. I don't really know what to talk about.
I mean, again,
Why am I following your accent?
you're slowly becoming Scouse, okay? But it's fine. It's fine here. The Bruno. Speaking of the objective gameplay, I think the Bruno excels at the objective gameplay because neutral objectives and even just turret structures, Bruno takes it so fast. It's basically kind of like Brody, you know.
I was about to ask.
But
is
crit
it better than Brody for Siege?
I would say, maybe not. It really depends. It's situational. If you have a front line, Brody, or I think Bruno might be able to take these turrets and objectives faster, but Bruno doesn't really have, the proper tools to escape and to go for these maneuvers, I would say, compared to a Brody. So it's a plus and minus. But here, Mr. CLAY.
CLAY, Mr. Deden from Bogor, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Here on the Valentina, he was so free.
Yeah,
Okay.
with 100% kill participation. Yeah, I know it's like small numbers of kill points on the second game, but every time the kill happening, there will be dead end there. Even the emblem using the agility, the weapon master, and the impure rage in all the items. Enchanted Talisman, Clock of Destiny, Divine Judgment, Divine Glaive, Lightning Truncheon, and Winter Truncheon. Why I thinking about
It's okay.
Divine Judgment?
There was so many Divine Judgments in that previous game that I understand. But let's take a look at this choice in talent, all right? Because I've seen several variations. I think this is the first variation I've seen like this.
Oh yeah?
He actually goes in for the mage base.
Uh-huh.
And then he goes for Weapon Master and Agility. I understand Agility, but Weapon Master on the Valentina, usually you'd go for maybe just a little bit more cooldown reduction and maybe go for more damage by using the Assassin base emblem.
Sometimes, if it's Udal, he'll go also for Festival of Blood.
All right.
Man loves his sustain.
He's an outlier, though.
Yeah.
He's literally the only person who does that.
Yeah, he really is. But I think Weapon Master, Kolios, what do you think about this? We've seen Weapon Master, we've seen even Bargain Hunter.
It depends on the items that he wants to build, I think, because it's all out item, damage item from the clay itself. That's why he needs the Weapon Master to have it works. But yeah, during this gameplay, yeah, for some of the people who love the action, like I mentioned before, it will be a boring game. But if you look at how RRQ playing with the macro game, it's a really important game to you if you want to learn it. Because they didn't seek for the pick-off, even they are using Kaja, but they are looking for all of the objective like the turret itself. And here, Samot, the one who have miscommunication when he tried to pick off the clay using the Tyrant Revenge.
I don't even blame him, right? I think he was looking for a Hail Mary play anyway. Like, despite anything going on, eventually it was already imminent that Aura Fire were going to lose with how far behind they already were. Look at that, a 15,000 gold lead at some point. It's got to take a toll on your patience as well. But in the end, they were able to get one kill. One single kill. Okay, it wasn't as brutal in terms of buffs than with game number 1, but still very one-sided.
Still brutal. Still very, very brutal.
15k gold difference without any objective that they got. Only one outer turret on the top lane. Even, yeah, but the orange buff is better than RRQ on the first game. Because RRQ only got 3 orange buff and 3 purple buff. But Aura Fire got 6 and 4.
So a total of 10.
Still sad because it's a one-sided game.
It really was. It truly was. And where did it all go wrong for Aura Fire, honestly, in that early game?
They lost the turtle and they lost lane bottom. So their winning lane was the Terizla, but they weren't able to make much out of it. And when your winning lane is in the top and the XP lane and you do not get the first turtle, it's a problem because the Bruno will definitely bully the Beatrix. That is something that will happen, right? The Beatrix, all he can do is clear out the wave. Just try to deny a trade from happening. But that's about it. If Skylar gets these kills with these ganks onto the gold lane, it's over. That's what happened.
And yeah, on the early game, I think we rarely seen that Samot move to the gold lane. That's why Beatrix is being picked off by the Naomi and Skylar combo.
Thing is, I don't think the Kufra could have actually killed the Bruno. Do you think so?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's too hard. You're very...
The sliding tackle.
Your sliding tackle is pretty mobile. To get out of
and
the...
have the immobile CC, right? Using the sliding tackle. That's why it's gonna be hard. Even if Bruno is building the half boots, I think it can just avoiding the Tyrant Rage using the sliding tackle itself.
And I think RQ understood that, right? Which is why in the banning phase, they didn't go for a Kufra ban. They went for Kaja and Cho. So it's more reliable in terms of that CC. And looking at this again, how do you win against RQ when they draft like this?
You know, again, I honestly feel like Aura Fire did what Alter Ego did. Although they had more answers, I will give them props for that. They had more answers for the Bruno, but it's still the same. They kind of cornered themselves with a carry ban instead of a Bruno ban, and a 1-1 ban instead of the Bruno ban. Because I think they would have actually done better if it was a carry, if it was a 1-1 on the opposing team.
Yeah, so it's better to give 1-1 or carry.
Maybe,
Skylar.
okay, maybe 1-1. No, but carry, yeah, carry for sure.
I mean, there was still an option to pick up something like Diggy in case the one was taken. Oh, there's just so many what ifs.
What if?
What ifs? It'll haunt you until the end of time, ladies and gentlemen. So don't think too hard. Let us think hard for you guys. And because we're thinking so hard, we are gonna throw to a short break. Stay tuned to see the conclusion between the Kings and Kings. What? The Kings of Kings and the
Dragons.
The Indonesian Dragons. Let's get it. See you after the break.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua serangan jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break.
Short.
And here it is. We are back to a 1-1, back to a best of one between RRQ and Aura Fire. It was Aura Fire leading that first game, and then RRQ came back and was like, game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. What is up with today and like reverse sweeps?
I have no idea. What is it with today and 3 games? I thought you were supposed to be the 2-0 blessing, Coleus. What happened, man?
What is this?
Blessing
You promised.
is just a myth. It's broken for today.
There you go.
Broken for today.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But because all of the teams are very strong, I think, for today match. Because we already see that 2-1 the score on the second match, and now on the third match,
Another
RQ and the Aura Fire.
Yeah,
Both
again.
of them are strong.
And it was so unfortunate, but you know, there's so much fun going around here at EXO Hall. Like earlier on, you guys couldn't see it because we were on a break, but for the Indonesian broadcast, they get to see that there was a quiz that went between the Kingdom as well as Aura fams.
There's a trivia questions.
Yep, it was like,
7th
time
Indonesian
does-
president.
yeah, I couldn't answer that one. What time does Lord
Disappointed.
spawn?
What time does Lord spawn?
Who is the mid laner of RQ?
That one was... They asked that to RQ. It's like, to the Kingdom.
Yeah, but
If
so-
you don't know that, you'll get slammed.
and the Kingdom won. And I
By-
think it would have been,
Different if you were there. In
yeah.
the Aura.
I think they would have lost
fams.
harder if I was there.
I gotta
Really
give them
Coleus.
props for the try hardness though, because one girl from RQ, she was asked for like the 3rd Sila in Pancasila and she just booked it. She was like, all right,
Pass.
nah, pass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was like, you know what? Instead of wasting time, I'm try harding. My friend probably knows it. Hey, Turna, what is it?
I think it's Persatuan Indonesia.
Yeah, there you go. I got it.
All right,
So you're
well-
better than that girl.
Yes! Things could have been different. But yeah, that's the fun going on. So if you guys are at home watching, please do take some time and come over to EXO Hall. You guys get a chance to meet all your idols, get a chance to meet all the casters, and even just embrace the atmosphere here.
Feel the
Or
vibe.
even, yeah, feel the vibe like St. Lucas right now and Coach Palevi, man.
They're vibing.
The fire on their eyes are still there, Eterna.
I don't know what fire. I can't see the fire in their eyes. I can see, however, a book and
Logo.
Cassius. What? Oh, it's Saya.
Saya.
Sorry.
They always look similar. Even Zaya already cut his hair.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
If he wasn't wearing the RQ jersey, I don't know who that guy is.
But yeah, it's the moment of truth. Best of 1 games, Miracle. Without seeing the draft, who do you think gonna win? Based
Well,
on your feelings.
My feeling. Let me just
Does
ask.
Miracle have feelings?
I am a
That's the
robot.
question.
No, but Aura.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You think Aura?
Kimura just passed me.
Maybe you can tell him the power of nature thing.
Anyway, let's get into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for game number 3, the final game to this best of 3 series. RRQ and Aura now on the opposite sides of the spectrum.
Again.
Let's see if it is going to change their bans, and it doesn't at all. But Fredrin is going to be banned out here by Aura Fire in that last ban, which opens up the Irrital.
Oh, fun little hero there to contest. But this basically means that, you know, fans like, all right, maybe it wasn't me. Maybe Fredge is just busted.
But yeah, with Irrital, I think Skylar might be use it on during the third pick or even after the second banning phase. It depends on what kind of gameplay that RQ wants to play, because they are on the first pick, so they need to set standard for the Aura Fire, what kind of heroes that they gonna pick. Valentina is the first option.
Yeah, we saw it getting the POTG in game number 2 with Clay on the Valentina. The fact that he can utilize that to his creativity definitely is a bigger impact than if they secured Irrital in the first phase, seeing as now there are certain solutions and counters towards it. Aura Fire though, what are they going to go for? Yves is an option, Pakito, and Irrital. So Yves, they left it open for maybe the last pick in that first phase.
Yeah, because if they pick right now, RRQ already picked the Valentina, so it's gonna be a loss for Aura Fire. Maybe they're gonna pick it on the third pick before the second banning phase happens. But for RQ side, they're facing against Irithel. Are they gonna pick Beatrix now?
Maybe.
Oh, it's Brody.
Very good, very good. I think the Beatrix would struggle against the Irithel, so instead, you know what? Go for the Brody pick here. It's also a big curveball. We haven't seen this Brody since... When was the last time we saw his Brody? I think it was Alter Ego RQ Leg 1. Leg 1, Game 1. That's when the Irithel showed up for... Oh, Grok picking it away as well. Denying it from Samo.
Are they gonna playing like Aura on the first game? With Grok, with Valentina, it can easily clear the wave on the mid lane if the Grok is the roamer. And they just can go into the enemy's jungle or even move into the enemy's like harassing the XP lane or even the gold lane.
I don't think Banana's actually picked up the Grok this season.
He has.
Has he?
Yeah, I remember it clearly because he went Lethal Ignition Grok in the XP lane.
Alright, so it is a flex. Aura Fire, they're going for the Boxia pickup here first, securing a safe hero for Van. But that does leave the Yve to be banned out here by RQ in the second phase.
It's more important to pick Baxia than Yve if they want to prevent the jungler invader from RQ side.
Completely agree with you. Now with the Terizla ban as well, just doing some really, really good bans towards the counters or heroes that can actually give Paquito a hard time. Now aside from the Terizla, who else gives Paquito a hard time?
You said Khalid.
Khalid?
Yeah.
But Banana Khalid. It's a very interesting combo.
He's picked it up before. He definitely could pick it up again. Yve, again, going to be banned here by RRQ.
Did someone already use Lunox on this season?
I can't remember a Lunox.
I
don't
need to
think
check.
so.
I don't remember
I don't
either.
think so. I think last time was Swayed Low, and the highs, it was season 11, I think.
But on the season 12, Lunox is not a debut yet.
Yeah, not yet. Lunox against a Grok, a Valentina, and Brody. Do you think that's an option that they can actually go for?
If they have enough CC, I think that's the option. But they need to play the long game. They need to wait until Lunox have 3 or 4 items before she can join the team fight.
I don't know if they allow that kind of snowball for the side of RQ. I mean, we saw what they were able to do in game number 2 when they found that opportunity. Cho going to be taken away from the side of Aura Fire, forcing Naomi on a different hero. But then another option that Syndrome can utilize here is Faramis. I do understand that you're going against a Valentina, but what other choice do you have here? You can't pick up the Farsa.
Faramis ban is good for RQ side if they don't want to make Aura Fire plays a very team-fight oriented playstyle.
They're going for the Farsa, so they say they want the Faramis. They want to go up against the Call Altar to steal the Call Altar. Now it gets really tough for Aura. No Farsa, no Yve, no Valentina, no Kadita. All of Sin's heroes.
No Varia.
You're right, Novaria will be amazing up against this composition. Stops a lot of ambushes from happening, and that range certainly is going to be a big problem to deal with from RQ. Let me go for the Kaja first.
Kaja can open map using the Ring of Order, and Kaja can easily picking up maybe Valentina or even Brody using the Divine Judgment. But Kaja need to be careful because Valentina can use the IMU to steal the Divine Judgment. Even it can backfire to aiming for Kabuki using that skill.
Yeah, and Kabuki, I don't think he wants to go Purify here. I don't think he can. He would either go for just plain Sprint or even Inspire. So RQ, oh, there it is.
Jungle!
Kufra and Yuzong being picked up. Perfect to go into the back line. And you're right, like you mentioned, Grok, Jungle, and the Novaria last pick.
Wow, what an interesting pick. Because using the Grok Jungle, it have the almost the same mobility with Baxia itself.
But I feel like that Yuzong pick is so valuable against the composition of Aura Fire.
Mainly against the Novaria. That Novaria is going to struggle.
Irithel too. We saw an Irithel be
Both of them.
countered heavily. Just all he needs to do, Black Dragon form, backline, go for the Petrify, and it's GG.
But careful on the late game because Black Dragon form when try to chase for Irithel, Irithel can just giving the damage while running to the Yuzong.
I don't know, do you think this warrants a Purify?
On the Irithel?
There you go, he goes Purify.
Holy, on an Irithel.
That's all you can do. you can't sprint out of it. All you can do is try to purify your way out of Banana's siege. I think it's interesting. Let's see if it works out, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you into the Land of Dawn for the final game of the series. Will the Indonesian Hydras prevail against the wavering Kingdom, or will the Kingdom step out once again as victors, claiming the heads of all the dragons here in Aura Fire?
Kabuki's choosing the Purify because he knows that they didn't have any bodyguards to cover against Kabuki. So that's why he needs to savor choice to make Kabuki easily run away if he gets aimed by the enemies using the Purify itself. Because Aran will focus on the front line. Even Samot will try to pick off the enemies.
Here though, you can see already that Van has a significant advantage when it comes to clearing compared to the Grok in the jungle. Quantum Charge, by the way, on the Grok jungle. Let's talk a little bit about this Grok.
Yep, with using the Quantum Charge, the Season Hunter, and the Tank Emblem for the Grok itself, so it makes Grok more sustainable during the teamfights happens.
It also gives a little bit more maneuverability for Ursik, right? He needs to be able to rotate quicker, so he opts for that Quantum Charge for that extra movement speed. But here, and it's working, right? They're able to invade. Aran's having a really tough time.
Not sure about that, yeah. He got the jungle creep, but you know you give more XP when you die. Ursik smacks him and gets a first blood, but RQ did send 4 members down below. That means Skylar is very vulnerable to a 3-man dive maybe.
It's a dangerous movement. Even Skylar is being targeted on the top lane, but Naomi is there. Skylar facing against Kabuki, like Miruko mentioned before. The Brody might be had to have a 50-50, right? When against Irital, the matchup.
It's a bit more 50-50. It becomes a skill matchup here. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane, better clear for Aura. They've also rotated towards the bottom lane, and despite Aran dying in the early game, they're still able to get him to level 4. Same level as Banana. He actually punishes Banana quite a bit, forcing a regeneration.
Samuel's not level 4 just yet, though, so I think in terms of pick-off, it's all fine and dandy. And in the top side, 1v1.
He's looking for a Tornapart memory. He gets a Tornapart memory, but Kabuki now is chasing him down. Might be a solo kill. Stun up. Oh, Flicker out. Black Dragon form. Wait, used up. Van versus Poissons here. Petri gonna be comboed in together. Van, oh wow, how? He still got it. Banana didn't get in range to get that. Ursik falls, and it's Aura with a massive capital W.
Well, the Retribution still on point from Van, even though he's been chased by the enemies, and wow, it's different now. Why I'm choosing RQ on this match?
You're just you're in Arashi's spot. Arashi's aura is getting to you.
But I'm not a biased man, so I just think about the draft. Really, trying to be honest.
It's okay. It does make sense. I do see the potential of the drafts coming in from RRQ, especially looking at it now. Skylar still has not been punished just yet, but things might be different because earlier on, Samuel wasn't level 4 yet, so he couldn't use that Divine Judgment to take Brody down, but now it's a different story. Samuel needs Flicker. Oh, he doesn't have Divine. Oh, now he does. Is this the right time?
He needs to wait. He needs to secure where is Naomi at. That's why Astral Echo is called out.
Shield Unity canceling out Naomi's engage. Wow, charge the 1-2! And it's a Divine Judgment stealing it away, getting Samo HD low. Naomi's very low as well. Van goes in, Turtles and Poissons getting the damage reduction, but he's isolated from the team. No Tornapart memory, but they don't need it. Got to trade back. Oh, Skylar 1 HP. Kabuki not in range just yet. Tornapart memory and a big wall to cancel it out. Sin is waiting for the Astral recall to be back up. He uses it, but it's only to go into the mid lane where Aran was able to shove it.
Unfortunately, there's not enough damage from the side of Kabuki just yet. It's too early in the game to follow it up. See, one single just basic attack onto Kalei deals barely enough damage, and we need to understand that Skylar on the Brody is going to get that power spike a lot quicker, and so there should be a lot more playroom and damage for RRQ here in the early game.
He didn't want to overextend that movement, especially the second Lord is, the second Turtle is coming now. So our players try to contest the Turtle, but Van, his Retribution are on point game.
Van looking for the drive-by here. It gets stopped there, and that's a Divine Judgment despite the Divine Judgment free. Oh, what happened? Aran in the back, he gets caught! Not his normal split-pushing self. He instead joins a team fight, and it ends up disastrously.
Aran, due to mistakes on this third game, first when he tried to like stealing the Greek jungle, then now the second time is when he's tried to like doing the flanking, but all of the RQ team is there. It's very dangerous movement from Aran, and it gives RQ more EXP. But our Fire is still leading the gold until the 5 minutes of the game.
Barely though, right? It's gonna be instantly turned around, but Van goes in.
Shield Unity only connecting to Naomi, who has that bouncing ball. The Astral Echo reveals them. The Astral Sphere does not connect. And Aura somehow are still holding on to that 1,000 gold lead despite losing that turtle fight. Divine Judgment onto Clay, but Clay might be able to, get another Divine Judgment, and this guy, Naomi, it's a cheeky little kill there. Banana waiting in that bush. Aran forced to back away with a jab, dodges away from the Furious Dive, gets the shield back up, and escapes.
Yeah, because the Divine Judgment is used by the Lightning Ball, Miracle. He didn't have any flicker before, so that's why the our Fire's member cannot following up somewhat movement, and it's a wasting Divine Judgment.
Oh man, Van, does he get it? All right. Oh,
he did.
Okay. So Persik still unable to get Van's buff away from him, but look at just the instant trade happening, the instant change. Aura Fire, because they lost that tower in the bottom side, RQ can play around with that a lot better. Just zoning in, going in for that purple buff. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, they don't necessarily have the space enough to utilize that because they haven't been able to get a single turret down so far.
So it's another disciplined game, Eterna.
RQ.
Both of them didn't want to like having a big team fight to aim for the turret yet, but RQ already got the outer bottom turret. And now the turtle. Who's gonna get it?
So he's trying to terrify Van. Look at the resources that they're spending here for Van. He instead rotates over towards that top side where they are able to trade this turtle for an objective. It's a structure, tier 1.
I kind of see the RQ points why they are picking the Grok as the jungler, Miracle, because they want to securely saving the objective.
Oh, Skylar
has the flicker. Van shielded in the flicker by Naomi. Beautiful. Wild charge, but Aran knocks him out. Wow, Clay is throwing the Divine Judgment, looking for Aran now. Aran's trying to force it out. But with Skylar down, this gives Aura a bit more space to play around the map again.
And it gives Kabuki that space as well. I think he dearly needs it with how things have been going so far. But look at this. You can already see visibility here for the side of Aura Fire with that ultimate coming down in clutch. Skylar on the Brody picking up that Malefic Roar. Now, with that being said, how is it going to fare for RQ in these team fights?
They need to aim for the winning condition like Clay, because Clay is not taken down yet. Eterna, I think that's the point if Aura Fire wants to win this fight.
Samo's going to be revealed here. He might have to sacrifice his life as the Black Dragon form is committed. And Samo, he does lose his life. It's a torn apart memory. They are giving Skylar a lot of these resources, even giving the kill over. Poissance used by Van. Naomi not spotted in that bush, but they know he's there.
I think our Fire have too many single target, Miracle. The AoE damage is not enough because the Astra Recall, Astra Meteor is only like having a small AoE. It's different with RQ because Skylar, we know as the Tornpike Memory, if the stack is connected to a lot of heroes from Aura Fire, the Tornpike Memories can connect to a lot of them. And Clay using the Arcane Shadow Strike is really important for him.
There's definitely a lot more tools that RRQ can utilize here in AoE and just plain initiation. And we're starting to see that RRQ are trying to capitalize over it. But even if you have a lot of tools to initiate, if you get poked down before you can even commit to it, I think that's what Aura Fire is trying to utilize, and that power is in the late game. So Aura Fire needs to buy some time for the Irithel to come online, as well as Sin, who finally is able to get that Lightning Truncheon.
Yeah, especially Kabuki is not taken down yet until right now, so Irithel is the key to playing it until the late game before Irithel maybe can carry his team. But from RQ said, don't forget that they have Skylar too. If Skylar have all of the items, it's gotta be painful from the damage from the Skylar itself.
Very, very painful. Look at the Wind of Nature for Kabuki though. He knows that Skylar's going to be powerful. There's going to be a Yuzong hunting him down. There's a lot of answers. Revenge in the Rage. Samo, even Divine Judgment. Wow. 2 ultimates used up for Samo. Now 0, 4, and 3 has been read out like a book by RRQ. Meanwhile, Fairsick, Power of Nature to cancel out the CC. Aranda doing a good job. That's split pushing, going at a tier 2. Banana's rotating over. And Aran needs to be careful here. Sin got taken low. Tier 2 falling. Aran still pushing. Black Dragon form used up.
Oh, Kabuki!
Kabuki, what? How did he get that kill? Just goes up now, the sprint on the Skylar. Aran is zoning him away from this Lord. Naomi and Banana still looking for an opening right now. Reggie battle, Van! That's a wild charge, and Banana secures it for the team. Meanwhile, Aran in the back, trying to go in for a little bit of a fight there. Gets a sustain from the shielding of skill 1. But Aura now disengaged. They know they have lost the neutral objective battle, but they have won the team fight. They can use this to maybe defend and look for a siege.
That's a 1-for-1 trade, though RRQ, they still have the Lord, but Samo goes in. Persic, will he be taken down?
No commitment.
All right.
It's lack of
Naomi!
Naomi, beautiful! Tyrant's Revenge! Van now, shield unity cancelled out by Banana! And now he's caught in the midst of it all. Aran forced to look for a trade in the mid lane. He does find the tier 1, but ultimately, who is it worth for?
Well, Naomi using that flicker is on point by aiming for the scene itself. But now, with that moment from Aura Fire winning the team fights, he got a lot of objective from RRQ side, especially if we look at the items from Kabuki, Husk Cloud, Berserker Fury, and Legion Sword, even the Wind of Nature already there. So we know when the team fights happens, Kabuki gonna be the main damage dealer with that new Malefic Roar.
What?
Sin got it! From downtown! There's a thumbs up.
Astar Rico, yeah.
Beautifully done. Taking it away, but I mean, in that particular situation, I would say that it was worth it for RRQ. The fact that they were able to regain control, and it's interesting, right? Because I thought from that early game with Skylar already at 3-1-4 that he would have the gold advantage, but Kabuki has done a really good job of just eliminating that gold disparity and even taking it up a notch by just a few hundred. Van going in for the fact that he can rotate towards that top side. They need to clear it as soon as possible to deny that structure away from RRQ.
Look at that sphere connected onto Skylar, taking him to half HP. And Aura, this is the advantage that they have. The Novaria, the longer the game goes, the more of a threat the Novaria is going to be. Despite the damage being, even if RRQ have that magic defense, it's not going to be enough because Sin mainly is going to be utility. He will reveal RRQ so easily.
Yeah, so they cannot hide easily from the Aura Fire side. That's why Novaria is very strong when he's, like, her team got the map control. But it's going to be a different story if Aura Fire needs to go on defensive. Novaria with that Astral Meteor, Astral Recall is not enough to clear the wave minion very quickly. That's why they need to play very wisely, like waiting for the moment from RRQ. They need to having that map control, never lose it.
Man, sorry, I was distracted by damage dealt. Clay is already #1 on the board. And that was before the Divine Glaive. Clay just secured it right before this neutral objective take in that Lord. And it might be very valuable asset here for RQ to dish out that damage onto Aura Fire.
Yep.
But that Lord kit, it means that Aura Fire wants that Lord, the enhanced Lord that they gonna secure right now. They are baiting for Fairsick, Banana, and the others RQ member to come into the Lord pit.
Here with those full items. Aran is clearing out that bottom lane, doing Aran things. Astral Echo revealing Banana. Oh, Samo goes in for a flicker, but Banana escapes. Brilliant maneuvers by Banana. And now that's a big resource spent. No flicker, no surprises for Samo.
Oh no, and this is a 50-50 now. Van as well as Versick, they're both at level 14. You can see that both teams are eyeing for this. I think they're looking for a reset here. Versick forcing a reset. Looking for better positioning. They know that Clay is still behind, not available here in this Lord fight. But the waves are just constantly crashing. Aran trying to do that split push, trying to do their housekeeping.
Well, because they just clear the wave minion on the mid lane and Aran just do the housekeeping like Aetherna mentioned before on the bottom lane. I think Aura Fire have a little bit advantage more than RRQ in terms of the managing minion wave right now. And The Astral Echo is opening where the RQ position at.
4-man Astral Echo there.
Information is power in the 15th minute of the game. Naomi gets spotted as well. Mid lane tier 2 falls. Fersic looking for an opening. They want to go for a 50-50. Wild charge right there. Fersic gets it. Never a 50-50 when there's a Grok in the house. Clay finds a kill on the Samo, and it's a win for RRQ.
A small victory though for Aura Fire as Kabuki was able to get that mid-side turret, but like you mentioned, in the grand scheme of things, it is RRQ regaining control. There was a moment that Samo wanted to go for a pick onto Fersic, but he got knocked up, so he couldn't get in that Divine Judgment on time.
And even without any flicker, Samo is facing a hard time to pick off someone from RRQ. And now, the Lord is marching from the bottom lane. RRQ, are they gonna get all the base turret from the Aura Fire? Since I mentioned before, Aura Fire didn't have any good heroes to clearing the wave minion very quickly. They only need to counting on Kabuki using the heavy crossbow.
But RRQ don't necessarily have that range either.
Aran though, he buys the he has the immortality. What? Wait, I saw an immortality. It was Naomi's. Okay, that's a free kill. Aran taken out. Now, wait, it might be an N angle. If Van gets caught again, Target Revenge and the Rage locking him down right now. As Van pops into Poissons, gets out of it. Kabuki is able to dish out some damage. Astral Echo revealing all the members. My God, Kabuki! Holy moly, that damage! He gets up for a bit, buys the immortality, sells it into nature. Fersic gets caught in the sphere. 4v5. Aura won a 4v5.
Well, that when Kabuki get his free position, he's a nightmare for RRQ team. They just lost 2 members from RRQ, and now Aura Fire just need to do defensively and gain that map control. But they lost 2 base turret in the middle and in the bottom lane. Look at the instant replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at what you mentioned earlier. Oh, we don't go far enough to see it. But I was wondering about the Immortal that you were talking about from Iran. But this was it. Sin being able to open up that map. Fersic gets taken out by the damage from Kabuki, and the instant turnaround happened. Because what I really wanted to talk about... Oh, wait a minute.
Revenge, Rage. Poisson's used up. Van won't be able to survive this one. No torn apart memory needed. Samo now running away, but gets slowed down. He's going to lose his immortality, and he is going to lose his life for sure. Skylar picks up the mega kill. Aura Fire now 600 gold under. Aran's clearing out that bottom lane, but I don't think it's going to be a big problem. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the in-game equipment.
Yep. Because the Kabuki already have the Haskell, but Kabuki...
Oh, no.
Oh, he's dead. Divine Judgment. This might be it. Kabuki buys Divine Nature, pops it in time, but the Purify is not there.
Oh.
I think it's over.
It's gonna be the end.
3 members are out. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, what can Sin, what can Iran do? Just the 2 of them. Do they have enough wave clear? Do they have enough damage to clear the lanes?
Yeah, they do. Van's up. No mini waves. Oh, wait. They're low. RRQ, that spear, took them really low. And now Aura are back, even though they lost that base turret. Yeah, RRQ needs to completely disengage. They need to reset here. They already have all the waves pushing their way towards Aura.
But lack of HP. From Fersic, it's gonna be dangerous if he wants to contest the Lord. That's why maybe Aura Fire can thinking about picking up Fersic first now.
I wonder if he's gonna go for a small swap in items. Usually we do see a Guardian helmet if they don't want to go back, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. He's trying to buy some time, trying to go for a recall here. Oh, that damage onto Clay, half health. Just 1 sphere.
And an Astral Echo to reveal Naomi. Now it's anyone's game. Despite that wave pushing, look at Iran. He's already sent down to do the dirty business, to clear out these waves. But RRQ knows this. They want to try to force it. They have a Black Dragon form to utilize. They have Naomi charging up that Tower Defense Flicker. Beautiful by Naomi. Van buys the immortality. The wild charge is going to be used up. Van now loses the immortality. He's going to be taken out with a splash. And Iran, he rotated, but now what? He just goes into the midst of the team fight. Kabuki's free hitting. A Divine Judgment now onto Naomi. He's going to be taken low as Iran escapes. For a bit, Skylar though takes him out. Oh, Skylar flickers forward, gets a monster's kill, but nothing else. Astral Echo again, Sin. Recall, ooh. That might have taken Clay down. Naomi for Aran and Van.
They still need that Lord Miracle because when Aran shows up on the map, when Van is too in front, offside on the position, shows up on the RQ side, that's why they want to pick up Van using the Flicker, using the Tyrant Revenge and Tyrant Rage. But now, Aura Fire can steal the Lord.
Van's not here.
Samo's looking for the play. Pharisee gets it while charged. Dodged away from, I think this might be the end or a fire. They're gonna have to try to defend the siege.
Man wasn't there to go in for a contest anyway, so either way, it should have been 100% for RRQ in their hands. Taking a look at the in-game items, is there anything that we need to pay attention to before the last and final push from RRQ?
Yeah, all of them already have the dual items. Even Valentina from Clay already built the Winter Truncheon. And Verosik with Naomi is waiting with that Ares Bell. I think they're gonna build with another item, with another defensive item. They need to secure it this game with that Evolve Lord.
And here it is, the siege coming in from the Kings of Kings. Can Aura Fire rewrite new history with Naomi missing that?
Oh, Samo, Divine Judgment, bringing Pharisee back. He's going to be taken out. He has the immortality though. Kabuki, oh, he gets caught by Clay! Still with the nature, but now it's Skylar who picks up the Godlike. It's only Sin who can deal damage in the back, and it's going to be a knockup for Naomi. Finding Aran and Samo in the back. Clay gets a solo kill, and that's a double. Prince Aran is slain by the Kings.
The Prince taken down by the Kings. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, another victory for RRQ here in leg number 2. Rematch, but no revenge. As again, the Kings of Kings reign supreme today.
So, the YouTube student is loose against the real student of R7.
Truly is. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Despite the roster changes from Aura Fire, with Samo stepping in to replace Hai, with Kimura stepping out, replaced by Prince Aran himself. Even these two players who have found a success for Aura Fire cannot find a victory against RRQ once again.
Well. It's a tight match, Miracle, on this third game. I think it's not a one-sided match because if we look at the goal difference, it's really, really tight between those teams. But now RRQ is securing the match.
A beautiful way to do this. RRQ, the Kingdoms, ecstatic. Where is Aran? Princess Aran.
It's not Prince Aran, but Princess Aran.
No, it's not. And this is it.
Yeah, with this win, I think RRQ is still on the top of the classmen, right?
Yeah, number 1 still, now 8-2. Very comfortably up top, especially after Onyx just lost. Oh, they're opening up their pockets. They're saying Aran has been pocketed. Oh, look at this. Hello, RRQ. Oh, next stop for Phil, I think it's going to be Lampung, a city in Jakarta.
It's my hometown.
Oh, it's your hometown.
Lampung, yeah. It's on the island of Sumatra. Oh. Look at the chant from RRQ Kingdom.
They're ecstatic. I mean, have got to be nervous, especially seeing how game number 1 went down, right? That was so one-sided, and I'm wondering how RRQ are feeling, still remaining number 1 on the classmen. And with that, let's take to the interview. Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Full senyum untuk tim RRQ. Menyelesaikan minggu kelima dengan kemenangan mereka dan membuktikan bahwa mereka berhasil menaklukkan Sang Naga kembali di leg yang kedua. Tapi berasa di sini tuh 2-1. Berbeda dengan leg yang pertama ya. Leg pertama kalian berhasil 2-0 dan sekarang 2-1. Lebih beratkah di leg kedua ini untuk RRQ?
Sama aja sih. Cuma ya kita kecolongan poin, mungkin kita game 1 aja kaget aja.
Kaget aja?
Ya.
Oh, ini menarik ya, di mana back and forth terus terjadi, apalagi mungkin yang paling mendebarkan adalah game ketiga ya.
Iya.
Coba di mana momen Clay merasa, wah ini game kita nih, kita bisa menang nih. Karena kan back and forth itu.
Sebenarnya itu Bude yang bikin kita susah karena kita lawannya minion sih kayaknya.
Loh?
Lawan minion.
Lawannya minion. Susah ya ngurusin minion?
Iya, jadi minionnya kepus mulu, jadi kita agak susah sih.
Jadi agak susah?
Iya.
Kok bisa minionnya kepus terus?
Oh, kalau itu tanya Banana sih.
Tanya Banana?
Iya.
Pisang atau banana nih? Pisang atau banana sekarang kamu?
Banana aja.
Banana ya?
Ya.
Banana berhasil keluar dari kantong apa yang emang nggak dikantongin sama sekali?
Apa?
Kamu nggak berhasil dikantongin sama sekali atau kamu keluar dari kantong?
Ya, gua yang kantongin sih.
Banana mengantongi Aran. Aran bilang dia sudah bersiap untuk melawan Banana. Menurutmu persiapan Aran apakah sudah cukup untuk melawanmu hari ini?
Ya, gua nggak peduli sih mau persiapan dia cukup apa enggak. Yang penting gua siapin diri sendiri aja.
Siapin diri sendiri untuk melawan Aran dengan permainan yang tidak bisa ditebak. Kadang dia bisa nge-split, kadang dia bisa teamfight dan banyak sekali yang bilang, oh gerakan Aran itu susah untuk ditebak. Gimana kamu untuk mempersiapkan diri melawan EXP laner yang sulit ditebak?
Ya, kalau gerakannya sih itu emang hero-nya aja sih yang tugasnya buat kayak gitu. Kalau antisipasi nggak ada sih, nggak tahu.
Nggak ada dan nggak tahu. Jangan nggak tahu lagi loh ya Banana. Langsung dilempar mic-nya. Tapi menarik dengan pertemuan kedua. Mungkin ini pertemuan pertamamu karena di leg pertama belum ada Aran juga. Tapi gimana kamu melihat Aran untuk pertarungan kalian hari ini?
Ya lumayan lah Aran, lumayan.
Lumayan, jawaban yang kurang memuaskan Banana. Lumayan apa nih? Lumayan kerat, lumayan deg-degan, lumayan...
Ya lumayan ganggu lah.
Lumayan mengganggu. Dalam hal apa Banana?
Dalam hal wave sih, minion.
Minion wave-nya. Tapi Banana bisa langsung ya untuk menanggulangi hal itu.
Ya.
Apakah itu Banana melatih sendiri atau dengan bantuan semua teman-teman atau kalian itu berdiskusi gimana nih caranya untuk menghadapi aura?
Ya diskusi tim sih, kayak kalau misalnya dia mainnya gini kita harus gerakannya beda lagi. Lebih ke diskusi tim.
Diskusi tim dan gak ada kepanikan di RRQ hari ini melawan aura?
Ya enggak lah, ngapain panik.
Ngapain panik? Kan ada banana bukan pisang di sini. Dan tentu saja dengan kemenangan RRQ sekarang kalian berada di pucuk. Kembali lagi ke pucuk. Jauh di atas, Naomi, you came to Indonesia and you got on top in this season. How does it feels like to be on top in Indonesia MPL?
I'm just happy.
Bahagia ya, dia bilangnya happy. What is the biggest factor that you might think that you become on top? Apa? Yeah, the reason for yourself.
Just because of my team. It's just because of my team.
Karena timnya, karena teman-temannya. Dan sebenarnya di sini juga pastinya ada satu player yang menarik perhatian dari semuanya dari game 1, 2, dan 3. Siapakah player of the match? Karena dia adalah player yang mungkin berpengaruh besar dalam kemenangan tim. Siapa Kingdom? Naomi, pisang, banana, play. Banyak sekali jawabannya. Wah. Enggak, jangan. Siapakah player of the match dari tim RRQ? Mari kita cek bersama-sama. Naomi, you become the player of the match again and again. How do you manage to make a good play and you can read all of the movement from other teams? How can you have a good play?
It's just my instinct. I don't know how to explain it.
Your instinct?
Yeah.
Your instinct. So, can you say what is the difference between Indonesian team and other countries?
Think the Indonesia team, all player are good mechanic until like they are the best mechanic player.
Naomi cuma itu adalah instingnya katanya. Bude bertanya gimana sih kayak mainnya selalu bisa bagus. Dan apalagi ini di Indonesia dia kali pertama tapi dia bisa membaca permainan dari musuh-musuhnya. Dan ternyata itu adalah karena insting dari Naomi. Dan juga perbedaannya apa sih tim Indonesia dan tim-tim lainnya? Dia bilang Indonesian team mekaniknya sangat-sangat tinggi. Dan itulah yang menjadi sebuah sorotan dari Naomi. Tapi dengan kemenangan ini, minggu kelima kalian tutup dengan full senyum. Versik senyum banget nih. Gaya apa tadi Versik?
Gabut Bude.
Kenapa gabut?
Gak ditanyain.
Ini ditanyain Versik. Jadi gaya-gaya. Pengen ditanya apa Versik?
Bebas Bude, karena lagi menang bebas pertanyaan apa aja.
Lagi menang bebas. Sekarang adu mekanik pakai grok. Dari mana itu season ini muncul tiba-tiba grok?
Nostalgia aja karena dulu grok hero lama aku sih Bude.
Hero lama dia bawa kembali. Kenapa di match ini?
Ya karena udah di pick Baksianya, Bradin di band juga gimana?
Bingung ya, pick lah grok.
Ya, kepikiran nostalgia, apa grok aja hero lama gitu.
Oh kepikiran hero lama dan tiba-tiba berarti Versik meminta langsung diberi, dimainkan.
Ya.
Dan ternyata berhasil. Gimana sih untuk fight dari objektif? Sekarang tuh banyak banget yang bilang jungler objektif tentu merupakan salah satu hal yang lumayan jadi beban dan ingin didapatkan. Versik juga merasa seperti itu nggak?
Udah pasti lah Bude.
Sudah pasti ya?
Udah pasti.
Udah pasti, tapi gimana Versik untuk mungkin latihan retri atau latihan untuk ngedapetin objektif?
Ya itu kita udah latihan juga sih di scrim. Ya kita pasti udah setup semuanya lah. Buat di turtle atau lain-lainnya udah kita siapin.
Sudah menyiapkan untuk segalanya, jadi full senyum tapi Skylar. Ini kita bisa dibilang MPL akan libur untuk 2 minggu. Ini adalah hari terakhir kalian. Liburan mau ngapain Skylar, Abang Skylar?
Ya tetap latihan seperti biasa.
Tetap latihan?
Iya.
Nggak ada hari libur untuk RRQ?
Gak ada.
Nggak ada. Skylar, Abang Skylar, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih? Mungkin untuk orang spesial dan juga untuk semuanya yang ada di sini. Dan tim Indonesia akan beradu nanti, yaitu Bigetron. Mungkin bisa kasih semangat untuk tim Bigetron sebagai tim Indonesia.
Tadi langsung di Bigetron ya?
Bigetron dan semuanya sih, ngerentet nih.
Ya kalau orang spesial nggak ada, paling orang tua lah. Terus ya buat Kingdom ya makasih lah udah support kita setengah season di MPL. Ya kalian keren lah.
Kalian
Terus
keren, bentar.
Ya buat Bigetron yang mau bertanding di SF ya kita doain lah. Pokoknya kasih hasil yang terbaik buat Indonesia.
Kasih hasil yang terbaik. Penutupan full senyum, RRQ masih terus berlatih walaupun libur 2 minggu. Seperti apa minggu selanjutnya, minggu ke-6? Sebelum, Bude nggak boleh closing play dari Kingdom.
Gak ada Bude.
Mereka request kata-kata. Kata-kata
Ya,
dong
ya
Deden.
udah alhamdulillah full senyum gitu aja. Gak ada kata-kata.
Hanya ada yang ada hanyalah
Oh, gak
full
ada kata-kata.
senyum.
Iya betul itu.
Gak ada kata-kata, yang ada full senyum.
Ya, betul.
Kasih
Tetap
tepuk
respect lah.
tangan untuk tim RRQ. Dan begitulah penutupan untuk tim RRQ. Tentu saja game mereka akan lebih dibedah lebih dalam lagi. Kepada para caster, break it down.
Congratulations to RRQ once again, the Kings of Kings. Now reigning supreme here at MPL ID Season 12, back at number 1. And it must feel so good after so long, just not finding that same success, especially last season where they just barely made it to, I think, top 4? Top 5?
Yeah.
Where was RRQ last season?
I think they were 4th. Yeah, wait.
Fourth?
4th position? But every time RRQ
No,
plays...
they were second.
What?
Last season they were second.
In the regular season.
Regular season, they made it
All
to the
right,
upper brackets.
But in the playoffs.
4th.
There you go. And here it is, the player of the match, the Kingdom's Falcon. It's Naomi. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G with a 90% KP. After everything that RRQ went through from game number 1, the struggle that occurred, he was the man to remain consistent all throughout these 3 games. And he finally, in game number 2 and game number 3, was facilitated to make things happen.
We're talking about that momentum that Naomi create before on the second game, on the third game. The moment is not that big, but it's a really important moment that he can catch a really important heroes like Van, like Zane, before the team fight's happening. And it can help RRQ to win the big objective like the Lord. Even like Verzik sometimes he's using the wild charge to securing the Lord on the third game, but with Naomi back up using the Tyrant Revenge and Tyrant Rage, I think he's the man of the match.
Here it is, the highlights that we will witness from Naomi. And the cool thing about this guy is his item builds are never the same. It's really adaptive, exactly. When he goes in for a pick of a hero, he knows that he needs to dive in first. Usually he opts for that Immortal firsthand, but if we saw earlier on, he actually went in for the Athena shield first, and the question is why?
The Athena shield is for covering up against the Sin damage from the Astral Recall. It's really important because he loves to hide, and Sin will look for him. But yeah, after this moment, it's too overcommitted, but Naomi, on this side, it's like covering fans to not run away. Even someone cannot running away. He just can't recall there, losing his immortality, and RQ get that momentum. And this one, because Aran is shows on the bottom lane, and Van is alone near the Lord Pit. That's why Naomi is using the Tyrant Revenge, the flicker on point, bullseye to Van. And they got the Lord, even they winning the team fights.
Very well played, man. All throughout this game for RRQ, it just feels like every single time Aura had the grasp on the game, it's always taken away from them in a very violent manner. And here as well, it happened again. Aura seems like they got a proper front to back, and then Clay gets the Divine Judgment on Kabuki, and that was the final nail in the coffin for Aura Fire. Though we have to point out that there were so many mistakes made by Mr. Princeman Aranman.
Mr. Princeman Aranman.
Yeah.
What happened to Aran? He's not the same dude that we saw in week 3.
I think there must be a layer of confusion, right? I mean, you play a certain way a few times, it works out until it doesn't. And so he has to go back to the drawing board and be like, okay, how can I variate my playstyle in order for me to have an impact in the game? And that back and forth and that decision making in the moment to understand what is best, I think it got him a little confused. So there were a lot of moments where there were missed decisions maybe, and that was the reason why when they go for in these team fights, it's always min 1 Aran.
With that thoughts, as a new player, it's really dangerous because it can lose your identity. Maybe that's what's happened. Yeah,
the identity crisis. Hey, I usually just split push, and then a lot of people hate me because I split push. I start team fighting, and then it's just there's a cloud over his decision making, I feel like, and this is a problem for Aran. He's making these mistakes like Kimura used to make. Kind of like the same. Kimura started out real strong in Hero and Snapdragon, but ultimately what happened? He had a cloud, he had a shadow over his decision making, not using Power of Nature in a lot of times, and then he got swapped by Aran. Now who's next in line? Who's the Aura MDL XP laner now?
Beats me.
Do they want to buy Fluffy back or no? No?
I don't think so. It can work. But yeah, Aran needs to clear his head first, I think. He needs to push that reset button. Play like usually our Aran play. Just do your style.
Because I think for Kimura in particular, it was a mental block. I think he was so used to playing in the gaming house or playing online that as soon as he hit the MPL stage, that entire atmosphere was so different. And I think that shook him to his core. And then we saw the mistakes happening. But for Aran, it felt like he kind of had it in the bag, being able to taunt all these veterans here at MPL ID. You would think that it wouldn't phase you, but maybe losing so many times in a row, getting taunted back is starting to get to him. But let's hope in the coming weeks that Aura Fire come back, because look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold, Z Series, is Aura Fire dropping into the red zone at number 7. Geek Fam actually now securing 3rd place. No one's safe. Absolutely no one's safe.
Because the point is tight, and please remember the position 7 until 9 will not compete to playoffs. So Dewa United is already on the 9 position. Alter Ego, they just won today. So they are slowly crawling the standings.
Yeah, I think we need to talk a little bit about this, right? Because last time it was 5th place to 9th place. That was very close. Now it's 3rd to 9th. Everyone is so close. Geek Fam loses a game, Dewa wins their next 2 matches, and then it swaps. Like 9 and 3 swaps. Bigatron as well now have been overtaken by the Geeks. Geek Fam number 3.
Wow, that's quick because, yeah, I think from 8 of the teams, the score are not too different. Except for RRQ because they're winning 8 match, just losing 2 match, right? They are on the first position, but for Oni, Geek Fam, Bigatron Alpha, and the others, it still can change. Even maybe Geek Fam still cannot like qualify to the playoff.
It's so volatile. It's so volatile. That's how close it is. And it bothers me that again it's RRQ and Onic in number 1 and number 2. You know, I guess some things don't change. Yeah. But this is tomorrow's schedule to close the deal here at week number 5. Rebellion, Zion, Dewa United, and Alter Ego and Onic.
You guys must watch it because after this we're gonna have a break, right?
You're absolutely right. We'll have a big break until tomorrow.
2 weeks.
Oh, you mean the break after week 5? Yeah, we're gonna have 2 weeks for IESF. Remember?
What do you mean? This isn't next week?
No, yeah, but after this week, there's gonna be a 2-week break.
After tomorrow's
After
tomorrow's match.
Oh, I thought
no,
we
not 2
wouldn't
weeks
get any
and
Mobile
then
Legends, and I thought today was the last day. I wanted to cry a little.
just a little. I wanted to cry a lot. If that was the information that I was given, I would be sad. But don't worry, we got some matches still tomorrow, the closer for week 5, and then we'll have a 2-week break, and then week 6, 7, and 8.
The last 3 weeks for all of the teams who needs to qualify.
For all the marbles.
That's a lot of marbles. And a lot of time, honestly, for change. Or maybe deterioration, you know? Like, you never know what's gonna happen in a few days, let alone 2 weeks. And I think Bigatron Alpha have a lot more pressure on them, seeing as, you know, they have to go to... Why?
They're just saving their strat for IESF.
Okay!
And don't worry, because I've learned from the copium of the fans, if Bigatron lose ISF, then they're saving for M5.
Oh, let's hope they make it to M5.
And they'll be saving for Season 13.
And the list just keeps going on and on and on and on again. But before we land, as what the producer is saying, my curse is still on. Every time I cast for Aura Fire loses. Still true up until this point, and we're already week number 5. Something's got to be wrong with my Juju. I think I need to like shower or something.
Luckily for Aura, they don't play tomorrow.
Luckily for them. All right, but this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The end of the day. We are gonna still have 2 more matches ahead of us tomorrow. So, you know, rest well. MLBB enjoyers, we love you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for the loyalty. Thank you so much for supporting MPL ID and everyone involved. Because me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko and Colius, we're signing out for the day. Good night. Have a great rest. We'll see you tomorrow for more MLBB action. Because MPL ID Season 12, we own this.
Bye-bye.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini.